This video continues with Chapter 105, The Transparent World. Demon Slayer. I'm a beacon of light in the Demon Slayer core. Chapter 105, The Transparent World. In another part of the Infinity Castle, a battlefield dominated by madness and fighting spirit. The air was scorching, steam billowed, and the remnants of ice crystals and flames mixed with the scent of blood, coating every inch of this repeatedly ravaged space. The battle had entered its final stage, one that surpassed mortal imagination and would decide life or death. Tomioka and Kyojuro Rengoku, having awakened their slayer marks, seemed to have undergone a tempering rebirth of flesh and soul. The water breathing surrounding Jiyu, once as tranquil as a deep pool, was no longer just about flow and deflecting force. It now possessed the profound power of surging rivers and the violent undercurrents beneath still waters. His sword techniques were so fast that only blue afterimages remained. Every thrust, slash, and block seemed calculated to the millimeter, precisely cutting into the slightest gaps in Akaza's destructive kill offensive or the weak points in the flow of his power. His movement became even more elusive, as if he had truly merged with the water mist. He could launch fatal attacks from blind spots and impossible angles, forcing Akaza to use more of his combat instinct to defend against this pervasive water assault. The light blue ripples of the Slayer mark appearing on the side of his neck were like rippling living water. Kyojuro Rengoku had transformed into a humanoid volcanic eruption. Running flame breathing to its limit, his golden red flames seemed tinted with a dazzling gilded hue, the temperature so high that the surrounding air slightly distorted. Each of his slashes, thrusts, and bursts carried the pure, immense power to split mountains and cleave rocks, alongside a scorching will to incinerate all filth. He no longer dodged much, instead often meeting attack with attack, using the forms of flame breathing to confront Akaza's steel-shattering punches and kicks head-on. Amidst the roaring collisions, flames and fighting spirit clashed and annihilated each other madly, evenly matched. His roar echoed across the battlefield, and his slayer mark, like a burning flame totem, danced on his skin, providing him with nearly infinite stamina and explosive power. However, their opponent was Upper Moon 3, Akaza, a martial demon who had carved fighting and becoming stronger into his very marrow, surviving for hundreds of years. Even when facing two Hashira-level powerhouses who had awakened their slayer marks and whose strength had surged, the fighting spirit burning in his golden eyes grew even more intense, and his manic laughter barely ceased. Yes, that's it. This is the battle I crave. More. Give me more pleasure and pressure. Akaza roared, his destructive kill. Compass needle-fighting spirit perception field expanding to its limit, always able to avoid the most fatal combined attacks with minimal movement, or endure non-vital attacks with incredible physical durability. His martial arts were simple, efficient, and ruthless to the extreme. Centuries of combat experience allowed him to perfectly predict and dismantle most of their combined offensives. Even though Jiyu's sword was more tricky and Kyojiro's flames were more explosive, the battle still presented a thrilling stalemate. In fact, Akaza, relying on his demonic infinite stamina, terrifying regeneration, and peak martial arts, was still faintly suppressing the two, constantly compressing their range of movement and forcing them into more dangerous close-quarters combat. Tanjiro did not directly join this battle group that had already exceeded his normal limits. Suppressing the urge to rush forward and fight side by side with his two seniors, he followed Terayuki's previous advice and his own clear intuition of danger on the battlefield, retreating to a position where he could clearly observe the overall situation without interfering with the delicate and dangerous offensive-defensive rhythm of Kyojiro and Jiyu. The flame slayer mark on his forehead also burned intensely, his scorching breath leaving white trails in the cold air. His fiery red eyes were locked onto the three figures in the center of the battlefield, who were crazily crossing, colliding, separating, and colliding again at speeds indistinguishable to the naked eye, missing no detail. So strong, Akaza is so strong. Even though Jiyu and Kyojiro have awakened their slayer marks and their strength has surged this much, they can actually only barely contend with him. No, that's not right. Tanjiro's heart pounded like a war drum, not just because of nervousness, but because the brutal duel before his eyes, which far exceeded his current realm and pushed power, technique, and will to some ultimate extreme, was causing a subversive impact on him. Akaza's compass needle seemed capable of insight into the initiative, and his tempered destructive kill taijutsu was without redundancy. Every punch and kick contained the logic of collapse, yet carried a cruel combat aesthetic. And the two Hashira pushed the water and flame breathing styles to the limit with the support of the Slayer mark, coordinating seamlessly, integrating offense and defense, yet still could not tear through that solid defense or deliver a truly heavy blow to the opponent. Terayuki said, "The Slayer mark is a potential explosion after surpassing human limits. It is one of the keys to a higher realm, but it seems that when facing an enemy of this level, just awakening the Slayer mark is still not enough." Father, the Hinakami Kagura you danced silently in the snow back then, that feeling of resonating with heaven and earth, shining with the sunlight, endless and ceaseless, perfect and unimpeded, the realm of circle. How can one truly reach and master it? And the transparent world that Terayuki mentioned, the unity of heart, technique, and body after tempering them to the limit, the realm of seeing energy flow, muscle contraction, and foreseeing openings. What kind of vision is that? Terayuki's description of the essence of breathing styles, the realm of circle, and the transparent world, the mysterious image of his father dancing silently in the depths of his memory on a quiet, snowy night, as if merging with nature, and the scene of the life and death struggle before his eyes, which was violent, fierce, blood-splattering, yet occasionally flashed with strange rhythms and inevitable trajectories in the blink of an eye, intertwined, collided, and echoed crazily in Tanjiro's mind. He felt as if he were standing before a tremendously heavy door, behind which lay a brand new world, and the key was in every detail of the battle before him, deep within his own breathing and bloodline. He widened his eyes, pushing the keen perception brought by Hinakami Kagura and the mental concentration enhanced by the Slayer mark to the limit. He saw the trajectory of Akaza's shoulder and arm muscle fibers tightening instantly like steel wires when he threw a punch, and the demonic energy surging and gathering along specific meridians like living black-red liquid. He saw the subsequent changes in force in Jiyuu's sword technique, which was like flowing water, ready to be unleashed, capable of turning a slash into a thrust or defense into a fence at any moment. He saw the perfect coordination nodes of Kyojiro's chest rising and falling, the rhythm of his breathing, and the bursting of power throughout his limbs at the moment his flames erupted. Various details poured into his perception like a tide. But this was still observation, analysis, a way of seeing based on experience and instinct. He could see the result, but it was difficult to fully grasp the cause and momentum of its operation and change. The distance to the kind of seeing through and foreseeing that Terayuki spoke of seemed to be separated by an insurmountable thin veil. The battle situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. Akaza seemed to have been completely ignited by the power of the two's Slayer marks and their tacit cooperation. His manic laughter carried a hint of pure excitement and cruelty. Not enough. Still not enough. Let me see how deep your capacity truly is. Destructive kill, annihilation type. He slammed a fist into the ground, and the violent fighting spirit, like a volcanic eruption, turned into a destructive ripple mixed with tangible shockwaves and countless tiny blades of fighting spirit, spreading crazily in all directions. Kyojiro Rengoku roared and swung his blade to confront it head-on, but was forced back repeatedly by the immense impact, his sword-wielding arm trembling slightly, and the web between his thumb and index finger splitting again. Jiyu Tomioka used exquisite footwork to deflect the force and dodge, but was still clipped by the edge of the aftermath. His breathing was disrupted, and that flawless dead calm domain experienced an extremely brief, almost imperceptible stagnation. And this stagnation, for a combat master like Akaza, was as clear as a torch in the dark night. "Got you." Akaza grinned hideously, his figure moving like an instant transmission. In the 1/10,000,000th of a second, when Kyojiro was knocked back and his old strength was spent, and Jiwoo's breath slightly stalled and his new strength had not yet been born, he erupted with unprecedented speed. His entire body's fighting spirit was crazily compressed and condensed into his right fist. Ripples distorting the space even appeared on the fist's edge. Carrying a will to kill, ignoring spatial distance, he slammed directly toward the center of Jiwoo's chest, which was slightly exposed because he had turned to deflect the force. This punch condensed the vast majority of the power and demonic energy he could muster at that moment. The speed was so fast it surpassed vision, and the power was enough to pierce metal and stone. If hit, even with the formidable physique of Jiwoo with the Slayer mark, there would be no survival. He would either die or be crippled. Jiwoo. Tanjiro's pupils suddenly shrank to pinpoints. His heart felt as if it had been grabbed tightly by a cold hand, suddenly stopping. Boundless fear, anxiety, and anger submerged him like a tsunami. At this moment, his body completely broke free from the shackles of thought, driven by the most primitive and purest instinct to protect. He let out a roar that did not sound human, and the power of sun breathing and the Slayer mark within him burned and rampaged in an unprecedented way. He forgot the gap in strength, forgot the possibility of death, and only one thought remained in his mind: block it, even if it meant using his own body. He erupted with the fastest speed of his life, rushing forward recklessly, his Nichiren sword subconsciously swinging forward, attempting to intercept that destructive punch, even though he knew himself that this was no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Just as his body launched, his gaze locked tightly onto the death-dealing shadow of the fist that was constantly enlarging before his eyes. In that instant of life and death, where spirit and body were compressed to a certain critical point under the pressure of the desperate situation. Boom! It was not an external sound, but a silent roar of some internal barrier being completely shattered by his fierce will and obsession to protect, exploding in the depths of his soul. Time, in Tanjiro's perception, seemed to suddenly become slow and viscous. No, it was not that physical time had really slowed down. It was his perception. Sight, hearing, smell, touch, and even that mysterious sensing of chi and momentum. That was forcibly elevated, raised, and integrated by a power bursting forth from his bloodline, his soul, and the foundation accumulated through countless life and death experiences, entering an unprecedented, transparent, and clear level. The subtle sequence of muscle activation in Akaza's lethal punch as it came crashing down, the specific trajectory and energy nodes of his compressed demonic aura exploding, every turbulence created by the wind of his fist tearing through the air, and even the infinitesimal, yet real, stutter and opening between the waning of old strength and the birth of new. A 1 in a billion moment of power transition, inevitable after his previous use of destructive kill. Annihilation type. The subtle tremors of Jiu Tomioka's body as it lost balance, each muscle instinctively trying to adjust, exert force to block or deflect, yet lagging by half a beat due to the stagnation of his breath. The paths his water breathing tried to reconverge and flow through within him, and the obstacles it encountered. After Kyojiro Rengoku was knocked back, he forcibly twisted his waist, eyes wide with fury, desperate to return for support. The way the muscles in his right leg suddenly expanded as he stomped the ground, the ripples of flame ignited by the start of his left-arm sword swing, and every shift in the expression on his face, a mix of anger and alarm. Even the trajectories of the dust and blood droplets floating in the air, stirred up by the clash of energy, and the faint, colorful, yet fleeting ripples of energy produced when his demonic aura and breathing style energy collided and annihilated each other. Everything, every trace and trend of how all things operated, was reflected with absolute clarity, slowness, and transparency upon the lake of his heart, visible in every detail, perfectly understood. It was not just seeing the surface. It was an instantaneous understanding of the underlying laws of operation, the causality of energy flow, and based on this understanding, an almost instinctual foresight of its inevitable direction and possible changes in the next moment and the one after. Akaza's originally flawless, lightning-fast lethal punch was, in his current field of vision, seemingly dismantled into countless slowly moving parts. The core of its power concentration, the key nodes of the demonic aura flow, the weakest link in the attack trajectory, and that fleeting opening caused by the power transition were all laid bare. And his own charging body, every contraction and relaxation of muscle fibers, every flow of breath through his lungs and blood vessels, the speed and direction of his surging blood, the rhythm of his heartbeat, and even every tremor of the Nichiren sword in his hand caused by friction with the air due to extreme speed, the flow and concentration points of the scorching purification power within the blade, pushed to the limit by sun breathing and the Slayer mark, were all clear to him, as easily controlled as his own arm. He could even feel the most exquisite, timely, and fitting adjustments his body and sword could make to match the momentum of the battle at this moment, simply by slightly shifting his intent. A mysterious and profound sense of omniscience, as if briefly connected to the fundamental rules of the world, enveloped him. The world shed its heavy, blurred veil of appearance, revealing to him the most essential and concise veins of energy and material flow beneath it. All distracting thoughts that interfered with the battle, fear, anxiety, anger, vanished instantly, like mist under the sun. In his heart remained only the purest, steely will to sever the evil before him and protect the companions behind him, along with a sense of perfection and control that achieved a wondrous, harmonious resonance with the Nichiren sword in his hand, his own surging sun breathing, and this chaotic battlefield space. So this was transparent world. This was the feeling of seeing through. Tanjiro's thinking became clearer, calmer, and faster than ever before. From the perspective of the transparent world, blocking Akaza's lethal punch, which contained the vast majority of his power, head-on was the most foolish and inefficient choice. The result would inevitably be a broken blade and death. With his momentum still unspent, his body performed an incredible shift of center of gravity within a tiny space, using a small-scale side spin and dip that defied common sense yet was exquisite to the extreme, as if practiced thousands of times. The Nichiren sword in his hand, burning with scorching golden-red flames, did not go to block the terrifying fist as he had previously thought. Instead, it followed an extremely profound trajectory, one that would be impossible under normal circumstances and seemed absurd, yet perfectly avoided the sharpest front of the fist's power while precisely cutting into the nodes of its demonic aura flow and that imperceptible stutter during the power transition, diagonally upward, a rising slash. Hinakami Kagura, clear blue sky. This form of clear blue sky was completely different from any time he had used it before. The flames burning on the blade were no longer merely scorching and explosive. They now carried a divine and harmonious quality, as brilliant as the rising sun, purifying all things and circulating endlessly. The blade's light cut through the air, no longer just a strike. It seemed to slice a miniature gap of dawn, burning with purifying flames into space. The trajectory was simple, graceful, and pointed straight to the essence, containing the supreme truth of sun breathing's restraint against the origin of demons. SHHHK. The dull sound of the sharp blade cutting into flesh and touching bone, accompanied by a muffled groan from Akaza that was a mix of intense pain, shock, and disbelief, rang out with startling clarity in the suddenly slowed time. Tanjiro's seemingly light, even somewhat opportunistic and risky strike had actually arrived first. Before Akaza's lethal fist could touch Jiu Tomioka's chest, it had landed one step ahead, precisely striking the junction of the scapula and humerus of the arm throwing the punch. Not only that, the sun-breathing purification flames contained on the blade, extremely condensed and controlled in the transparent world state, and the profound technique of striking directly at the power operation nodes to disrupt the energy flow, not only caused considerable physical damage that reached deep into the bone, but also severely interfered with and disrupted the power transmission path and demonic aura flow of Akaza's destined-to-hit punch. Akaza's punch, which had concentrated his entire body's strength and should have been indestructible, suddenly saw its power sharply reduced, and its trajectory suffered an uncontrollable deviation. In the end, it only grazed Jiu Tomioka's ribs with the remaining force, tearing his clothes and leaving a bloody gash, but failing to cause the fatal damage he had anticipated. After landing the strike and feeling the resistance from the blade and the hissing sound of the demon blood burning, Tanjiro did not pause. Using the recoil from the strike and his body's original rotational momentum, he leaped back as lightly as a feather, landing steadily beside Tomioka, who had just stumbled to a halt, bleeding from his side. He stood with his sword held horizontally, the slayer mark on his forehead burning fiercely, brighter and more stable than ever before. Within those fiery red eyes, molten golden, calm, and deep flames seemed to flow quietly. Wherever his gaze landed, Akaza's body, slightly twisted from injury and shock, the chaotic flow of demonic aura within him, and even more subtle inconsistencies exposed in his combat stance, seemed to have nowhere to hide. Tanjiro Yu. Tomioka quickly steadied himself, covering the wound on his side. His face, which was usually as still as an ancient well and rarely showed emotion, could not control the undisguised shock at this moment. He clearly felt that in that split second just now, the aura of the young man beside him had undergone a world-shaking change. That absolute calmness in battle, the precision of his blade striking straight to the vital point, and the naturalness of it, especially the depth and tranquility in those eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything, reminded him instantly of that legendary realm Terayuki had once mentioned. Kyojuro Rengoku also steadied himself as quickly as possible and rushed back to the two of them. Seeing Tanjiro's current state, the wound on Akaza's shoulder that was hissing as it burned with golden flames that were difficult to extinguish, clearly hindering his regeneration speed, and the expression of shock and doubt that had appeared on Akaza's face for the first time, his bold face showed huge astonishment, which then turned into wild joy and relief. Tanjiro, could it be you have already? He was so excited he was almost incoherent, and dazzling light erupted from his golden red eyes. Akaza retreated several steps, his left hand clutching tightly at the wound on his right shoulder from which black blood continued to pour, being scorched and eroded by the golden flames. He tried to stimulate his demonic aura to regenerate, but found the flames unusually stubborn. The purification power constantly neutralized his regenerative energy, making the wound heal extremely slowly. On his blue face, that fanatical fighting spirit was replaced for the first time by extreme shock, gravity, and a trace of instinctive dread brought about by being peered at and restrained by some higher-level, more essential power. He stared fixedly at Tanjiro's eyes, which seemed to burn with fire yet were crystal clear, as if they could reflect all the reality and flaws of his moves, and squeezed a few words through his teeth, his voice carrying a tremor he himself had not noticed. This feeling the supreme realm? This is impossible. A mere human brat, wet behind the ears, how could you possibly touch that realm? Tanjiro took a slow, deep breath, his chest rising and falling slightly, as he sorted through the massive stream of information received in the transparent world state, his mind returning to that strange, all-encompassing calm. He met Akaza's gaze, which was filled with shock, anger, and dread, with a calm and firm look. His voice was steady, no longer carrying the callousness, hesitation, and intense emotional fluctuations from before, but instead a sense of understanding born from insight. Akaza, your martial arts, your fighting spirit, your persistent pursuit of strength, I have seen it. But I also saw the subtle disharmony in your move transitions caused by impatience, the brief recovery gap after your power burst, and... He paused, his fiery red eyes seeming to pierce through Akaza's formidable exterior, staring straight into his empty heart. The fear and avoidance of the meaning of life, deep within you, and the distortion and misunderstanding of the definition of true strength. He slowly raised the Nichiren sword, the tip pointing steadily at Akaza, flames flowing quietly along the blade, ready to strike. Next, let us bring this battle to an end. Chapter 106, At All Costs. Kirya Yubayashiki, the young boy forced to shoulder such a heavy burden, stood before a large, rough map with a pale face but resolute eyes. On the map, lines representing the complex structure of the Infinity Castle were being arduously sketched and supplemented bit by bit. This was no ordinary drawing task. It relied on Yushiro's blood demon art, which allowed him to share vision with animals and project images over long distances. Countless loyal Kasugai crows were braving the dangers of the Infinity Castle, and the scenes seen through their tiny eyes were being received by Yushiro, and projected onto a special screen in the form of blurred light and shadow. Kiria and several members of the Kakashi stared intently at these flickering, intermittent light and shadows, combining them with the short, garbled caws transmitted by the crows, striving to reconstruct the layout of this moving maze on the paper. Every time a Kasugai crow's vision link was interrupted, it could mean the fall of a loyal companion. Outside the base, former Flame Hashira Shinjiro stood with his arms crossed, leaning silently in the shadows by the door. He was no longer the decadent drunkard of the past. His weathered face was filled with solemnity, and his hand remained pressed against the hilt of the Nichiren sword that had not been truly unsheathed for a long time. He was stationed here not only to guard the command center, but also to atone for his sins and to protect the bloodline and will left behind by the master. In another tightly protected, quiet room at the base, the atmosphere was equally tense. Nezuko Kamato lay quietly on the bed covered with clean bedding, her eyes closed, her small brow slightly furrowed, as if she were experiencing some intense internal change. Not long ago, she had just taken the medicine to turn a demon back into a human, a drug that Tamyo had poured her heart and soul into researching, and which Kachu Shinobu had further perfected and adjusted based on her own pharmaceutical knowledge. The medicine was taking effect in her body, engaging in a fierce and dangerous confrontation with the cursed blood of Muzan Kibutsuji. Nezuko had fallen into a deep coma, her body alternating between burning hot and ice cold, with fine beads of sweat seeping from her forehead. Her brother Tanjiro was fighting a bloody battle in the Infinity Castle, and standing guard by her bedside at this moment was former water Hashira Sakanji Yurikodaki. The old man wore a Tengu mask, hiding his expression, but his eyes, visible through the holes in the mask, were fixed on Nezuko without blinking, full of gravity and concern. His hand rested gently on Nezuko's wrist, constantly sensing her pulse, while his other hand remained on his sword, guarding against any possible accidents. This was where the last hope lay. It must not be lost. In the command room, Kiria's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. The map was being drawn slowly, and the intermittent news from the various battlefields brought by the Kasugai crows indicated that the situation was extremely unfavorable. Upper Moon 3, Upper Moon 2, every name represented immense pressure. Especially when he heard the news from a Kasugai crow that Zenitsu Agatsuma has encountered Upper Moon 6 alone and is in a bitter fight, needing urgent support. His heart sank to the bottom. Upper Moon 6, we must send someone to support Zenitsu immediately. Kiria forced himself to stay calm, his eyes scanning the map for known areas, his brain racing to think about which group might still have the strength to spare. But Mr. Rengoku, Mr. Tomioka, Mr. Teruyuki, Miss Kachu, everyone was fighting powerful enemies, struggling to even survive themselves. Where could he mobilize forces from? Should he use the last reserve team or ask Mr. Yurikodaki to leave Nezuko's side? No, that was too risky. Just as he was anxious and almost about to make a difficult decision, a scarred, disheveled Kasugai crow used its last ounce of strength to stumble through the vision link maintained by the blood demon art, flying directly into the command room, its voice hoarse as it let out a clear cry that petrified everyone instantly. Ka emergency, emergency, West District of the Infinity Castle, Zenitsu Agatsuma, alone, Upper Moon 6, defeated, confirmed, Upper Moon 6, has been defeated by Zenitsu Agatsuma. Repeat, Upper Moon 6, defeated. In the command room, there was a deathly silence. Only the heavy breathing of the Kasugai crow and the occasional crackle of candlelight could be heard. Kiria's hand holding the charcoal pencil froze in midair, his fingertips trembling slightly. He looked up abruptly at the exhausted but determined crow, then at the Kakashi member responsible for receiving and translating the crow's speech. The Kakashi member was also stunned, and only after repeatedly confirming the information transmitted by the crow did he repeat it in a dry, disbelieving voice. Master, the crow, confirmed. Zenitsu Agatsuma has, all alone, defeated Upper Moon 6. What? Even Shinjiro, who had been guarding outside the door in silence, couldn't help but step into the room, his face full of shock. Alone, defeated Upper Moon 6. This news was like a thunderclap, leaving everyone dizzy. What kind of terrifying existence was an upper moon demon? Even for a Hashira, it often took several people working together, paying a heavy price, and even requiring special tactics and timing to behead one. Just a moment ago, they were worried that every Hashira-level combatant was in a bitter fight. And now that Zenitsu Agatsuma, who always looked timid, loved to cry, whined about wanting girls to like him, and seemed the least reliable of the three newcomers, had actually defeated Upper Moon 6 all by himself. Is the information confirmed? Kiria's voice trembled with an intensity he didn't realize. This was too incredible, making one doubt if it was a demon's trick or a communication error. Ka confirmed, seen with my own eyes, flash of lightning, Upper Moon 6 head severed, Zenitsu Agatsuma severely injured but alive, location confirmed. The Kasugai crow replied hoarsely but firmly, pecking at a general area on the map with its beak. Kiria took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the stormy waves in his heart. Now was not the time for doubt. Every bit of combat power and every variable was crucial. Mark the location immediately. Notify the nearest team with possible spare capacity to try to approach the area and support Zenitsu. At the same time, continue drawing the map, prioritizing the search for the path to the core area where Muzan is located. As the order was issued, the command system began to operate efficiently again, but everyone deeply imprinted the name Zenitsu Agatsuma in their hearts, along with the shock brought by that incredible battle report. This boy, whose light was always obscured by lightning and his own dreams, had finally revealed to the world, in the midst of a desperate situation, the shocking lightning hidden beneath his cowardly exterior, a lightning capable of beheading an Upper Moon. Deep in the Infinity Castle, the home turf of Upper Moon 1, Kokoshibu. The air was so thick it felt as if it had solidified. Every breath carried a metallic, bloody scent, along with a colder, more ancient aura. That was the emptiness and dead silence belonging to the moon. Kokoshibu, Upper Moon 1, stood there, not deliberately releasing any pressure, yet he was like an insurmountable iceberg, suppressing the entire battlefield. The strange, evolved blade in his hand, the Kyokyukansatsu, wrapped in demon energy like pale moonlight, silently expounded what the ultimate sword was and what the peak of technique was. Moon-breathing third form, loathsome moon chains. Countless huge, curved, pale crescent blade winds tore through the air with shrill whistles, like death flowers blooming under the moon, sweeping toward the 4 people surrounding him. Stone Hashira Jaiomai Haimjima, Wind Hashira Seinmi Shinizugawa, Sound Hashira Tenjin Yuzui, and Mist Hashira Muakairo Takedo. The attack was not chaotic. It sealed off all dodging space, with each strike precisely aimed at the nodes where their breathing styles flowed, or at their defensive weak points. Huh? Jaiomai Haimjima roared, like an angry Vajra, his heavy chain and broad axe dancing like wheels, the heavy stone aura condensing into a near-tangible shield. Stone-breathing second form, Upper Smash. The huge axe shadow and chain transformed into a barrier, hard-hitting several crescent moons, erupting with ear-piercing cutting and clashing sounds. The sturdy floating platform beneath his feet cracked like a spiderweb, but his burly body was like a true mountain, not retreating half a step, bearing the most pressure for his companions behind him. However, Kokoshibu's attacks were continuous, like an endless tide. He seemed to never tire, each strike containing terrifying power capable of easily slaying lower moon demons. What was even more terrifying was the certain logic contained in his swordsmanship that transcended forms, making defense extremely difficult. This can't go on. Tenjin Yuzui was forced into a pathetic roll again by a tricky flanking crescent moon, and another deep gash appeared on his flashy outfit, oozing blood. He gritted his teeth and shouted, his normally flamboyant tone tinged with rare impatience. Continuous passive defense and high intensity dodging consumed a terrifying amount of stamina. Even a Hashira could not hold out for long. Shut up, I know. The scars on Seinmi Shinizugawa's face twisted, making him look even more ferocious. He had just barely cleaved away several flanking blade winds, heading toward Muakairo with wind-breathing, 4th form. Rising dust storm, but he himself was grazed on the shoulder by another crescent moon that had an even trickier angle, as if it had predicted his movements, drawing a stream of blood. The sharp pain and the frustration of being unable to attack successfully made the violence in his heart rise like a wildfire. Just a moment ago, Kokoshibu's wide-ranging moon-breathing, 8th form. Moondragon Ringtail forced Gyomai and Muakairo to defend with all their might, while he himself ghosted forward, a lightning-fast thrust aimed directly at Tenjin Yuzui, who had exposed a slight opening while covering Gyomai. Seinmi roared and lunged, paying the price of a deep, bone-exposed wound on his left arm to barely deflect the thrust with his blade, saving Tenjin. But both were shaken by the ensuing shockwave, their blood surging as they retreated in a sorry state. Kokoshibu stood with his sword retracted, his 6 cold demon eyes sweeping faintly over the two of them, who were bleeding from the corners of their mouths, as if he were just brushing off insignificant dust. This condescending posture, viewing them as struggling insects, completely ignited the fuse of dignity and anger in Seinmi's heart. "You bastard, did you have fun cutting me just now?" Seinmi wiped the blood foam from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, his bloodshot eyes glaring fixedly at Kokoshibu, his voice hoarse and trembling with extreme rage. It wasn't just because he was injured, but because his companion was injured, because of this sense of powerlessness, and because of the infuriating, emotionless look in the opponent's eyes. Almost simultaneously, Tenjin Yuzui also steadied himself. He took a deep breath, no longer looking at the wounds that ruined his flashiness, but instead casting his gaze toward Kokoshibu, who stood like a demon god, toward Muakairo and Gyomai, who were still struggling and constantly adding new wounds, and finally meeting Seinmi's furious, yet unyielding, burning eyes. No words were needed. Both saw the same thing in each other's eyes, unwillingness, and the determination to tear through this desperate situation at all costs. "This can't go on. We will die, everyone will die here." That kid Terayuki mentioned, Slayer Mark, requires body temperature, heart rate to skyrocket, and also the will to survive that transcends limits. I don't want to die here, and I don't want to watch my companions die at the hands of this 6-eyed bastard. "Haya." Seinmi threw his head back and let out a roar that didn't sound human, like a wounded beast. He drove his wind breathing to an unprecedented level of frenzy, recklessly squeezing every bit of potential from his body, even beginning to slightly damage his meridians. The intense movement, the anger boiling to the peak, and the extreme desire to survive and win caused his body temperature to skyrocket like a furnace, his heart pounding in his chest like an out-of-control war drum, the sound of blood rushing even roaring in his eardrums. He could clearly feel that some inherent shackles in his body were being forcibly broken by this violent power, and some deeper, more primitive, and more compatible power with the violent nature of wind was surging toward his limbs and bones along with the blood flow that was so hot it was about to evaporate. A flashy, desperate situation is the stage where the flashiest brilliance blooms. Tenjin Yuzui also closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was no longer any wavering or playfulness, only a radiant, brilliant light of determination, as if he were ready to perish together with the enemy. He also pushed his sound, breathing to the limit of what he could bear. Flashes of his 3 wives' worried yet trusting smiles crossing his mind, the figures of his demon slayer core companions fighting hard, and his own belief of fighting flashily, winning flashily, and living on flashily. Body temperature, heartbeat, will, the 3 synchronized and climbed at an astonishing speed within him, rushing toward that mysterious, indescribable critical point. "Ha." 2 roars, suppressed to the extreme, and yet as if breaking free from shackles and announcing a rebirth, erupted almost simultaneously. On Seinmi Shinizugawa's forehead, a blue-white slayer mark, twisted and ferocious like a violent tornado vortex, suddenly appeared. The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch because it couldn't withstand the suddenly erupted power, and gravel was swept up by the invisible wind pressure, only to be ground into powder in an instant. On Tenjin Yuzui's temple, a flashy slayer mark lit up, reflecting multiple changing colors like the most luxurious gemstone after perfect cutting. This mark seemed to resonate with sound waves, trembling slightly. His aura became more condensed and changeable, the fluctuations generated by sound breathing seeming to carry a tangible sense of tremor. And the dual blades in his hands, musical score, also emitted a clear and penetrating ring, as if playing a war song for those marching to their deaths. Slayer Mark activated, Chapter 107, Rock Pillars. However, the situation on the battlefield did not immediately reverse just because two Hashira had awakened their Slayer Mark. Kokoshibu, this existence standing at the pinnacle of demon swordsmanship, did not even blink his 6 demon eyes when facing the surging aura of Seinmi and Tenjin. The Kyokukinsatsu in his hand only slightly adjusted its angle, and the oppressive feeling radiating from his body, like tangible moonlight, became even deeper and heavier. On the other side, Jaiomai Heimjima, who had been bearing the greatest frontal pressure, focusing primarily on defense to create opportunities for his companions, found his body and mind entering a strange, critical state under the immense pressure and extreme worry for his comrades. Although his closed eyes could not see, the seed of the transparent world seemed to quietly sprout within the heart of this monk, who had honed his heart, technique, and physique to the human limit and possessed a compassionate heart and keen perception. He could hear the changes in wind and sound, could feel the newborn, violent, yet fragile power within Seinmi and Tenjin, and could touch the bone-chilling killing intent and flawless trajectory within Kokoshibu's sword stance. Gradually, within his mind's eye, Kokoshibu's blurred figure seemed to become clear, and he could even vaguely see the trajectory of demon energy flowing inside his body, the nodes of muscle exertion, and the structure supported by his bones. This feeling, the transparent world that Terayuki had mentioned, being able to see the flow of life and energy. Jaiomei had an epiphany. He could see the possible landing point of Kokoshibu's next attack, and could even vaguely predict his subsequent changes. However, seeing did not equate to keeping up. Even with his physique, known as the strongest human body, there remained an insurmountable gap in pure speed, strength, and reaction compared to this upper rank, one who had survived for hundreds of years. He could only rely on experience and prediction, using heavier and more precise defense to bridge this gap in speed, striving to win that fleeting opportunity for his companions. Attack! Seinmi roared, the blue-white slayer mark dancing wildly on his forehead, and launched the first strike. He was no longer fixated on the perfect form, wind-breathing transformed into the purest, violent, destructive power in his hands. He was like a demon wreathed in blood-colored wind pressure, lunging at Kokoshibu with a self-created move that sacrificed some defense to push speed and tearing power to the extreme Tengu wind fierce. Wherever it passed, the air emitted an unbearable shriek. Almost simultaneously, Tenjin Yuzui's figure left a brilliant sonic boom afterimage in place, cutting in from another tricky angle. His dual blades, musical score, slashed and struck with dazzling speed, playing a symphony of death. Sound breathing, fifth form string performance chaotic. Countless slashes accompanied by ear-piercing sonic booms assaulted Kokoshibu from all directions, their trajectories treacherous and varied, making it impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. And Muakairo Takedo, who had already awakened his slayer mark and possessed astonishing sword speed, seized this fleeting opportunity under Jaiomei's cover. His figure became hazy and unclear, like morning mist. Only a cold and swift blade light, as if piercing through space, silently yet lethally stabbed toward the side of Kokoshibu's neck, mist-breathing seventh form obscuring clouds. The three who had awakened their slayer mark, for the first time, under Jaiomei's protection and the assistance of his transparent prediction, executed a nearly perfect coordination. Seinmi's fierce frontal assault attracted attention, Tenjin's tricky sonic boom slashes disrupted perception, and Muakairo's lethal mist sword struck directly at the vital point. This three-sided pincer attack reached the peak of their combat performance thus far in terms of timing, angle, and power. Even as powerful as Kokoshibu was, deep within his calm, ancient well-like 6 demon eyes, a faint trace of gravity representing acknowledgement flickered for the first time. These juniors seemed a bit more interesting than expected. However, that was all. The strength of upper rank 1 was unfathomable. Facing this storm-like onslaught, Kokoshibu merely retreated half a step, and the evolved, grotesque blade in his hand, Kyokyukinsatsu, was swung in an arc that was profound and unfathomable, seemingly containing the trajectory of the moon's phases. This sword strike was not a simple parry. It was as if he had woven a net of death in front of him, invisible and intangible, yet dense to the point of despair. Moon-breathing 10th form drilling slashes, moon through bamboo leaves. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only a heart-stopping silence. In an instant, countless pale crescent blade winds, finer, sharper, and with more tricky and bizarre trajectories than before, erupted outward from his body like layers upon layers of pale moonlight flowers blooming and withering in an instant, silent yet penetrating everywhere. These blade winds not only cut flesh, but also carried a strange, penetrating power that severed vitality and solidified will, as if even space itself was about to be eroded by this silent moonlight. SHHH. Seinmi's fierce, blood-colored wind-pressure-laden strike, like raging waves hitting an invisible reef, was easily deflected, cut, and eroded by several intersecting thin crescents. He himself was struck by several blade winds that slipped through, and several bloodstains deep enough to see bone instantly burst open on his body. The light of his slayer mark flickered violently, and his breath hitched. Clang's boom. Tenjin's flamboyant, sonic boom-inducing strike was detonated and annihilated prematurely when it touched that patch of spreading pale moonlight. The impact generated by the explosion failed to harm Kokoshibu in the slightest. Instead, it rolled back, striking Tenjin himself. He let out a muffled groan, blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and he stumbled back, his flamboyant slayer mark dimming a few shades. Muakairo's ethereal and lethal mist thrust, which seemed capable of piercing through everything, was precisely intercepted and shattered by two crescents that seemed to have been waiting there, their trajectories accurate to the millimeter. The immense force caused the webbing between his thumb and index finger to split. Blood flowed down the hilt, and his hand holding the blade trembled slightly. One strike, just one seemingly area of effect defensive counterattack, had completely neutralized the joint onslaught of three Hashira with awakened slayer marks, and dealt them heavy injuries. Kokoshibu hadn't even moved his position. Only the demon energy and sword pressure permeating his body became deeper and more terrifying, as if an invisible domain belonging to the moon had unfolded around him, devouring all vitality and hope. He slowly raised his head, his 6 indifferent demon eyes sweeping over the 3 injured and blood-spattered individuals, finally landing on Jaiomai Heimjima, who had remained standing at the very front like a silent mountain, enduring the most aftermath of the attacks, his chains and broad axe covered in fine slash marks, his monk's robe tattered, yet he had not retreated even half a step. Stone Hashira. Kokoshibu spoke for the first time, his voice hoarse and dry, like rusted swords rubbing against each other, yet it carried a majesty and absolute indifference that pierced the soul, thy body, thy will, thy defense. Among humans, thou art truly outstanding. He paused, and the grotesque blade slightly lifted, pointing at Jaiomai. However, that is all. Under my moon, all struggles, all defenses shall eventually return to nothingness and extinction. Before the words faded, his figure flickered slightly, as if merging into the ubiquitous, bleak moonlight of the Infinity Castle. The next moment, like a true phantom, he appeared out of thin air beside Tenjin Yuzui, who had just steadied himself and whose breath had not yet calmed. The grotesque blade Kyokyukinsatsu was silent, without a trace of worldly aura, yet it was faster than the capture of vision, stabbing directly at Tenjin's throat, where his defense was slightly sluggish due to the recent injury. This stab was simple, direct, yet contained the killing intent of returning to basics. It was a perfect combination of speed, strength, and precision. Tenjin, watch out. Jaiomai roared, a trace of shock and anger entering his voice that had always been as steady as a mountain. The heavy chain, like an angry dragon awakened from deep slumber, was whipped out with a shrill sound of breaking air, attempting to intercept that lethal stab. Seinmi Shinazugawa and Muakairo Takido were also wide-eyed with fury. Using every ounce of strength, they had just gathered to rush to the rescue. However, was Kokoshibu's sword so easily intercepted? Moon-breathing fifth form, Moon Spirit Calamitous Eddy. Centered on Kokoshibu's stabbing point, a huge vortex of destruction, composed of countless high-speed rotating pale crescents, suddenly formed. This vortex not only carried terrifying cutting power, but also possessed powerful suction and twisting force. The heavy chain whipped out by Jayome, the wind blades hastily swung by Seinmi, and the mist light desperately slashed out by Muakairo were rolled in, shredded, and annihilated the moment they touched this pale vortex, as if falling into a meat grinder. And Tenjin Yuzui, who was at the very center of the vortex, only had time to cross his dual blades' musical score to protect himself in front, before his whole body was fiercely swallowed by that irresistible suction and ubiquitous cutting force. The flamboyant sound Hashira was blasted away like a kite, with a broken string, blood spraying wildly from his mouth, drawing a tragic and beautiful arc in the air, heavily crashing into and collapsing a thick wooden pillar supporting the platform behind, kicking up a sky full of dust and smoke. He struggled, wanting to get up, but vomited another mouthful of blood. His flamboyant attire was now almost reduced to rags, his exposed skin covered in fine, dense cutting wounds. The most serious were the 2 slash marks deep enough to see bone at the crossed blade defense on his chest, which were almost about to disembowel him. The brilliant slayer mark on his forehead instantly dimmed by more than half. His breath withered to the extreme, and it was clear he had suffered a grievous injury sufficient to render him unable to fight. Tenjin, Seinmi Shinazugawa's eyes were wide with fury, and he roared hoarsely, the wind slayer mark dancing wildly due to extreme anger. Next, Kokoshibu turned around indifferently, as if merely brushing away a fallen leaf. His 6 demon eyes, like the most precise hunter, instantly locked onto Seinmi Shinazugawa, who had revealed an even greater opening due to his desperate rescue attempt and whose emotions were fluctuating violently. He no longer used those wide-ranging, complex trajectory moves, but instead concentrated all his power, killing intent, and technique into a single point at the tip of his sword. Kaiokyukansatsu transformed into a pale, thin line that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye and pure to the extreme, silent, yet as if locking onto all space and time, stabbing straight at Seinmi's heart. This stab, seemingly simple to the extreme, contained the pinnacle of moon-breathing and even Kokoshibu's hundreds of years of swordsmanship cultivation. There was no sound of wind, no light effects, only that point of death, condensed to the extreme, capable of piercing all things and severing vitality. It sealed off all possible evasion angles for Seinmi, faster than the limit of neural response, and ruthless enough to kill with a single blow. Seinmi, dodge. Muakairo Takedo let out a distorted scream, using all his strength to slash out a brilliant yet hasty mist blade in an attempt to interfere. But when that mist light touched the demon energy naturally flowing around Kokoshibu like a moonlight shield, it melted like ice and snow, was easily deflected, and failed to block it in the slightest. Seeing that the fatal pale thread was about to pierce into Seinmi Shinazugawa's chest, the wind Hashira, known for his ferocity, did not even have time to make an effective block. Namo, a Buddhist chant, which seemed to burst forth not from the throat, but from the depths of the earth, from the very core of the soul, sorrowful, heavy, yet resolute enough to sever all confusion, exploded like the tolling of evening drums and morning bells, like a roar before a mountain collapses, instantly drowning out every other sound on the battlefield. Jayomai Heimjima, who had been guarding his companions with an absolute defensive stance and bearing the greatest pressure, moved at this critical moment. He did not go to block the sword thrust at Seinmi. The distance was too great, and Kokoshibu's sword was too fast. There was no time. He made a choice that was even more resolute and shocking. He suddenly took a step forward. That step felt as heavy as 10,000 jun, causing the battered floating platform beneath his feet to shake violently and groan under the unbearable burden. The aura around him, which had originally been as steady as a mountain, suddenly boiled and erupted at this moment. Like a volcano that had been dormant for 10,000 years, it finally revealed its world-destroying power to the heavens and earth. The heavy chain and broad axe in his hands were no longer used for defense or restraint. The thick chain seemed to possess life, emitting a low and angry roar. Accompanied by the twisting force of his hulking physique, it swung the broad axe, which seemed capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, in a posture of self-sacrifice and total commitment. It smashed down with full force toward Kokoshibu's main body, and the trajectory of the sword thrust aimed at Seinmi, without any flashy techniques, driven purely by strength and will. Stone breathing, fourth form, volcanic rock rapid conquest. There were no complex variations, no ingenious angles. Only the most primitive and majestic power, condensed into a terrifying axe shadow capable of shaking the earth and severing rivers. This strike not only condensed Jiaomei's lifelong physical tempering, his breathing style cultivation, and his mountain-like will, but also contained a certain heavy, heart-trembling resolution about to be made. Its ferocity and the concentration of its power even temporarily overwhelmed the cold edge emitted by Kokoshibu's killing blow. It forced him to withdraw his sword to block or dodge. Otherwise, even if he could instantly kill Seinmi, he would inevitably be heavily injured or even killed by this angry strike, which contained all of Jiaomei's essence, energy, and spirit. Clang! A sound of clashing metal, indescribable in words and shrill enough to shatter eardrums, as if two meteorites had collided, exploded, and rang through this corner of the Infinity Castle. A terrifying shockwave spread wildly in a ring, forcefully pushing away the surrounding broken wooden planks, rubble, dust, and even the demon aura and blood mist permeating the air. Muakiro Takedo and Seinmi Shinizugawa, who were closer, were both knocked off balance by this blast of air. Kokoshibu's thrust, which was extremely fast and extremely concentrated, was forcibly interrupted and deflected by this heavy axe descending from the sky. His figure, which had always been calm as an ancient well, finally paused slightly, and his arm holding the sword seemed to tremble ever so slightly. The line of death aimed at Seinmi grazed past the corner of Seinmi's clothes, leaving a bottomless thin mark on the ground behind him. As for Jiaomei Heimjima, he was knocked back 3 steps by the recoil of this head-on collision. With every step back, the hard wooden planks beneath his feet exploded and collapsed. The blood and qi in his chest and abdomen churned like boiling water, and a sweetness rose in his throat. A mouthful of blood surged up, but he forcefully swallowed it back, with only a trace of crimson seeping from his tightly pursed lips. On the chain, which was already covered in slash marks, another deep dent appeared, and the edge of the broad axe even showed slight curling. Seinmi had escaped death, staggering back a few steps. Together with Muakiro, who had also been knocked stumbling by the shockwave, they helped up Tenjin Yuzui, who was critically injured and whose consciousness had begun to blur. The 4 of them barely gathered together again, standing back-to-back facing Kokoshibu, who still stood like a demon god. But at this moment, everyone was injured, their auras waning. Tenjin had almost lost his combat ability, Seinmi and Muakiro were also greatly exhausted, and although Jiaomei seemed to have withstood the blow, his internal organs had actually been shaken. The situation was more critical than before, almost at a desperate impasse. Although Kokoshibu had been forced back by Jiaomei's desperate strike, interrupting his killing blow, his aura remained steady and vast. In fact, because of the recent clash, a hint of inquiry and confirmation flowed from those 6 demon eyes. He looked coldly at the 4 insects before him who were covered in wounds, swaying, yet still refusing to fall, as if inspecting their final tenacity. Jiaomei Heimjima's tightly closed eyes seemed to be able to see the heavy, painful gasps of his companions beside him, to hear their erratic yet unyielding heartbeats, to feel the groan of pain suppressed in Seinmi's throat, to touch the fading of Tenjin's life force, which was as weak as a candle in the wind, and to taste the spine of Muakiro, hidden beneath a resilience that transcended his age, yet still standing tall. He could even more clearly perceive the unfathomable, abyss-like power contained within the existence named Kokoshibu ahead, as well as the increasingly intense killing intent on that cold blade. Terayuki, you once earnestly warned that the power of the Slayer mark is to overdraw the source of life and forcibly open the body's hidden treasures. especially at my age, when blood and chi have passed their peak. Forcing it open might lead to unforeseen consequences, and you urged me to think twice before acting. In Jaume's mind, the serious and sincere, even pleading look in Terayuki's eyes when he shared the intelligence flashed clearly, along with his specific emphasis on the cost of the Slayer mark, especially his dissuasion of the stone Hashira, who had long since exceeded the 25-year-old limit. Terayuki hoped they could survive until dawn. I understand your good intentions, Terayuki. You hoped that we could all live to the end, to see the demons exterminated, to see the day when the sun shines upon all. However, Jaume Heimjima slowly, and with extreme heaviness, raised his head. On his face, which always flowed with turbid tears and was filled with compassion for the world, there now appeared a kind of almost serene resolution after having seen through everything. He looked toward the direction of Kokoshibu, as if looking through the endless darkness and bloody slaughter of the Infinity Castle, looking toward the dawn that was far out of reach, yet which someone had to protect. As the stone Hashira, as the oldest person present, as the one trusted by his companions to entrust their backs to. As a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, as a monk bearing the duty of protection. How could I just watch these young lives, these future hopes and backbones of the Demon Slayer Corps, wither and fall into death before my eyes? How could I, out of greed for a lingering life, shrink back and fail to live up to this trust and reliance? How can the weight of a life be simply measured by the number of years? How can the duty of protection be allowed to shrink or retreat because of personal life or death? I am sorry, Terayuki. I accept your dissuasion and your care, and I am deeply grateful for them. But at this moment, in this place, in this situation, Jaume took a deep, deep breath. That breath was long and heavy, as if it had inhaled all the blood mist permeating the surrounding battlefield, the pain of his companions, the cold killing intent of the enemy, the eerie and somber nature of the Infinity Castle itself, and even his own lifelong cultivation, enlightenment, and compassion for the world's suffering into his lungs, turning them into firewood to ignite the long-dormant fire of life. There was no violent roar like when Seinmi Shinizugawa unlocked it, no flamboyant declaration like when Tenjin Yuzui unlocked it, no silent determination like when Muakiro Takedo unlocked it, and not even the life-and-death realization like when Tanjiro unlocked it. There was only a kind of natural, matter-of-fact calmness, as if everything had fallen into place. It was as if a seed had waited in the soil for countless springs and autumns, just waiting for this spring rain to break through the soil and welcome the sunshine, even if that sunshine would be followed by withering. His body temperature had already reached a critical point from continuously enduring Kokoshibu's terrifying attacks, the burning will to protect his companions, and the recoil from that desperate strike just now. His heartbeat, at the moment of witnessing his companions nearing death and deciding to act as a shield to bear everything, had also broken through the instinctive limit of self-protection of his mortal body, beating violently in a way that was almost burning. And the will to protect, that great compassion and great resolution to sacrifice oneself and enter hell for the sake of those behind him, had long since filled his chest, as firm as a rock. And so, a low, vibrating sound, extremely faint yet seemingly coming from the deepest veins of the earth, from the resonance of ancient rock strata, slowly emanated from within Jaume Heimjima's body, which was like a mountain that had weathered storms yet remained towering and unyielding. Beneath the skin on both sides of his forehead, which was deeply marked by time, wind, frost, suffering, and cultivation, and gullied like the earth, complex and ancient patterns, like awakening ancient spells, slowly emerged, spread, and lit up. They intertwined and coiled, forming an indescribable pattern that was vast, heavy, indestructible, and carried a deep compassion. Rather than saying he had unlocked some power, it was more that a certain power, which had always been sleeping deep within his bloodline and the core of his soul, resonating with the earth and sharing the same source as the belief of protection, had now, because of this unreserved, life-and-death transcending will to protect and the desperate pressure beyond his limits, naturally awakened. The Slayer mark unlocked. An indescribable aura, heavy, condensed, and vast like the pulse of the earth, slowly spread out with Jaume as the center. His already hulking physique seemed to be more closely connected to the earth beneath his feet, even giving people the illusion he was no longer a person, but a living, sentient mountain. He slowly opened those blind eyes that had always been closed and shedding tears. In his eyes, there was no longer a void of darkness, but rather a thick, earthy yellow light flowing, reflecting the cold, moon-like figure of Kokoshibu ahead, and also reflecting everything behind him that he needed to protect. Namu, he chanted in a low voice, his tone deeper than before, yet carrying a power that shook the heart. This body and this heart are both as firm as a rock. All karmic obstacles and all suffering shall be borne by me alone. Chapter 108, The Situation Turns Around. An indescribable, surging aura, heavy as the pulse of the ancient earth and vast as the will of eternal mountains, erupted from Jaume's towering frame, sweeping outward with a roar. What is this? In that instant, Kokoshibu's 6 demon eyes, which had seen life and death for centuries and remained as still as an ancient well, suddenly constricted. He clearly sensed that the stone Hashira before him, who had always stood firm like an unyielding rock, had undergone a fundamental, earth-shattering transformation. He was no longer just a mountain that was hard to shake and required effort to shatter. He seemed to have become a part of the boundless earth itself that bore those mountains. Profound, deep, and all-encompassing, yet containing a terrifying power capable of suppressing everything and bringing all things to silence. Jaume, Seinmi Shinazugawa, Muakairo Takido, and even Tenjin Yuzui, who was heavily wounded and could barely stand, leaning against the ruins, looked on in shock at Jaume, whose aura had suddenly become as unfathomable as an abyss and as reliable as the earth, and at the strange slayer mark on his forehead that radiated an ancient, desolate aura. Jaume did not respond to his companion's exclamations. He slowly raised the battered chain and heavy axe in his hands, which were covered in slash marks. He turned slowly toward Kokoshibu, his face, always tearful and filled with compassion, now wearing a look of calm and resolve, as if he had perceived the causality of all things and accepted the weight of karma. His voice remained deep, like a chant, yet every word contained a strength more firm and unshakable than the collapsing of mountains or the shifting of seas. Muzan Kibitsuji's lackey, upper rank 1. The slaughter you have wrought, the sins you bear, your contempt for life, and your distortion of the way of the sword. I shall, here and now, bear them all and end them. The moment the final word end left his lips, Jaume moved. His movements did not seem swift. They carried the steady composure of a monk walking slowly. But with a single step, the battered floating platform beneath his feet groaned under the unbearable weight, and cracks spread wildly from where he landed. At the same time, his figure seemed to form a mysterious connection with the support beneath him. In a single step, as if shrinking the earth itself, he appeared out of thin air directly in front of Kokoshibu, carrying a terrifying momentum that felt like the sky collapsing and the earth sinking, as if crushed by 10,000 mountains. That heavy axe was no longer just being swung, smashed, or swept. In Jaume's hands, infused with the dark golden light of the Slayer mark, it seemed to transform into a fang extending from the earth, drawing upon the hidden laws of heaviness and suppression. The axe blade sliced through the air, not with a shrill whistle, but with a dull, heart-stopping sound of wind being torn apart. It became a streak of dark golden light, condensed to the extreme as if all the weight of the mountains had been compressed into a single line, and swung down toward Kokoshibu with a majestic will to suppress evil, cleanse sin, and bring all things to silence. Stone-breathing fifth form, arcs of justice modified K-Siddhigarbha's prison. Kokoshibu's 6 demon eyes suddenly flared with a piercing cyan light. An unprecedented sense of crisis, like a cold viper, instantly coiled tightly around his spine. He clearly realized that this strike was completely different from all previous attacks. Arrogant, Kokoshibu let out a hoarse shout, pushing his moon breathing to the absolute limit he could currently command. The evolved, grotesque blade Kyokuken Satsu in his hand vibrated wildly. No longer merely casting crescent moons, It seemed to weave and pull in all the pale moonlight and demonic energy around him in an instant, transforming into a moonlit rainbow, exquisitely beautiful, yet dangerously lethal, to meet the dark golden axe light head-on. He intended to use the cold, sharp, and void nature of the moon to sever the heaviness, suppression, and solidity of the earth. Moon-breathing 16th form, moonbow half-moon. In an instant, the cold, pale moonbow and the heavy, dark golden axe light collided in midair with a boom. However, this time, the situation was completely different. SSSSSSSSS. The earth-shattering explosion that had been expected did not occur immediately. Kokoshibu's exquisitely beautiful moonbow, capable of severing steel, tearing space, and extinguishing life, saw its countless, incomparably sharp crescent blade winds strike the dark golden axe light, only to be scattered, deflected, and dissipated like rain striking a mountain cliff, unable to overcome that incomparably heavy force, which was as solid as the core of the earth. Even the few that pierced the outer layer of the axe light had less than a tenth of their power remaining, unable to cause any substantial damage. Clang! Finally, the blade of the axe and the body of the grotesque sword collided fiercely. The sound that erupted was no longer the crisp ringing of metal on metal, but a terrifying, dull roar, as if two continental plates were colliding and the Earth's molten core was screaming, a sound that shook the very soul. A visible ring-shaped shockwave, mixed with dark gold and pale demonic energy, exploded outward. But this time, the shockwave did not scatter evenly. Instead, it was forcibly guided and suppressed by the will of suppression within Jyaome's axe strike, with the majority of it surging back like a tamed, angry dragon toward Kokoshibu. Urgh! Kokoshibu groaned, his face revealing clear shock and disbelief for the first time. He felt an irresistible, terrifying force, as if the weight of the entire earth were pressing down, surging violently through Kyokukansatsu. Step, 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 step. Under the impact of this irresistible force and intent, even someone as strong as Kokoshibu could not control his body, and was sent sliding backward repeatedly by the blow. Each step plowed two terrifying furrows, several inches deep with crumbling edges, into the incredibly sturdy floating platform beneath his feet. After retreating 7 or 8 steps, he finally managed to steady himself. His right arm, which held the sword, throbbed with clear numbness and sharp pain, and even trembled slightly. His 6 demon eyes stared fixedly at Jyaome, who stood before him like the embodiment of the earth. There was no longer a trace of contempt in his gaze, only extreme gravity, astonishment, and a hint of obscure shame and anger at being forced back by a lower-level life form. The situation had suddenly reversed the moment Jyaome activated his Slayer mark and joined the main frontal assault. Upper rank 1 Kokoshibu, who had held the absolute upper hand, seemed invincible, and had been toying with the Hashira as if they were ants, had fallen into a disadvantage for the first time in a pure, unadorned frontal clash of strength. Jyaome's stone breathing, combined with the power of the Slayer mark, with its heaviness and suppression, seemed to be the perfect counter to Kokoshibu's sharp, varied, yet slightly ethereal and illusory moon breathing. Attack together, don't give this 6-eyed bastard any chance to breathe or regroup. Strike while he's down. Seinmi Shinizugawa was the first to recover from the shock. Despite his heavy injuries and immense exhaustion, witnessing Jyaome display such divine might and force back Kokoshibu with a single blow made his blood rush to his head, and his flagging spirit was instantly revitalized. He roared, disregarding his injuries, and pushed his Slayer mark power and wind breathing to the limit of his remaining stamina. He transformed once again into a violent hurricane, wrapped in blood-colored wind pressure and the cyan light of the Slayer mark, fearlessly lunging at the flank of the still unsteady Kokoshibu. The wind blades whistled, faintly resonating with the heavy, pulsing aura of the earth that Jyaome exuded. The wind borrowed the momentum of the earth, becoming even more ferocious. Mist-breathing 6th form, moonlit mist. Muakairo Takedo did not hesitate for a second. The opportunity Jyaome had created was once in a lifetime. He gathered his remaining strength, pushing his Slayer mark power and the agility of his mist breathing to the limit. His figure blended into the lingering energy waves and dust, becoming a silent yet deadly, hazy mist, stabbing swiftly from another incredibly tricky angle. The exact, tiny blind spot exposed by Kokoshibu while blocking Jaume's heavy blow. His target was the opening exposed at his back from the exertion of his defense. Cough a flashy follow-up strike, can't be without me. Tenjin Yuzui coughed up a mouthful of clotted blood, his face pale as paper, but his heterochromatic eyes burned with an unyielding flame. With astonishing willpower, he forcibly suppressed his heavy injuries, gathering his remaining Slayer mark power and sound breathing into his twin blades, the musical score, causing the blades to emit a mournful, vibrating hum. He did not charge in. Instead, he swung his blades from where he stood, unleashing several slashes that looked weak but followed bizarre, unpredictable trajectories. These radiant strikes, infused with sound waves that disrupted the mind, were like the chaotic, final notes of a swan song, attacking the positions where Kokoshibu might dodge, providing final containment and interference. Kokoshibu's face was dark as water, and his 6 demon eyes were spinning and flickering with unprecedented speed, clearly calculating, analyzing, and responding to this sudden, all-encompassing, and deadly counterattack. Under the terrifying frontal pressure of Jaume's assault, which felt like the sky collapsing and the rules of the world suppressing him, he could no longer respond to everyone's attacks with the same composure as before. He had to divert a massive amount of focus and demonic energy to resist, neutralize, and deflect Jaume's heavy axe strikes, which could descend again at any moment. As for Seinmi's violent flanking attack, Muakairo's lethal backstab, and Tenjin's disruptive sound slashes, while his responses remained exquisite and masterful, he had lost that absolute control and composure, appearing stretched thin and constantly in mortal danger. Chapter 109, Ghost King. Under the profound perspective of the transparent world, which discerns the flow of energy and the intricate trajectories of all things, Kamado Tanjiro's combat style underwent a qualitative leap. He was no longer the boy who rushed and attacked solely on impulse, unleashing the full power of sun breathing. He was now as calm as a frozen lake, yet capable of reflecting the faintest ripples. Akaza's violent, swift, and exquisite destructive kill techniques were decomposed and analyzed within Tanjiro's eyes. He could not only see the path of demonic energy surging through Akaza's limbs and bones, but could also foresee the imperceptible pauses and nodes during the transition of power and the connection of techniques. He no longer wasted a single ounce of strength. Every adjustment of his breathing, every step of his movement, was precise to the millimeter, like dancing on the tip of a blade, yet carried a kind of composure that came from insight and the skill of a master butcher. His Nichiren sword was no longer just a weapon for wielding flames, but had transformed into a golden needle for precise acupoint striking. Every slash cut exactly into the gaps where Akaza's offense was strongest, but hardest to defend, or pierced the fleeting, irrational weaknesses in the flow of his demonic energy and martial arts. Coordinating with Jiu Tomioka and Kyoyujuru Rengoku, who had also unlocked the Slayer mark and reached the peak of their strength, the 3 formed an almost instinctive tacit understanding and an impregnable joint attack. Tanjiro with a Hinakami Kagura, clear blue sky, a thrust that seemed light and elegant but was incredibly tricky in angle and trajectory, precisely pierced the critical moment when Akaza's destructive kill. Leg type. Flowing flashlight was exhausted and new force had not yet emerged. The flames, like bone-eating maggots, instantly disrupted his center of gravity and rhythm. Akaza roared, attempting to forcibly break the situation with the terrifying shockwave of destructive kill. Annihilation type. Jiu Tomioka's figure cut in like flowing water, his blade turning into a tranquil lake. Water breathing, 11th form. Dead calm unfolded silently, containing, dissipating, and diverting the destructive shockwave. Immediately after, the calm was broken and the water turned into raging waves. Water breathing, 8th form. Waterfall basin connected with 6th form. Twisting whirlpool, the endless sword momentum wrapping around Akaza like a vortex, neutralizing his most violent counterattack and dragging him into a quagmire of defense. And Kyoyujuru Rengoku, the man who always burned with flames, seized the fleeting moment of certain death created by Tanjiro and paved by Jiwo. He poured all his spirit, will, slayer mark power, and even his life force into the next strike. Golden red flames soared into the sky, turning him and his Nichiren sword into a flame Hashira piercing heaven and earth, launching a final roar with a scorching will that moved forward unwaveringly and purified all evil. Flame breathing, esoteric art, purgatory. The timing of this strike was perfect. It was exactly the moment when, from the perspective of Tanjiro's transparent world, he captured that after continuous strikes, Akaza's demonic energy was briefly gathered at his core to unleash a more powerful technique, causing the surface defense to appear extremely weak, and it was also the moment his fighting will wavered slightly due to frustration. The scorching flame blade slashed without resistance into the neck, which was relatively fragile due to the internal concentration of demonic energy. The blade light flashed. Time seemed to be infinitely stretched and frozen at this moment. The fanatical fighting spirit and ferocious expression on Akaza's face instantly froze, then transformed into a trace of extreme astonishment, bewilderment, and some deeper, indescribable emotion. The pinnacle of martial arts he had pursued for hundreds of years, the obsession he had clung to for becoming stronger, seemed so illusory under this blade. His neck bone, which he was proud of and which exceeded human limits, was cleanly severed by the Nichiren sword burning with scorching will and slayer mark power, like a hot knife through butter. The head flew high. However, a strange and terrifying scene occurred. Akaza's body, which had lost its head, did not begin to collapse and dissipate like an ordinary demon. At the severed neck, flesh squirmed and proliferated wildly like boiling asphalt. Countless granulation buds and blood vessels twisted and reached out, actually attempting to recondense a head at an astonishing speed. The tenacious vitality and regenerative ability of an Upper Moon 3 were displayed vividly at this moment. Don't think about regenerating. Tanjiro's pupils shrank, and he shouted sternly. The perspective of the transparent world let him see the shocking scene of demonic energy frantically gathering at the severed neck. I will never let you succeed. Kyujiro Rengoku's golden eyes widened, and without hesitation, he turned and slashed again. The flame blade slashed fiercely onto Akaza's body, which was attempting to regenerate, erupting with a sizzling sound. Jiwu Tomioka said nothing, but his actions were faster. The blade light like flowing water turned into the coldest killing intent. Water breathing, second form. Water wheel and seventh form. Piercing rain drop followed one after another, precisely slashing at the joints of the limbs and the gathering points of the demonic energy core, preventing it from making effective resistance or concentrating power to regenerate. 3 Hashira-level combatants who had unlocked the Slayer mark began to besiege a demon body that had lost its head. And although its vitality was tenacious, its consciousness and perception were severely damaged, and its combat power was less than 1/10. The situation turned into a one-sided destruction. The explosion of flame breathing, the continuity of water breathing, the purification of sun breathing. Powerful attacks destroyed, tore, and burned Akaza's torso mercilessly like a storm. Having lost the command of its head, this powerful demon body could only struggle by instinct, but under the tacit and efficient siege of the 3, any resistance seemed futile. Flesh withered in the flames, peeled off in the flowing water, and turned into fly ash under the Nichiren sword. Finally, with a waltz flash, Tanjiro's final, full-power strike, shattering the last core of the remains and igniting a raging fire of purification. Akaza's powerful body, which had dominated for hundreds of years, finally stopped squirming amidst the sky-high flames and blue smoke, rapidly disintegrating and dissipating, leaving not even a trace. Only that head, which rolled to the ground and had not yet completely dissipated, had its last expression frozen in a complex bewilderment. Deep in the pupils, it seemed to reflect the distant, blurry light and shadow of the human era, and finally, it also turned into nothingness. In the center of the battlefield, only 3 panting, scarred figures remained, along with the scorching and purified air lingering in the air. One, Tanjiro could no longer hold on, kneeling on one knee, barely supporting his body with his Nichiren sword. gasping for breath, sweat and blood mixed together, dripping from his chin. The flame-like slayer mark on his forehead faded rapidly, along with the mysterious and all-knowing perception of the transparent world, which receded like a tide. What remained was an endless exhaustion, as if he had been hollowed out, and in the depths of his soul, a brand new realization about combat, breathing styles, life, and obsession. Well done, Tanjiro. Kyojuro Rengoku walked over, dragging his equally scarred body, and patted Tanjiro's shoulder heavily. Although his own breath was unstable, his iconic golden red eyes burned with unmasked relief, appreciation, and pride. Your growth is amazing. You are worthy of being the boy who inherited the sun breathing. Jiu Tomioka silently sheathed his sword and walked over. His face, which usually had no expression, was still calm, but the look in his eyes towards Tanjiro clearly revealed deep recognition and a trace of relief. He nodded slightly, everything understood without words. As for Terayuki and his group, after confirming that Dauma had completely dissipated and quickly treating the most urgent wounds, they dared not delay at all. They immediately identified the direction and prepared to gallop towards the most intense energy fluctuations sensed earlier, likely the battlefield of Upper Moon 1 or Upper Moon 3, to reinforce their companions. However, the space of the Infinity Castle was treacherous and unpredictable, not following common sense. Just as they passed through a maze-like ruin corridor destroyed by the previous battle and stepped into a relatively intact but unusually wide and exceptionally dim corridor, an unexpected yet ultimate goal appeared in front of them in an abrupt yet fated way. At the end of the corridor, with his back to them, stood a figure. The man was shirtless, revealing perfect marble-like muscle lines. His skin was bloodless and pale, seemingly glowing faintly in the dim light. His long black hair hung down like a waterfall. Just from his back, he exuded a sense of evil and oppression that was above all things, cold, ancient, and pure to the extreme. Just standing there, the surrounding air seemed to solidify and freeze, and even the strange fluctuations of the Infinity Castle itself seemed to be suppressed and tamed by his presence. It was Muzan Kibetsuji. The thousand-year demon king, the root of all disaster, had actually appeared here in such an ordinary, yet suffocating posture. Back away, be alert. Terayuki's heart skipped a beat. Almost instinctively, he lowered his voice, shifted half a step sideways, and blocked Kachu Shinobu, who was severely injured, behind him in a posture that was imperceptible but absolutely firm. His gaze locked onto Muzan's seemingly unguarded back, and his brain entered a state of extreme calmness, yet running wildly like an overloaded engine in an instant. Muzan, perfect form, shouldn't he be fully decomposing the demon-eroding golden liquid and Tamyo's medicine? How could he appear here? Is it a trap, or has he already? Damn it, our current state. Shinobu is severely injured, lost too much blood, and the Slayer Mark consumption is huge. My own power of light is nearly half consumed, and the Slayer Mark is not at its peak. Kanao and Inasuke are equally exhausted and injured. Facing a demon king who has likely gotten rid of or suppressed most of the toxins and is in a full combat state. Confronting him head-on is no different from throwing an egg against a rock. There is no chance of survival. Must delay, must look for an opportunity, or wait for a variable. Cold sweat instantly soaked Terayuki's back, but his hand holding the sword was as steady as a rock. As if sensing the subtle movement behind him, Muzan turned around slowly, in an absolutely calm posture. He still had that pale, handsome appearance, no different from a young human aristocrat, even with a sickly beauty. But in those plum-red eyes, like the finest gemstones but lifeless, was an extreme coldness and indifference that regarded all living beings as grass and ants. His gaze first fell on Terayuki, especially lingering for a slightly longer moment on the golden sun slayer mark on his forehead, which was dim but still existed, and the light sword at his waist that seemed to sense its master's intent and was slightly flowing with restrained golden light. Then the corners of his mouth curled up, extremely slowly, into an arc of mockery that was devoid of temperature and full of condescension. Light Hashira, Haitru Terayuki. Muzan spoke, his voice like cold jade knocking against each other, pleasant, but with a chill that penetrated the soul and bones. Every syllable seemed to carry an invisible weight, pressing on the hearts of the four people, scuttling around in my castle like a rat in the gutter, relying on some luck and some unspeakable petty cleverness to solve a few. Useless old toys. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping across Kachu Shinobu, who was standing behind Terayuki with a pale face, enduring the pain and the aftereffects of the ice poison, but still straightening her spine. He paused on the light purple butterfly-shaped slayer mark on the side of her neck, his mockery deepening, his tone carrying a kind of pity and contempt for short-lived mayflies. And this little poisonous insect actually lit up this short-lived mark that overdraws life and burns out. Truly, pathetic and ridiculous. He took a step forward, his movements as elegant as going to a banquet, but this ordinary step seemed to affect the space of the entire corridor. A terrifying oppressive feeling, like the water pressure at the bottom of a deep sea, crushed down, making Kanao and Inazuk instantly turn pale, having difficulty breathing, and even Terayuki and Shinobu felt their bodies sink. That little trap you carefully laid, those poisons mixed with your disgusting light blood. Muzin raised one of his pale, perfect hands, his 5 fingers gently stretching and rubbing in front of his eyes, as if savoring some insignificant touch, his tone as flat as stating a fact. Indeed, it made me slightly surprised. And it also brought a little, insignificant feeling that can be called trouble. He put down his hand, and his plum-red eyes looked at Terayuki again, the gaze seeming to penetrate skin and flesh, looking directly into the soul. But that is all. Look, even the power that could once hurt my body is nothing but a skin disease in the face of absolute life levels and absolute power gaps. My regeneration, my evolution, has long surpassed the poor imagination of you ants. All your struggles, all your self-righteous planning, in my eyes, are nothing but a slightly noisy, clumsy drama that can be used for a moment of amusement. He focused his gaze on Terayuki again, his plum-red pupils shrinking slightly, and what flickered inside was no longer pure killing intent, but a playfulness with a cruel desire to explore, like a cat catching a mouse. You seem very good at hiding like a mouse, and also very good at using some special methods to sniff out and find my incompetent subordinates. His voice suddenly turned cold, like a polar wind. However, in the face of absolute power, all petty cleverness, all tricks are meaningless. Now, this boring drama should come to an end. Muzin raised his chin slightly in an absolute posture of looking down, and issued the final, unquestionable choice to Terayuki and everyone behind him. Hi, true Terayuki, will you kneel down yourself like a dog and beg me to grant you a less painful, less ugly ending? Or will you let me personally crush your light that displeases me, along with these ridiculous companions of yours, inch by inch, bit by bit, until it is completely extinguished, crushed, and turned into nothingness? Chapter 110, Reinforcements have arrived. Facing Muzin's overwhelming, terrifying pressure that seemed to freeze even the soul, and this death declaration that was as blunt as it was cruel, Terayuki's heart felt as if it had sunk to the bottom of the deepest, coldest abyss. The disparity in strength was utterly despairing. Yet no trace of fear appeared on his face. In fact, deep within his golden pupils, a cold yet blazing flame ignited. He knew that at this moment, any sign of cowardice, hesitation, or despair would act as a catalyst for his accelerated death. He had to stall. He had to use every possible means to wait for the other battlefields to be decided, to wait for the 1 in 10,000 chance of a turning point. At the same time, he had to do his best to provoke him, to disturb him, to fight for that slim chance of survival for the companions behind him. Kneel, Terayuki suddenly scoffed. The sound was exceptionally clear in the deathly silent corridor, carrying a hint of undisguised mockery. Under Muzin's cold gaze, he even released his hand from the hilt of his light sword, folded his arms instead, tilted his head slightly, and struck a pose identical to Muzin's, full of mockery and scrutiny, meeting those plum-red demon eyes without a shred of fear. Muzin Kibutsuji, Terayuki began, his pace unhurried, each word crystal clear like ice beads hitting a jade plate. Have you been hiding in the darkness like a rat for so long that you can't stand the light, and your brain has rotted, become magatridden, and stopped working, just like that moldy, foul-smelling demon blood of yours? He paused deliberately, as if giving the other party time to digest the insult, his golden eyes flashing with needle-sharp light. Your regeneration ability is very impressive enough that. Back then, you were easily sliced into over 1,800 pieces like sashimi by Lord Yoriichi Tsujikuni, yet you were still able to scurry away in a panic like the lowliest C***H, blowing yourself up to escape. And then, like a vermin in a gutter, you hid and trembled for hundreds of years, not even daring to show your face. Terayuki's voice suddenly rose, carrying a mockery that pierced through history. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Even today, when you hear the name Yoriichi Tsujikuni, do you still have nightmares? Do you still tremble uncontrollably? Lord Muzan Kibitsuji. You, the condescending, icy calm that Muzan had maintained in his eyes was suddenly torn apart. Within his plum-red pupils, violent rage and cold killing intent erupted like a tsunami. His most unbearable, shameful, and fearful scar was being bloodily torn open and trampled upon by this ant before him, using such contemptuous, such vicious language. The surrounding air instantly dropped to freezing point, and the tangible killing intent almost sliced through space itself. However, Terayuki acted as if he didn't see the impending eruption of rage, or rather, this was exactly what he wanted. Not only did he not retreat, he stepped forward another small half-step. The Slayer mark on his forehead seemed to sense its master's resolute will, lighting up once again with a dim, yet incredibly firm golden glow. Did I hit a sore spot? Embarrassed into anger? Terayuki's speaking speed increased, but remained clear, bombarding Muzan like a volley of cannon fire. Your infinity castle is not bad, like a slightly larger, carefully decorated gutter rat hole. But since you've dragged us rats into your rat hole, aren't you afraid that we rats might tear your rat king's precious nest to shreds from the inside? He counted on his fingers, his tone as relaxed as if he were chatting about daily life. Those upper moon toys of yours don't seem to be of very good quality, Lord Kibitsuji. Upper Moon 6 is gone. Upper Moon 3 just perished, still fresh. Upper Moon 2, Dauma? Heh, by now he's probably turned into ice shards and swept into the dustbin of history. He see **D his head to listen. From the depths of the Infinity Castle, faint energy fluctuations could be felt, more intense, yet seemingly favorable to the Demon Slayer core side. The mockery at the corners of his mouth deepened. Oh, right, listening to this commotion. That remaining precious upper moon one of yours, Lord Kokoshibu, seems to be in a bad situation too. As a father, your parenting doesn't seem very good, does it? The children you raised are getting more and more useless. Shut up, Muzan's patience finally reached its limit. Or rather, Terayuki's words were like the sharpest poisonous thorns, piercing precisely and mercilessly through all his arrogant disguises, stabbing into the core of his deepest fear, shame, and anger. The icy calm that he had deliberately maintained, belonging to a king, shattered completely. In his plum-red eyes, violent rage and pure killing intent erupted like an out-of-control volcano. The demonic energy around him boiled over, transforming into a tangible black-red storm that swept through the entire corridor. The floor, walls, and ceiling groaned and cracked under the unbearable weight of his furious aura. Vile ant, I will tear you to pieces and bind your soul to purgatory forever. Muzan's voice was distorted and shrill from extreme rage. He suddenly raised his right hand, and his 5 fingers surged, twisted, and mutated, transforming into 5 terrifying whip tentacles with sharp tips, covered in hideous black-red keratin and wreathed in destructive energy. The whip tentacles hadn't even moved, yet the faint hum produced by their tips tearing through the air made one's scalp tingle, as if even space itself could be easily pierced and torn apart by them. Did I guess right? Did I hit a nerve? Terayuki was not only unafraid, he stepped forward another half-step, almost colliding head-on with Muzan's furious pressure. The golden light around him, though dim, was as solid as steel, firmly protecting the area behind him. He even wore a smile that could be called radiant, mixed with endless mockery and determination. Don't you like watching plays? High and mighty, playing with people's hearts, treating us like actors. The show has only just begun, Muzan. Do you think that by locking us in your rat hole, you can catch us like turtles in a jar? Perhaps. It is we who have invited you into the trap, to shut the door and beat the dog. Behind him, Kachu Shinobu, enduring the intense pain from the wound on her left shoulder, exacerbated by Muzan's pressure, and suppressing the instinctive trembling and fear from her soul when facing this 1,000-year-old demon king, gritted her teeth, stepped forward, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Terayuki. Her purple eyes burned with a cold, bone-chilling hatred that had accumulated over countless days and nights. She stared fixedly at the enraged Musen, her voice trembling slightly due to her injuries and emotions, yet it was clear, firm, and every word dripped with blood. My sister's revenge? Canny sister's blood debt. The vengeful souls of countless people you have devoured and harmed. Musen Kibitsuji, you cannot escape. Not in heaven or on earth can you repay this monstrous sin. Kanot Tsuyuri and Inasu Kashibira, despite their bodies trembling uncontrollably under the terrifying, heaven-like aura of Musen's full outburst, with pale faces and cold sweat pouring down like rain, did not loosen their grip on their swords even a fraction, their knuckles turning white. The two also struggled to move their feet, standing behind and to the side of Terayuki and Shinobu. Although their eyes held fear of absolute power, there was even more determination to never retreat and to live and die together. Musen looked at the four battered, weak-breathed humans before him, who appeared as fragile as a candle in the wind in his eyes. He looked at their stubborn, straight spines and listened to their treasonous, heart-stabbing mockery and accusations. The violent rage on his face, instead, slowly and extremely eerily, receded and calmed down. But that was not peace. It was the deepest, most terrifying silence before the storm. The expression on his face returned to that ripple-less, absolute coldness. Only, deep within those plum-red eyes, the surging killing intent and desire for destruction were even more condensed, more pure, and more chilling than the rage he had displayed before. Sharp-tongued, Musen's voice returned to that pleasant sound, like jade striking jade, yet it was so cold it seemed to freeze time. Every word was like a death sentence, since you are so eager to seek death. He slowly raised his right hand, which had mutated into terrifying whip tentacles. The 5 whip tentacles, with tips glowing in an ominous black-red light, rose and opened like living vipers, locking onto Terayuki directly in front. At the tips of the whip tentacles, destructive energy was highly compressed and concentrated, and the surrounding air twisted and collapsed due to their presence, emitting a low and dangerous hum. Then I shall fulfill your wish. Musen's lips curled once more into that temperatureless arc, his gaze as if he were looking at 4 insects about to be crushed. Starting with you, this most displeasing, illusory light of yours. The moment his voice fell, swish, 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 5 black-red whip tentacles shot out. They did not move in a straight line, but with eerie arcs and tricky angles, sealing off all possible space for Terayuki to dodge. They also contained the terrifying power of piercing, tearing, corroding, and annihilating, aiming straight for Terayuki's vital points. Wherever they passed, even space itself was left with faint black burn marks. A kill shot. There was no avoiding it. Terayuki's pupils constricted, his heart almost stopped beating. However, at this critical moment, with the shadow of death already touching his brow, sun-breathing, 2nd form, clear blue sky. Flame-breathing, 4th form, blooming flame undulation. Water-breathing, 10th form, constant flux. 3 distinct yet equally sharp and peerless strikes, carrying the aura of slayer marks and fierce battle intent, like thunder and raging waves tearing through the darkness, burst in from the gap in the destroyed wall on the side of the corridor. A scorching, brilliant, and mysteriously traced fire-red arc arrived first, precisely slashing diagonally at the sides of the 2 whip tentacles aimed at Terayuki's head and heart, attempting to deflect them. A golden-red, violent spiral pillar of fire, like the roar of a flamed dragon, carrying the will to burn everything, slammed fiercely into the other 2 whip tentacles aimed at Terayuki's chest and abdomen. A continuous blade of water, murmuring like a flowing stream yet suddenly erupting with power, like a river surging backward, coiled around the last, most tricky whip tentacle aimed at Terayuki's lower body. Boom, 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 clang, hiss. The sound of violent energy collision, explosion, and annihilation instantly engulfed the corridor. Flames, water vapor, and black-red demonic energy collided and strangled each other frantically. The bright light and shockwave of the explosion further devastated the already dilapidated corridor. Amidst the smoke and energy turbulence, 3 figures stood like rocks, blocking the path between the 4 of them and the enraged Musen. It was Kamado Tanjiro, Kyojuro Rengoku, and Jiyu Tomioka. All 3 were covered in blood and breathing unevenly, clearly having just gone through a fierce battle. The flame slayer mark on Tanjiro's forehead had not yet completely faded, and the slayer marks on Rengoku and Jiyu were still shining. Yet, their eyes were like unsheathed blades, locked firmly onto the 1,000-year-old demon king ahead who was emitting monstrous demonic energy. Tanjiro, Rengoku-san, Jiyu-san, Kanao exclaimed in surprise. Inosuke also spat out a mouthful of blood. Finally, some people who can actually fight showed up. Kachu Shinobu's tightly strung nerves relaxed slightly, a trace of relief flashing in her purple eyes, but it was immediately replaced by a deeper gravity. Muzan was still here. Teruyuki looked at the backs of the three people before him, especially Tanjiro's back, which carried a trace of transparent aura amidst his steadiness. His nerves, which had been stretched to the limit, finally relaxed uncontrollably. A complex emotion, mixed with relief, lingering fear, and strong battle intent, welled up in his heart, making him unable to help but let out a long, relieved sigh. Finally, they made it. Reinforcements have arrived. Chapter 111, Execution. The arrival of the stone Hashira, Gyomai Haimjima, completely shifted the tide of battle against Upper Moon 1. When he glared with wide eyes, the dark golden slayer mark, originating from the same source as stone breathing and resembling a crack in the earth, appeared on his forehead. And as he swung his immensely heavy flail and axe with the force to cleave mountains, the very weight of the entire battlefield seemed to bear down upon Kokoshibu. Kokoshibu was forced to devote more than half of his energy to countering Gyomei's unavoidable, head-on assault that felt like the earth itself was collapsing. His moon breathing remained fierce, its pale crescents tearing through space, but when faced with Gyomei's stone-breathing defense and counterattacks, infused with the power of the Slayer mark, its typically unstoppable piercing power and destructive force were significantly weakened and stalled. For Seinmi Shinizugawa and Tenjin Uzui, this terrifying pressure was the perfect opportunity. Although both were covered in wounds and their breathing was unstable, under the forced activation of the Slayer mark and the immense pressure created by Gyomei, they unleashed combat power that surpassed their limits. Seinmi Shinizugawa was like a true beast, battered yet frenzied, each form of his wind-breathing imbued with desperate ferocity, yet he was not acting blindly. His attacks were like the most cunning viper, specifically striking the fleeting, subtle openings and weak points that inevitably appeared in Kokoshibu's defense while he dealt with Gyomei's heavy blows, pushing the sharpness of wind breathing to its absolute limit. Tenjin Uzui was like a flamboyant Grim Reaper dancing on the edge of a blade, his sound breathing becoming even more unpredictable in his hands as explosive fire, disruptive sound waves, and tricky slashes combined perfectly, constantly interfering with, stalling, and misguiding Kokoshibu's perception and rhythm, preventing him from fully focusing on countering Gyomei's suppression. As for Muakairo Takedo, the youngest Hashira, under the dual enhancement of mist breathing and the Slayer mark, his figure became increasingly ethereal and elusive, as if he had merged with the smoke, energy shockwaves, and even the light permeating the air. He no longer sought head-on clashes, instead becoming the deadliest of assassins, lurking patiently and pouring all his attention and intuition into capturing that single, most exquisite and lethal strike. He always appeared in the most unexpected positions, stabbing with a strike that was as elusive and untraceable as an antelope hanging by its horns, finding the tiny, imperceptible gaps that existed when Gyomei shook Kokoshibu's stance, Seinmi and Tenjin disrupted his focus, or when Kokoshibu transitioned between his powerful techniques. The four of them were working together with increasing synergy. Gyomei was like an unshakable mountain and heavy hammer, bearing the brunt of the pressure head-on and forcibly pinning Kokoshibu. Seinmi and Tenjin were like the most violent anvils on either side, constantly striking, disrupting, and weakening him, while Muakairo was like a lethal poison needle hidden in the clouds, waiting for the chance to deliver the killing blow. Moon breathing, 14th form, Catastrophe Tenman Crescent Moon. Unable to break through after a prolonged assault, and even finding himself faintly suppressed, a flicker of impatience and anger finally flashed in Kokoshibu's 6 demon eyes. He let out a low roar, pushing his demonic power to a new height, and as his warped blade Kaiokyukansatsu danced wildly, countless giant crescents, each several meters in diameter, pale as bone, and edged with tiny crescent blades, exploded outward from him in all directions like a destructive pale tide. Each crescent contained the terrifying power to sever metal and stone and tear through space. They were so dense that they almost enveloped and swallowed the entire battlefield, aiming to completely submerge and shred the four attackers. Stone-breathing fifth form, Arcs of Justice technique. Faced with this destructive, omnidirectional attack, Gyomai Heimjima roared like thunder, pouring all the power of his slayer mark, the essence of stone breathing, and his heavy will, compassionate yet sworn to suppress all evil, without reservation into the axe and flail in his hands. The dark golden light was brighter than ever before. He no longer just swung, but smashed his weapons into the ground, or swung them in a perfect, flawless arc. It was not a simple defense, but an attack against an attack, suppression against tearing. The incredibly heavy dark golden axe light and the phantom of the chains were not sharp, but they carried the absolute power of mass and will, like the earth itself rising and closing in, meeting the sky full of pale crescents head-on. Booms, booms, boom, boom, boom. Dark gold and pale white collided, annihilated, and exploded madly. The shockwave was like a tangible tsunami, flattening, shattering, and reconstructing the already dilapidated structure of the Infinity Castle once more. Smoke and dust shot into the sky, energy turbulence raged, and vision and perception became blurred and dangerous in that moment. Now, Seinmi Shinizugawa and Tenjin Yuzui understood Gyomei's intention almost the exact moment he made his move. A flash of ruthless determination crossed their eyes. They did not dodge or avoid, but instead actively rushed into the aftermath of the crescents that had been weakened and shattered by Gyomei. Risking their bodies being cut open by new wounds from the sharp blade winds, blood splattering, they were determined to seize this unique and fleeting gap. When the energy collision was most intense, space was most chaotic, and Kokoshibu's technique was spent, transitioning between old and new power, to force their way in from both sides like two arrows surging against the current. Wind-breathing, seventh form, gale sudden gusts, divine speed. Seinmi transformed into an ultimate afterimage shrouded in bloody wind pressure and green light. His speed so fast it seemed to tear through the air, piercing straight at the left side of Kokoshibu's ribs, which were slightly exposed from executing Tenman Crescent Moon. Sound-breathing, fourth form, constant resounding slashes, final scene. Tenjin's twin blades, the musical score, crossed, and the micro-explosives preset on the blades were triggered simultaneously by his demonic power. This was not for killing, but to create intense flashes and roars that obscured vision and disrupted perception. His true killing blow was hidden behind the explosive light and sound waves. A silent, incredibly tricky cross-slash, aiming straight for Kokoshibu's right arm joint and waist. Pache, pache. These two calculated attacks, traded for at the cost of their own injuries, finally succeeded in this fleeting moment. They broke through Kokoshibu's defense, which had been shaken head-on by Gyomei, constantly harassed by Muakairo, and disrupted by Tenjin's explosions, and slashed fiercely into his arms and torso. Blood and demonic energy splattered simultaneously. Although not a decapitating blow, this sudden, grievous injury was enough to cause Kokoshibu's precise and powerful sword stance to suffer an unavoidable moment of stagnation and imbalance. And for Muakairo Takedo, who had long since raised all his focus and perception to the limit, this moment of stagnation was as long as eternity and clearly visible. Mist-breathing, seventh form, obscuring clouds' final scene moonless. The boy's cold, clear voice seemed to come from the deepest part of the clouds, barely audible. His figure vanished completely at this moment. It was not due to excessive speed, but because he had truly merged into the distorted light and shadow, the pervasive smoke, the chaotic energy flows, and even the movement of the air itself, all caused by the violent explosion. The ultimate technique of mist breathing had reached an unprecedented realm after he awakened the Slayer mark and survived the life-or-death battle. A cyan thread, so faint it barely existed, and so fast it seemed to transcend the concept of time, flowed gently and naturally along the fault and gap in the flow of demonic energy at Kokoshibu's neck. a gap finer than a strand of hair, exposed because he had been blocking Jiaomei, struck by Sanmi and Tenjin, and his demonic energy was fluctuating violently. There was no earth-shattering collision, no roar of energy explosion. There was only a SHH sound, so slight it was almost drowned out by the aftermath of the energy waves, like silk being cut. Kokoshibu's movements, as he danced wildly with the Kyokuken-satsu and tried to regain his stance, suddenly froze in midair. His 6 demon eyes, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, and seemed to have seen through centuries, reflected shock and a trace of disbelief for the first time, as well as some deeper, more distant trance that spanned long eras. It was as if, through this slashing blade, he had seen a figure buried deep in his heart, one he dared not touch. The next moment, his hideous head, covered in 6 demon eyes and with curved demon horns on his forehead, slowly separated from his neck and flew upward. From the neck cavity, no blood gushed out. Instead, thick, pale demonic energy, like tangible moonlight, surged out and quickly dissipated and annihilated in the air. Yori, ik. As the head flew through the air, the lips moved imperceptibly, as if exhausting the last remnants of this body and soul to utter a whisper that spanned 400 years, one that no one could hear clearly. Immediately, the head and the tall body, which had lost its head but still maintained the posture of holding the sword, began to disintegrate together. There was no flying flesh and blood. Instead, they turned into countless pale, glowing specks like fireflies under the moon, drifting and scattering slowly under the dim light of the Infinity Castle, finally returning to nothingness. Only the warped demon blade Kyokuken-satsu was left, clattering to the ground before quickly turning into ash as well. Upper Moon 1, Michikatsu Tsujakuni, who became the demon Kokoshibu, has been defeated here. Cough. Jiaomei could no longer hold on. He fell heavily onto one knee, using the heavy axe to support his tottering body, breathing heavily, each breath seemingly pulling at the bones throughout his body that were on the verge of shattering. The slayer mark on his forehead flickered violently a few times before rapidly dimming and fading, followed by a wave of intense emptiness and extreme exhaustion, originating from the source of his life, sweeping through his entire body. Stone breathing was already incredibly taxing, and opening the slayer mark to clash head-on with Kokoshibu had drained his potential. Sanmi Shinizugawa and Tenjin Yuzui were also nearly at their limits. The two of them leaned back to back to barely keep from falling, their bodies covered in wounds deep enough to see bone, blood almost staining their tattered uniforms red. Their slayer marks were also rapidly fading, and the aftereffects of forcing them were beginning to show. Their vision was blacking out in waves, and their strength was vanishing like a receding tide. Muakairo Takedo stood quietly in place, watching the spot where Kokoshibu had dissipated and the glowing specks were drifting. In those eyes, which always seemed somewhat indifferent, the fading pale fluorescence was reflected, his expression complex and unreadable. He slowly sheathed his sword, his movement steady, but his slightly trembling fingers betrayed the turmoil within his heart. In the distance, a demonic aura, familiar yet so terrifying that it made the soul tremble, erupted without reservation, like a sleeping volcano suddenly erupting or the deepest abyss of darkness opening its maw. It was Muzan. Muzan, it's that guy. Sanmi Shinizugawa turned his head abruptly, his bloodshot eyes staring fixedly in the direction the demonic aura came from, instantly understanding that the danger of the battle over there far exceeded the life-or-death struggle they had just finished. Go, we must go support them immediately. That is the true decisive battle. Tenjin Yuzui coughed up a mouthful of stagnant blood and growled without hesitation. Although his body felt like it was falling apart, his eyes were as sharp as blades. They had just exhausted all their strength to defeat Upper Moon 1, but the true Demon King was still rampaging, and their companions were struggling on the edge of life and death. There was no time to rest. Jiaomei Heimjima used up his remaining strength, supporting himself with the axe, and slowly stood up. On his scarred, compassionate face, sweat and blood mixed and streamed down, but in those eyes burned a flame of determination, resolute and unyielding, that was completely different from his exhaustion. He glanced at the place where Kokoshibu had dissipated, then looked toward the direction of Musen's aura and spat out only a single word, yet it was as heavy as 1,000 jun. Moved. Without the slightest hesitation, without a moment's rest. Chapter 112, The Great Battle. Breath of Love, second form, Love Pangs, Anguished Agony. Serpent Breathing, first form, Winding Serpent Slash. Two sharp, resolute whistling sounds pierced the air, accompanied by one pink and one dark green figure. Like thunder tearing through the veil of despair, they burst forth from a crack in a wall that had suddenly flipped open due to the structural shifts of the Infinity Castle. It was Mitsuri Kanroji and Aguro Obanai, who had broken free from Nakheim's spatial entanglement, followed the most intense battle fluctuations and the information desperately transmitted by the Kasugai Crow, and fought their way through blood to arrive in time. Mitsuri Kanroji's cherry-pink hair danced like flames as she moved at high speed, her emerald eyes burning with fervent emotion and a death-defying will to fight. The specially crafted, whip-like soft blade in her hand, driven by her astonishing wrist strength and breath of love, erupted with power far beyond the ordinary. It whipped up a pink, blazing, vortex-like gale of blades that coiled and strangled, carrying a strong desire to protect, as she slashed fiercely at Musen Kibitsuji's waist, attempting to cut him in half. Aguro Obanai struck suddenly like a long-lurking viper, his movements agile and elusive. The Nichiren sword in his hand, Kaburamaru, slightly curved like a snake's body, was driven by serpent breathing to trace a treacherous, cold, and incredibly tricky dark green trajectory. Silent yet carrying lethal precision, it thrust directly at the vital point on the back of Musen Kibitsuji's unguarded neck. In his heterochromatic eyes, there was only cold killing intent, and Kaburamaru was coiled around his neck, its snake eyes fixed on the target. However, the one they were facing was Musen Kibitsuji. Musen Kibitsuji's plum-red eyes did not even fully turn to the side. Only the corner of his eye swept slightly over these two sudden attacks. The impatient mockery on his face did not change in the slightest, as if he were merely looking at two moths flying into a flame. More ignorant insects, two more. The moment the cold words rang out, a whip-like tube lashed out like a scorpion's tail, precisely striking the core node where the power of Mitsuri Kanroji's pink vortex of blade wind was circulating. Another lashed out like a lurking viper raising its head, striking at an angle that defied the laws of physics, moving faster than the eye could follow to tap directly onto the tip of Aguro Obanai's snake-like blade as it thrust toward the back of his neck. Clang! Hiss! An explosive roar and a piercing screech of friction rang out almost simultaneously. Mitsuri Kanroji felt an unimaginably terrifying force surge from her soft blade. That pink vortex of blade wind, capable of shredding steel, was forcefully shattered by that seemingly casual whip strike. The immense recoil caused the webbing of her hand to split, her arms went numb, and she nearly lost her grip on her soft blade. With a cry of surprise, she was sent flying backward, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Aguro Obanai felt that his strike, which had gathered all his energy and spirit like a viper's strike, had seemingly pierced a piece of 10,000-year-old black ice that was incredibly smooth, hard, and possessed a bizarre elasticity. Not only could he not advance an inch, but the recoil force from the tip of the blade carried a cold, corrosive demonic aura that surged up his arm along the blade, instantly paralyzing his entire right arm. The dark green blade light dissipated, and he was sent staggering backward, his heterochromatic eyes filled with shock. Their attacks hadn't even made Musen Kibitsuji move a single step, let alone cause any substantial obstruction or damage. Stalling tactics, a war of attrition, calling for reinforcements. Musen Kibitsuji shook his head lightly, as if he had seen an extremely boring trick. In the face of absolute power, piling up numbers is meaningless. It will only make this hunt noisier. The demonic aura around him surged again. The speed of the 5 whip-like tubes dancing in the air suddenly increased, leaving behind streaks of black and red afterimages, and the aura of destruction they emitted was even more intense than before. Musen Kibitsuji's figure became blurred once more. Zheng! An extremely abrupt, sharp, and piercing noise, like a snapped lute string or the wail of space itself, suddenly exploded over the bloody and chaotic battlefield. Immediately afterward, everyone, whether on the Demon Slayer core side or Muzan Kibitsuji himself, felt with astonishment that the structure of the entire Infinity Castle beneath their feet and all around them, those chaotic corridors, inverted rooms, and twisted walls, began to tremble, warp, and shift violently and uncontrollably. It was as if an invisible giant hand was violently churning and kneading this massive spatial labyrinth itself. What? Muzan Kibitsuji's plum-red pupils suddenly constricted, and he turned his head sharply, attempting to sense Nakheim's location and state. As the core controller of the Infinity Castle, Nakheim had always been firmly under his control and was his most reliable fortress and tool. But this sudden, clearly malicious spatial shift was definitely not his will. Chance. In the distance, Yushiro, who had been lurking and waiting for an opportunity, had veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, and his hands pressed tightly against his own eyeballs, which were drawn with special runes. These were things he had used through his special blood demon art to take a risk during the previous chaos and attach a talisman eye with visual manipulation capabilities onto the dying Nakheim. At this moment, he was pouring all his strength into forcibly interfering with and overriding Muzan Kibitsuji's control over Nakheim with his own will, attempting to seize partial control of the Infinity Castle. You bastard, how dare an ant covet my possession? Muzan Kibitsuji instantly understood what was happening and was extremely furious. He attempted to use the blood link to forcibly regain control of Nakheim and win back absolute control over the Infinity Castle. With his absolute dominance over demons, this should have been easy. However, Yushiro suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, with thin lines of blood seeping from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. But he gritted his teeth until they cracked, his bloodshot eyes flashing with madness and determination, and roared, "Lady Tamyo, your wish. I will never let this monster hurt anyone else. Move, for me, move." He stubbornly resisted the forced command Muzan Kibitsuji had issued through the blood link. It was not complete control, but creating chaos, forcibly driving the structure of the Infinity Castle to attack and interfere with its master, Muzan Kibitsuji. Booms, booms, boom. The next instant, around Muzan Kibitsuji, countless walls, floors, ceilings, and even broken beams and scattered architectural debris that had originally been stationary or served as background, like the tentacles of a giant beast possessing life and malice, slammed, squeezed, and pierced toward Muzan Kibitsuji in the center from all directions, above and below. Although the intensity of these attacks was far from enough to truly harm Muzan Kibitsuji, they caught him off guard and successfully interrupted his attack rhythm, greatly interfering with his movements. Several sharp, broken beams even slammed fiercely into the wounds that had been heavily damaged by universal illumination and were regenerating slowly, making him let out a groan of pain and fury. Damned scum! Muzan Kibitsuji was thoroughly enraged. He discovered that he was unexpectedly unable to immediately regain complete control over Nakheim. The interference that this piece of trash was inflicting on Nakheim was trickier than he had anticipated, especially while he himself was injured and his mind was in turmoil. This feeling of loss of control made him more manic than physical trauma. Since I cannot control it, a trace of extreme cruelty and coldness flashed in Muzan Kibitsuji's plum-red eyes. He no longer tried to fight for control, but instead, through the blood link, issued the most cold-blooded and direct command to Nakheim, self-destruct the core. No, not just self-destruction, but to annihilate the part of the Infinity Castle's origin that she controlled along with her. Since I cannot have it, then no one else can use it. He even wanted to use the backlash from this link to severely injure or even annihilate Yushiro, who dared to touch his property. In the distance, Nakheim, who had been standing still like a marionette, plucking the lute to maintain the Infinity Castle, suddenly went rigid, and jet-black demonic blood containing terrifying energy sprayed wildly from her 7 orifices. The pool of blood beneath her instantly boiled and evaporated. The biwa in her hands let out a crack, the strings snapped, and countless cracks appeared on the body of the instrument. Nakheim was dead. With Nakheim's death and the forced annihilation of the core, the entire Infinity Castle, like a sandcastle whose foundation had been pulled out, began to collapse, warp, and annihilate even more violently, more thoroughly, and more chaotically. The spatial structure fractured inch by inch, and countless chaotic corridors and rooms collided, squeezed, and disappeared, revealing the deeper darkness and chaotic spatial turbulence behind them. Now is the time. Yushiro spat out blood wildly again, his aura instantly withered to the extreme. Obviously, Nakheim's death and the collapse of the Infinity Castle had also caused him a huge backlash. But a final bright glimmer flickered in his eyes, and using his last bit of strength, he roared hoarsely, "Everyone, escape." He held on, using the last remaining weak influence he had on the structure of the Infinity Castle before its collapse, as a desperate gamble, on Terayuki, Tanjiro, and all the Demon Slayer Corps Hashira and members who were lying on the ground and still had weak signs of life. Huh? What is this? Outside, it's the outside. Whoosh! A cold night breeze, carrying the scent of gunpowder and blood, but feeling incomparably real and free, suddenly rushed into everyone's mouths and noses. Before their eyes was no longer the twisted and oppressive red space of the Infinity Castle, but the real, star-filled night sky, and the burning, ruined surface entrance of the Infinity Castle in the distance below. They had all been forcibly sent out of the Infinity Castle by Yushiro at the last moment. However, the battle was far from over. Let me see how long you ants, huddled together, can withstand my lashing before you, are completely reduced to dust. Countless afterimages of whip-like tubes, like death flowers from hell blooming suddenly, shot and lashed out indiscriminately and engulfingly toward the 9 people who had gathered around Terayuki. Mitsuri Kenroji, Iguro Obanai, Kachu Shinobu, Kanotsuyuri, Inasu Kashibira, Tanjiro, Jiu Tomioka, Kyojiro Rengoku, and others. The density, speed, and angle of the attacks were more violent, trickier, and more lethal than before. Facing the terrifying storm of whip-like tubes that covered the entire field like death flowers blooming from hell, the 9 members of the Demon Slayer Corps were instantly plunged into an unprecedented, desperate situation. Breath of Love 5th Form, Swaying Love Wild Claw. Mitsuri Kenroji gritted her teeth and swung her soft blade, the pink blade wind transforming into layers of claw shadows, attempting to shred the incoming whip-like tentacles. But the power and speed of the whip-like tentacles far exceeded her imagination. Her defense was easily torn apart, and a whip shadow grazed her waist, instantly tearing through skin and flesh, causing blood to flow freely. If it weren't for her muscle density being extraordinary, she would likely have been cut in 2. Serpent Breathing, 2nd Form, Venom Fangs of the Narrow Head. Iguro Obanai's figure twisted eerily, like a true venomous snake, attempting to dodge and counterattack from a tricky angle, but the attacks of the whip-like tentacles almost sealed off all space. He barely avoided the vital points, but his left shoulder was pierced by a whip-like tentacle, leaving a bloody hole, and demon blood instantly invaded, bringing a bone-chilling cold and a sense of corrosion. The others were also in precarious situations. Jiu Tomioka's lull could barely neutralize the attacks under such dense and violent onslaught, and several deep wounds that reached the bone were added to his body. Kyojiro Rengoku's flame-breathing attempted to counterattack with offense, but was suppressed by even more whip-like tentacles. His flames scattered, and more scorch marks appeared on his chest. Kachu Shinobu, Kanotsuyuri, and Inasu Kashibira could only struggle to maneuver relying on their speed and agility, but they were still constantly swept by the aftermath of the whip-like tentacles, and their injuries accumulated rapidly. Kamato Tanjiro relied on the prejudgment of the transparent world to dodge several fatal attacks, but he was also struck in the back by a whip shadow, and a burning pain accompanied by a strange sense of corrosion followed. Terayuki, who bore the main pressure, pushed the breath of light to the limit, struggling to weave and block amidst the deadly afterimages. Breath of Light 3rd Form, Radiance. The golden sword light attempted to sever the whip-like tentacles, but the effect was minimal, only sparking blinding sparks and hissing burning sounds upon collision, barely deflecting their trajectory. However, Muzin's whip-like tentacles were too fast and too tricky. Snap! A whip-like tentacle shadow with an extremely strange angle, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, broke through the blockade of Terayuki's sword light and struck fiercely on the outside of his left arm. The special handguard and armor of the Nichiren's sword shattered instantly. Skin and flesh were torn open, deep enough to see the bone. What was even more terrifying was that a cold, violent, and highly corrosive strange power invaded his body along with the wound, beginning to crazily destroy his cells, corroding his flesh, and even attempting to pollute his spirit. This was exactly Muzin's blood, the poisonous blood containing the origin power of the progenitor of demons. For an ordinary demon hunter, if this blood entered the body, they would explode and die in no time. Terayuki let out a muffled groan. An indescribable sharp pain and sense of corrosion instantly surged from his left arm, and the flesh at the wound even began to turn black and squirm. He immediately mobilized the remaining power of light in his body. Golden light burst forth from the wound, fiercely confronting the invading demon blood, emitting hissing burning sounds, and the black energy was constantly purified and dispelled. Thanks to the purifying properties of the power of light, this fatal corrosion was quickly suppressed and neutralized. Although the wound was still gruesome, it stopped worsening. But this also consumed a large amount of his precious power of light and stamina, and his face instantly turned pale. However, the others were not so lucky. Kyojiro Rengoku's arm was cut by the tip of a whip-like tentacle while blocking, and a wisp of black energy instantly drilled in. Jiu Tomioka's leg was grazed, and a cold sensation spread. The wound on Mitsuri Kenroji's waist transmitted a strange itch. The bloody hole on Aguro Obanai's shoulder continued to ooze blood carrying black energy. Kachu Shinobu, Kanao Tsuyuri, Inasu Kashibira, and Kamado Tenjiro were also more or less grazed by the whip-like tentacles, and Muzin's blood, like the most vicious plague, quietly invaded their bodies. Oh no, it's his blood. Kachu Shinobu's purple eyes shrank sharply. As a physician, she instantly felt the terrifying power in her body that was crazily destroying and attempting to twist the essence of life, and her expression changed drastically. Everyone felt a chill spreading from their wounds, their life force draining rapidly, and a violent, chaotic impulse began to breed in their hearts. Hee, can you feel it? The gift of my bloodline. Muzin's cold voice came with a trace of pleasure, as if admiring the struggle of the prey before death. No need to thank me. Soon, you will turn into ashes amidst pain and madness. Despair, like a cold tide, drowned everyone again. Not only did they have to face Muzin's overwhelming, unstoppable attacks, but they also had to resist the demon blood crazily corroding inside their bodies. This was simply a certain death situation. However, just at this critical moment, when everyone was about to be completely swallowed by the demon blood erupting in their bodies and the endless attacks outside. Meow. A faint cat meow, almost drowned out by the roar of battle, sounded. Immediately following, a small, incredibly agile black shadow appeared out of thin air in the shadows at the edge of the battlefield like a ghost, its amber cat eyes full of anxiety and determination, carrying many syringes flashing with light purple light. He saw his figure like lightning, using the complex terrain of the Infinity Castle and the energy, turbulence, and smoke generated by everyone's fierce battle with Muzin as cover, shuttling and refracting at high speed at the edge of the battlefield with incredible speed and agility. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Every time he flashed, he accurately stabbed the syringe in his mouth into the back of the neck or arm of an injured Hashira. The light purple medicinal liquid was instantly pushed into their bodies. The whole process was as fast as lightning, taking no more than 2 or 3 breaths. What? Muzin's plum-red pupils contracted suddenly. He clearly felt that the invading power in the bodies of those bugs who had been invaded by his blood, which should have erupted rapidly and completely destroyed or transformed them, was like a fire extinguished by ice water, suddenly weakening and subsiding, firmly suppressed, wrapped, and isolated by a soft yet tenacious power with a familiar aura. It was Tamyo, it was that woman again, this familiar, disgusting scent of medicine. Tamed, Muzin's anger erupted like a dormant volcano. His plum-red eyes were instantly filled with violent killing intent and brutality. That damned cat, that damned medicine. You all deserve to die. In his rage, Muzin no longer held anything back, nor did he have any intention to play around. He wanted to crush these annoying bugs in front of him, along with that damned cat. Boom! The demon energy around him soared into the sky like substantial black flames. Those 5 whip-like tentacles suddenly expanded and split, turning into dozens. Hundreds of more hideous, faster, terrifying tentacles covered with destructive black-red energy. With him as the center, like a world-destroying storm of death, they crazily lashed, pierced, and strangled everyone present, including the black cat trying to slip away, indiscriminately, omnidirectionally, and covering everything. The density and power of the attacks were several times stronger than before. The entire space seemed to be torn apart by this violent attack. Everyone, who had just caught their breath because the corrosion in their bodies was suppressed, had no time to rejoice before being instantly drowned by this more terrifying and desperate wave of attacks. Everyone had to try their best, using all their skills to struggle for survival in the gaps of death. But even so, people were constantly swept by the whip shadows, and the sounds of bone cracking, muffled groans, and vomiting blood were endless. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse, becoming even more dangerous than before. However, just at the moment when the storm-like attacks were about to completely swallow everyone, stone-breathing third form, Stone Skin. A low, deep roar, like the shaking of the earth, accompanied by immense wind pressure, crashed into the battlefield from the side. A figure as burly as a mountain, wielding a heavy broad axe wrapped in chains, with the imposing aura of suppressing everything, forcibly split a gap in Muzin's destructive storm of whip shadows. It was Gyomai Heimjima, who had just arrived, covered in wounds but with an imposing aura like a rainbow. His muscles were bulging all over his body, and the dark gold slayer mark, although dim, was still flickering. Wind-breathing 8th form, Primary Wind Slash. Sound-breathing 5th form, String Performance. Mist-breathing 7th form, Obscuring Clouds. Following Heimjima, 3 sharp and decisive attacks, clearly carrying exhaustion and injuries, like 3 thunderbolts tearing through dark clouds, slashed fiercely towards Muzin in the center of the storm along the gap Heimjima had split. It was Seinmi Shinazugawa, Tenjin Yuzui, and Muakairo Takedo, who had also just arrived, in poor condition but with surging fighting spirit. Seinmi's wild wind slashes carried reckless violence, attempting to tear through the whip shadows. Tenjin's explosions and slashes were gorgeous and tricky, disrupting Muzin's attack rhythm. Muakairo's figure merged into the smoke and dust, his sword light like mist, stabbing into the seemingly flawless storm of whip shadows at the microscopic gap that might have been created by Heimjima's fierce attack. Their joining was like dripping cold water into a boiling pot, instantly causing the originally one-sided massacre battlefield to have an extremely short but crucial stagnation and chaos. Clang, 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 boom, hiss. Heimjima's broad axe clashed hard with several whip-like tentacles, erupting with a deafening roar. His massive body shook violently, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, but he did not retreat a single step. The attacks of Seinmi, Tenjin, and Muakairo, although failing to break through Muzin's defense, successfully attracted the attention of some whip-like tentacles, buying a precious moment of respite and reorganization for Terayuki and the others who were originally in jeopardy. 4 more wounded bugs. In Muzin's cold voice, there was finally a trace of clearly discernible impatience and annoyance. His plum-red eyes swept over the 4 newly joined people who were obviously in poor condition, and then looked at the 13 people around who, although all injured and with weak auras, had determined eyes and had gathered again. The endless feeling of entanglement that surged like a tide made the violence in his heart, which wanted to destroy everything, reach its peak. Really endless. He spoke slowly, every word seeming to contain a chill that could freeze the soul. The whip-like tentacles all over the sky slowly retracted, dancing slowly behind him like the wings of a demon, their tips locking onto everyone present. Since you want to die together so much, Then let me in the most grand way send you, all on your way. Chapter 113, Crimson Blade. Terayuki, the bright red Nichiren sword. What exactly are the conditions for the bright red Nichiren sword? Tanjiro Kamado, once again using the profound perspective of the transparent world, barely guided Kyojuro Rengoku's flame dragon and Jiu Tomioka's vortex to slash and repel a terrifying whip that had surged in speed and was entwined with tangible black-red demonic energy. His urgent roar pierced through the roar of dense collisions and energy explosions, reaching Terayuki clearly. In Tanjiro's fiery eyes, the terror of Muzan Kibutsuji's whipstorm was reflected, countless whips dancing crazily like demonic wings, increasing in number, each strike capable of easily severely wounding or even killing a Hashira. He realized clearly that relying solely on seeing through attack trajectories and relying on tacit cooperation and stalling was far from enough. Muzan's power seemed endless, and his regeneration speed was despairingly fast. Aside from Terayuki's power of light, which could slightly delay him, the slashes of the others were almost futile. There must be a means to truly harm him, to leave scars, and even to hinder his terrifying regeneration. Terayuki was also giving his all, weaving and blocking amidst the storm of whip attacks. Although his light sword could purify demonic energy, its efficiency in damaging Muzan's main body appeared to be a drop in the bucket against such violent offensives and heaven-defying regeneration. Hearing Tanjiro's shout, a flash of golden light crossed his eyes, and he instantly understood Tanjiro's intention. The key to the bright red Nichiren sword. While using the Breath of Light, second form, Sunset to barely dodge several interwoven piercing whips, Terayuki roared with all his might, at the fastest speed and clearest voice, ensuring everyone present could hear, it is the resonance of extreme temperature and willpower that transcends limits. He parried another tricky side strike and continued to roar. One of the simplest ways to trigger it, find your nearest companion who has also awakened the Slayer mark, and use your strongest breathing style, strongest power, and firmest will to clash with all your might. Let your blades, in the most intense and direct collision of energy and will, push your body temperature, breathing, and fighting spirit to a peak that transcends the norm. Induce deep resonance within the scarlet ore and scarlet sand iron inside the Nichiren sword, causing it to instantly absorb, transform, and burst forth with extreme high temperatures, turning into a bright red Nichiren sword capable of burning demons and suppressing regeneration. Before he finished speaking, Muzan's offensive seemed to become even more violent due to their conversation. More whips surged like a raging tide, forcing everyone to cope with all their might, making even a moment of breath a luxury. However, Terayuki gritted his teeth and resisted a blow, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, yet he did not forget to add the most critical point. The bright red Nichiren sword has extremely high requirements for the user's power, physique, and will. Awakening the Slayer mark is the basic prerequisite. And his gaze swept across the battlefield, especially landing on Kachu Shinobu. Although Shinobu's Slayer mark was glowing, her sword was a specially made thin blade, focusing on lightness, speed, and poison. Wrist strength was not her forte. Activating the bright red Nichiren sword required immense explosive power and a physique capable of withstanding high temperatures, which was an almost impossible task for her. Shinobu, your sword won't work, don't try it. Continue to support with your poison and speed. Look for opportunities, Terayuki warned urgently. Shinobu bit her lower lip, a flash of unwillingness in her purple eyes, but she knew her limits. She nodded forcefully, her figure moving faster as she roamed, her thin blade like a poisonous butterfly, continuing to harass the nodes and blind spots of Muzan's whips. At this moment, on the battlefield, there were exactly 10 people with the Slayer mark awakened. Did you hear that? Those who can open it, find someone to clash with immediately. There's no time to hesitate. Kyojuro Rengoku roared, flames exploding in his golden eyes, responding first. He instantly locked onto Jaume Heimjima, who was closest to him and also known for his power and frontal assault. Jaume, pardon me? Kyojuro roared, pouring all his remaining flame-breathing and Slayer mark power into his Nichiren sword. Golden red flames soared into the sky, and with the will to burn everything, he slashed at Gyome with all his might. This was not an attack, but an invitation, a request for resonance. Namu, well done. A resolute look appeared on Gyome's compassionate face. He did not hesitate, pushing stone breathing to the limit. His heavy broad axe carried the momentum of splitting mountains and shattering earth. He did not dodge or avoid, meeting Kyojiro's flame blade head-on. Clang! Flame and stone, explosive and heavy, two equally peak powers and wills crashed together. Blinding fire and dark golden shockwaves exploded wildly. The ground beneath them instantly shattered and collapsed. In that moment of extreme collision, whether it was Kyojiro's flame blade or Gyome's broad axe, the contact points suddenly lit up with an abnormal, scorching red glow like molten steel. The high temperature even caused the surrounding air to distort violently. One clash was obviously not enough, but the signs of high temperature had already appeared. Meanwhile, wind breathing, 7th form, clarity wind, Tengu wind. Sound breathing, 4th form, constant resounding slashes. Seinmi Shinazugawa and Tenjin Yuzui, this pair of flamboyant and wild, needed no communication and instantly understood each other's intentions. Seinmi's violent wind blades and Tenjin's tricky sound light, which combined explosions and slashes, collided without reservation. Gales roared, sound explosions burst, and in the turbulent energy, scorching sparks and faint red light burst from their blades as well. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. Mist breathing, 6th form, lunar dispersing mist. Jiu Tomioka and Muakairo Takedo, one calm and one active, one steady and one swift. Jiu's flowing water sword style was continuous, carrying the will of endless life. Muakairo's mist sword shadows were ethereal and unpredictable, carrying the sharpness of discerning flaws. In the gaps of extreme dodging and blocking, their blades intersected and slashed with precision. The moment water and mist collided and annihilated, scorching high temperature burst forth at the point of blade contact, evaporating the water at the contact point and staining the mist with crimson. Breath of Love, 5th form, swaying love, wild claw. Serpent breathing, 2nd form, narrow venom fangs. Mitsuri Kenroji and Aguro Obanai, this tacit pair needed even less to be said. Mitsuri's hot and surging pink blade claws and Aguro's cold and tricky dark green snake fangs, carrying their unreserved trust and shared determination, viciously twisted and collided together. The fiery emotion of Breath of Love and the cold precision of serpent breathing produced a wonderful reaction in the extreme confrontation. On their Nichiren swords, a bright crimson light lit up simultaneously, and the high temperature even brought a hot air wave intertwined with pink and green to the surrounding air. Hinakami Kagura, 2nd form, clear blue sky. Breath of Light, 2nd form, sunset. Tanjiro and Terayuki, this boy and young man possessing special light and sun powers, completed the final resonance at the center of the battlefield. Tanjiro's scorching slash, as magnificent as the rising sun, and Terayuki's purifying sword light, as condensed as the dawn breaking, collided straight and without any frills. The ancient charm of sun breathing and the pure purification of Breath of Light seemed to trigger a deeper resonance the moment they collided. On their Nichiren swords, what erupted was no longer sparks or red light, but stable bright red flames burning fiercely like a small sun. The high temperature even caused the incoming whips to subconsciously slow down and avoid. Clang, 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 clang. 10 people, 5 groups, almost at the same time, completed this collision of will and power that gambled with their lives and transcended limits. Deafening roars resounded throughout the battlefield, and violent energy turbulence and hot air waves soared into the sky, even temporarily dispersing some of Musen's whip attacks. The smoke and light slowly dissipated. On the battlefield, 10 figures still stood tall. The Nichiren swords in their hands were of different forms, but on the blades, without exception, were burning, leaping, and flowing, bright red flames as hot as lava, as bright as fresh blood, and as gorgeous as the sunset. The bright red Nichiren sword awakened. The 10 Nichiren swords burning with bright red flames, like 10 red stars, suddenly lit up in the endless darkness, exuding a magnificent pressure of heat, purification, and severing omens, formed a distinct and resolute confrontation with Muzan, who was like an incarnation of the abyss with monstrous demonic energy ahead. Muzan Kibitsuji's plum-red eyes, like congealed blood crystals, stared fixedly, without blinking, at the 10 bright red blades burning in the dim and broken battlefield, like hell's karma fire and the first light of dawn. That bright, scorching crimson pierced through the pervasive smoke and demonic energy, stinging his eyes and even stinging a corner deep in his soul that he was unwilling to touch but would never forget. 400 years ago, that man, Yoriichi Tsujikuni, the man who forced him into a desperate situation, slashing him until he was covered in wounds and his soul was scattered. His sword, during battle, was like this, burning with crimson flames that seemed capable of purifying everything and severing destiny. No, the heat, power, and logic contained in Yoriichi's bright red Nichiren sword were far from comparable to these imitations before him. That was the absolute power that truly touched the origin of the sun and made him, as the progenitor of demons, feel his life level suppressed. Compared to Yoriichi, these 10 people, these 10 bright red Nichiren swords that had just been ignited and whose light was even somewhat swaying, were simply like fireflies to the bright moon, not worth mentioning. However, when Muzan's gaze swept over the crowd and finally fixed on the light sword burning with bright red flames in Terayuki's hand, his cold, violent, and disdainful eyes fluctuated imperceptibly. Terayuki's bright red Nichiren sword was different from the other 9. The others' bright red Nichiren swords had flames of pure crimson, the manifestation of high temperature triggered by the resonance of breathing style, willpower, and the material of the Nichiren sword. Terayuki's bright red Nichiren sword, however, had its crimson flame core strangely intermingling, entwining, and resonating with the pale golden purifying halo that originally flowed within the blade, belonging to the breath of light. The red and gold colors were not distinct, but like molten iron dripped into molten gold, permeating each other to form a more profound, more restrained, yet faintly exuding a strange luster with an indescribable sense of divinity and purification. This luster, although it was so weak that it was less than 1/100th or even 1,000th of Yoriichi's. Although the nature seemed different, Yoriichi's bright red Nichiren sword was the pure, extreme heat of the sun and the severing of the transparent world, while Terayuki's seemed to lean more towards the fusion of purification and light. But the certain essence contained within it, which made the existence of demon feel instinctive repulsion, disgust, and even a trace of fear, caused Muzan's heart, which had been frozen for hundreds of years, to palpitate extremely slightly and uncontrollably for an instant. A long-lost, cold chill, like the finest poisonous thorn, climbed silently along his spine. This aura, although it was pitifully weak, but no, impossible, Yoriichi is already dead. The killing intent in Muzan's eyes, because of this trace of palpitation and chill, became more condensed, pure, and impatient. Come. He spoke slowly, his voice no longer full of playfulness and mockery, leaving only a pure, cold, and indifferent declaration of the end. Blood battle. Humans and demons, 1,000 years of grievances, endless blood debts. He slowly raised his hands, and the terrifying whips behind him, dancing like demonic wings and in astonishing numbers, began to vibrate at an unprecedented frequency, scorching the surrounding air into distorted ripples. Just tonight, right here. Let's finish it completely. Before the last syllable of his words had completely dissipated in the air. Boom! The whip storm, more violent, dense, and swift than any previous time, erupted comprehensively without warning. It was no longer probing, no longer playing, but a true, all-out slaughter. Chapter 114, The Light Shines Again. Clang, 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 clang. Screech. Boom. The blades of the bright red Nichiren swords and the shadows of the black-red whips clashed, sliced, and annihilated each other frantically. The sound of metal clashing, energy explosions, flesh tearing, bones shattering, suppressed groans of pain, and roars instantly filled every inch of space, merging into a tragic symphony of death to the extreme. Time seemed to have lost its meaning. It was unknown how much time had passed. Perhaps only a few minutes, perhaps as long as a century. It was unknown how many times the blades were swung. The arms were already numb, the web between the thumb and forefinger had cracked, healed, and cracked again countless times. Every swing felt like burning the last remnants of vitality. The battle entered the purest, cruelest, and most heartbreaking contest of attrition and will. Every second, someone fell. Jiu Tomioka used his bright red Nichiren sword to parry 3 pipe whips with water wheel, but was struck in the back by a 4th, tricky whip shadow. His bright red Nichiren sword slipped from his hand, and he collapsed to the ground, vomiting blood, unable to crawl up for a moment. The next second, Mitsuri Kinroji's pink bright red Nichiren sword turned into a raging tide, forcibly pushing back the subsequent attacks aimed at Jiu Tomioka. However, she was hit in the waist and abdomen by a whip shadow from the side. Her soft sword almost slipped from her hand. Her delicate body staggered backward, only managing to stand steady by leaning against a broken wall, blood flowing from the corners of her mouth. Tenjin Yuzui's flamboyant sound explosion, bright red Nichiren slash clashed with the pipe whips again. The exploding flames briefly obscured the vision, but his left leg was pierced by a hidden whip shadow. The severe pain forced him to one knee, his flamboyant slayer mark flickering violently. Obanai Aguro moved like a ghost, his dark green bright red Nichiren sword narrowly brushing past Musen's body several times, leaving shallow scorch marks. But the price paid was his right shoulder being completely shattered, and Kaburamaru was also severely injured, hissing as he retreated. Kyoujuru Rengoku's flame-breathing bright red Nichiren sword remained fierce, every slash carrying the will to incinerate everything. In coordination with Jiomai Haimjima's stone-breathing bright red Nichiren axe, they forced Musen to defend several times. But Kyoujuru Rengoku's chest had already added several terrifying wounds, deep to the bone and charred, with every breath bringing blood foam. Jiomai Haimjima was like a true mountain, bearing the most direct attacks. His dark golden bright red Nichiren axe was already covered in cracks. There was almost no intact skin on his massive body, blood soaking his torn monk robes, but he still stood firmly in the very front, fighting for that slim chance for the companions behind him. Sanmi Shinazugawa was the most violent one. His wind-breathing bright red Nichiren sword carried a desperate madness. He had the most and deepest new wounds on his body, but he seemed not to feel the pain, roaring, rushing up again and again, and being beaten back by heavier injuries again and again. Muakairo Takedo's mist-breathing bright red Nichiren sword was the most ethereal and lethal. He could often land a shallow, but effective strike on Musen at the most unexpected moments, delaying his offensive. But he also became the object of Musen's focused care, his body covered in fine cuts, the most serious one spreading from his left shoulder to his ribs, blood staining most of his body. Tanjiro Kamado, relying on the combination of Transparent World and the Hinakami Kagura bright red Nichiren sword, was one of the few who could truly cause trouble for Musen. His sword had cut off the attacking pipe whips more than once, and even left several bright red Nichiren scorched marks on Musen's arms and shoulders, where the healing speed was significantly slowed. But he also paid a heavy price. His left arm was unnaturally bent, obviously fractured, and the light of the slayer mark on his forehead was dimmed to the extreme, ready to go out at any time. Terayuki's light sword was the only weapon that could make Musen feel pain and instinctively dodge. The red-gold blended flames, every time they touched Musen's body, would trigger a violent purification reaction, and the speed of the ghost energy dissipating was far greater than other bright red Nichiren swords. But because of this, the pressure he bore was also the greatest. More than 1/3 of Musen's attacks were directed at him. His white Haori had long since turned into tattered rags, his body covered with terrifying wounds caused by the pipe whip's whipping and piercing. The power of light was struggling to maintain a balance between resonating with the bright red Nichiren sword and purifying the ghost blood, and it was also on the verge of exhaustion. Falling, standing up. Falling again, gritting teeth, roaring, supporting with broken bones, dragging the shattered body with willpower, standing up again. After some fell, they struggled for a long time before they could barely prop up their bodies. This obsession turned into the last backbone supporting their broken bodies, into the last strength driving their numb arms to swing the next sword, into the light in their eyes that, even when near death, had never extinguished, more scorching and more unyielding than the flames of the bright red Nicaran sword. The battlefield had turned into a purgatory of crimson and charred black. Blood, minced meat, broken weapons, burning wreckage, mixed with the pervasive, suffocating thick ghost energy, smeared on every inch of the cracked and broken ground. Only a few people remained standing, and each was like a candle in the wind, swaying and on the verge of collapsing. Kyoyujiro Rengoku's golden eyes were still burning with unyielding flames, but the charred wound on his chest, almost penetrating, made every swing of his flame-breathing bright red Nicaran sword pull at his lungs, the coughed-up blood staining the flames. Gyomai Haimjima was like a mountain about to collapse, his dark golden bright red Nicaran axe propping on the ground, supporting his massive body covered in deep-to-the-bone wounds, blood flowing continuously along the chains and axe handle. Seinmi Shinazugawa leaned on his wind-breathing bright red Nicaran sword, kneeling on one knee, breathing like an old bellows, almost no part of his body intact. Muakairo Takedo leaned against the ruins, his mist-breathing bright red Nicaran sword inserted into the ground, barely supporting himself from falling, the terrifying wound from his left shoulder to his ribs still oozing blood. Gyutomi Oka, Mitsuri Kenroji, Tenjin Yuzui, Obanai Aguro, and others had long since run out of strength and were seriously injured, lying in pools of blood, only able to watch their companions fight to the death, their eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. Tanjiro Kamado knelt halfway on the ground, his Hinakami Kagura bright red Nicaran sword inserted in front of him. He held the hilt tightly with both hands, trying to stand up again, but his fractured left arm and almost exhausted physical strength made him fail again and again, the flame slayer mark on his forehead dimmed to the point of being almost invisible. Only Terayuki. He leaned on the light sword, whose red-gold flames were flickering unsteadily, standing slightly ahead of the others. His white Haori had long since turned into tattered rags, his body covered with terrifying wounds torn and pierced by pipe whips, some deep to the bone, even able to see the internal organs underneath that were faintly beating, forcibly maintained by the power of light. Blood soaked his whole body, dripping continuously from his hair tips and fingertips, but his waist was still straight. Those golden eyes, although full of bloodshot, were still bright, sharp, like quenched stars, locked tightly on Muzan, who stood like a demon god in front, his aura slightly fluctuating but still unfathomable. It won't do. If this continues, everyone will die here. Although the bright red Nicaran sword can hurt him, the damage caused cannot keep up with his regeneration speed, not even the speed at which we fall. Must create an opportunity that can truly severely injure him, make him unable to recover quickly, and let everyone land their attacks on him. A crazy, determined thought flashed like lightning in Terayuki's brain, which was almost burning out. He knew this was the last chance, the only, slim, chance that needed to be gambled with life. He needed a timing when Muzan's attention was briefly attracted by others, or when he appeared to have a very brief slack due to continuous attacks. Just then, stone breathing, second form, upper smash. Gyomai Haimjima let out a roar that seemed to come from the depths of his soul, regardless of everything, swung that heavy bright red Nicaran axe again, with the will to perish together, smashing down towards Muzan. This was his blow with all his remaining strength, just to attract attention, to create that 1 in 10 million possibility for his companions. Almost at the same time, Kyoyujiro Rengoku also let out a hoarse roar. His golden red bright red Nicaran blade turned into a burning meteor, pouncing from the side. Flame-breathing, fourth form, blooming flame undulation. Wind-breathing, seventh form, gale sudden gusts. Seinmi Shinazugawa also struggled to stand up and swung his last sword. The desperate combined attack of the three, although less powerful than before, still made Muzan's plum-red eyes turn slightly, and the pipe whips behind him instantly split into several, facing these three desperate counterattacks. Now, Terayuki's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needle points. The power of light in his body, which was like a candle in the wind, and the last foundation in his body were ignited, squeezed, and fused together in a way that was almost self-destructive, frantically and regardless of everything. He didn't swing his sword. He made a move that surprised everyone. He let go of the light sword he was holding, which was burning with red-gold flames. The sword left his hand and was inserted diagonally into the ground, the flames instantly dimming. The next moment, Terayuki's broken figure, like a golden meteor burning with the last fire of life, at a speed that exceeded the limit he could reach in his current state, regardless of everything, straight, slammed into Musen's arms. At this distance, at this angle, at this timing, Musen's pipe whips were being contained by the desperate attacks of Gyomai Heimjima and the others. What? A flash of genuine astonishment crossed Musen's plum-red eyes. He had never thought that this light Hashira, who had always used light for medium to long-range attacks and caused him some trouble, would adopt this kind of face-to-face, suicidal charging method. In the blink of an eye, Terayuki's figure had crashed into Musen's arms, or rather, rushed to within an inch of him. The two were so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. One side was hot, determined, and human-scented with blood. The other side was cold, dead, and full of destructive ghost energy. Terayuki raised his head, his face covered with his own and his companion's blood, but towards that pale, handsome, yet cold-as-a-corpse face close at hand. He bared his teeth, pulling out an extremely ugly smile mixed with endless pain, madness, mockery, and final relief. He opened his arms, as if he really wanted to give this world-destroying ghost king a hug, and his hoarse voice, as if squeezed from a broken throat, clearly reached Musen, and also reached the ears of all his companions behind him. Come, give me a hug, Musen. Breath of light, fifth form. Universal illumination. There was no earth-shattering prelude, no accumulated explosive light. There was only a moment of extreme stagnation and dead silence. Immediately after, centered on Terayuki's body pressed against Musen, a golden point of light, bright, pure, and scorching to the point of being indescribable, suddenly lit up. That was not the golden light from the previous battle, nor the crimson flames of the bright red Nichiren sword. That was a pure light energy that was more primordial, closer to the core of the sun, containing purification, creation, and also bringing ultimate destruction. During the Mugen train incident, Terayuki used his entire sunlight foundation as fuel, forcibly urging it to illuminate the entire battlefield, purifying Akaza's fighting spirit, and almost exhausting himself. And this time, he squeezed, ignited, and detonated all the foundations in his body, along with all the remaining power of light in his body at this moment. At such a close distance, driven by such a determined will, it exploded with a bang. Boom! That point of golden light, within a 10,000th of a second, expanded, erupted, and turned into a miniature scorching white sun with a diameter of only a few meters, but as if it had completely ignited and purified the surrounding space, swallowing both Terayuki and Musen completely. A shrill, painful scream filled with unbelievable shock, anger, and deep-seated fear erupted from Musen's mouth. This was by no means the muffled groan or angry scolding when he was cut by the bright red Nichiren sword before, but the severe pain that truly touched the essence of life and the root of the ghost. At the core of that miniature sun, Musen felt every cell of his, every wisp of ghost energy, screaming in fear. That light carried a terrifying power of decomposition, purification, and negation of his existence as a ghost. The protective ghost energy around him melted like ice and snow. His pale skin instantly charred, carbonized, and cracked, revealing the muscles and bones underneath that were also rapidly dissolving. The severe pain of being nailed and scorched came from the wound. His regeneration ability was severely inhibited as never before, and even appeared to be briefly stagnant. The light lasted for a very short time, only about a second or two. But this 1 or 2 seconds, for everyone present, was the dawn of reversing the battle situation exchanged with life. They saw it. saw Muzan, under the burning of that pure light of purification, painfully twisting, screaming, with terrifying wounds constantly cracking, charred, rolling, emitting green smoke, and showing no signs of regeneration on his body. That demon god halo that had always shrouded him, as if invincible for the first time, appeared so violent, so clearly shattered. Opportunity, the only and last opportunity created by Teruyuki. Killed. Without any orders, without any communication. Everyone who could still move, everyone with the last obsession burning in their hearts, at the moment of witnessing this shocking scene, forgot the pain on their bodies, forgot the fear of death, forgot the fatigue of exhaustion, and only one thought remained in their hearts, boiling to the point of exploding. Attack, take this opportunity, use everything, kill him. Flame-breathing, esoteric art. Purgatory. Kyojuro Rengoku's eyes were crimson, roaring hoarsely, pouring all his remaining strength into the bright red Nichiren sword, turning into the final flame dragon, pouncing towards the twisting Muzan in the light. Stone-breathing, fifth form, arcs of justice, tangled. Jaiomai Haimjima let out a roar like a dying beast, swung his bright red Nichiren axe, and smashed down regardless of everything. Wind-breathing, eighth form, primary gale slash. Seinmi Shinazugawa was like a ghost returning to light, his wind blades becoming sharp again. Mist-breathing, seventh form, obscuring clouds. Muakairo Takedo's figure merged into the smoke for the last time, his sword light pointing directly at Muzan's neck. Hinakami Kagura, waltz flash. Tanjiro erupted with his last potential, his Hinakami Kagura bright red Nichiren sword carrying scorching purification flames, slashing towards Muzan's waist and abdomen. Even Gyutomi Oka, Mitsuri Kenroji, Tenjin Yuzui, and Obanai Aguro, who were seriously injured and lying on the ground, struggled, using their last strength to throw the bright red Nichiren swords in their hands, or send out weak long-range slashes. All attacks, all hatred, all determination, at this moment, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, merged into a torrent of destruction, pouring down towards the Ghost King struggling in the light of purification. Chapter 115, Escape. However, at the very instant the attacks from everyone were about to reach him, the light of that miniature sun suddenly extinguished. Teruyuki's figure seemed as if all his strength had been drained. He staggered back a few steps, fell to one knee, supported himself with his hands, and gasped and coughed violently. His face was as pale as paper, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. Although his body had sustained several scorched marks and lacerations from enduring the energy shockwave at such close range, it was far from the state of cracking and dying. He was simply extremely weak and exhausted. He had sacrificed his foundation and all of his power of light to secure this critical attack, and the price was that his combat power had temporarily dropped to zero, making it difficult for him to even stand straight. Meanwhile, at the center of the light, Muzan. A roar mixed with extreme pain, fury, and the madness of being driven into a dead end, suddenly exploded. Although his body was covered in terrifying, charred, curled, and smoking wounds that were regenerating extremely slowly, and although his aura was violently chaotic and significantly weakened by the previous light of purification, Muzan Kibitsuji was still alive. Under the threat of extreme pain and death, he unleashed his final and most violent counterattack. Get lost, all of you. He suddenly spread his arms, and those whip-like appendages that had withered in the light of purification began to dance and expand madly. A terrifying, ink-black shockwave mixed with his residual demonic aura, and Furious will exploded from his body as the center. Boom! The black shockwave, like a tangible raging tide, instantly swept over everyone who had charged forward. Vdahi! Kyojuro Rengoku, Jaiomai Haimjima, Seinmi Shinazugawa, Muakairo Takedo, and Kamado Tanjiro, who were charging at the very front, were struck as if by an invisible battering ram. Their attacks instantly collapsed, their bright red Nichiren swords flew from their hands, and they sprayed blood from their mouths. Their bodies were sent flying backward uncontrollably, crashing heavily into the ruins in the distance, emitting dull thuds and pained groans. Gyutomi Oka, Mitsuri Kenroji, Tenjin Yuzui, and Aguro Obanai, who had thrown their attacks from the rear, were also violently blown away by the shockwave, crashing to the ground. Their injuries worsened, and they were unable to move for a time. Even Kachu Shinobu and Kanao Tsuyuri, who were a little further away, were knocked over by the blast, feeling dizzy and disoriented. The dust and smoke slowly dissipated. In the center of the battlefield, Muzan was charred all over, covered in wounds and smoking. His breathing was violently erratic. He had clearly suffered unprecedented heavy damage, and many wounds were still hissing, unable to heal quickly. But he was still standing, his plum-red eyes burning with madness and violence as he stared fixedly at his surroundings. And around him, the Hashira and elites of the Demon Slayer Corps lay scattered in pools of blood and ruins. Cough, cough, cough. Kyojiro Rengoku struggled, using his Nichiren sword to support his body, wobbling as he tried to stand up, even though he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood with every movement. Namu, Amitabutsu. Jaiomai Haimjima's massive body was also trembling, but he supported himself on the ground with both hands, pushing himself up from the ruins bit by bit, his dark golden eyes still locked onto Muzan. Bastard, it's not over yet. Sanmi Shinizugawa spat out the blood foam from his mouth, used his broken blade to support himself on the ground, and staggered to his feet. His bloodshot eyes held only crazy fighting spirit. Muakairo Takedo clutched the wound at his ribs, blood seeping through his fingers, but he gritted his teeth and slowly straightened his body, raising his mist-breathing slender sword again, even though his arm was trembling. Kamato Tanjiro felt as if all the bones in his body had fallen apart, but he lay on the ground and used all his strength to crawl, bit by bit, toward the Nichiren sword that had fallen not far away. The dim slayer mark on his forehead seemed to have a faint light shining again. Jiyu Tomioka, Mitsuri Kenroji, Tenjin Yuzui, and Aguro Obanai were also struggling and squirming in pain, trying to grab their weapons again, even if it was just to sit up. Kachu Shinobu and Kanao Tsuyuri were also supporting each other, barely managing to prop themselves up. Just as everyone was on the edge of the abyss of despair, with their consciousness blurred, on the verge of total collapse, and feeling as if the strength to even lift a finger had been drained. A faint yet incredibly familiar warm current, carrying the most primitive vitality of life, like the first trickle of clear spring water beneath a cracked, dried-up riverbed, quietly flowed through Terayuki's long-exhausted, numb limbs and body, which felt as if they no longer belonged to him. This warm current did not originate from his own burned-out power of light or foundation, but seeped in from the outside, carrying the power to dispel the chill deep in his bone marrow and awaken the source of silent vitality. Terayuki suddenly raised his head. His golden eyes, which had been somewhat unfocused due to exhaustion, blood loss, and severe pain, suddenly focused and lit up. They were like two flickering lamps reignited in a desperate situation. He did not look at the meatball that was inches away, twisting madly and trying to devour him, nor did he look at his companions around him whose fate was unknown. Instead, using the last bit of strength to lift his head, he looked up at the sky of the Infinity Castle, which was covered in cracks and constantly twisting and collapsing due to the repeated terrifying explosions and energy shocks. There, a streak of fish-belly white, initially as thin as a hair but now rapidly expanding, was tenaciously tearing through the eternal darkness. Furthermore, the edges of that white light were being dyed with a warm, blazing, and hopeful golden rim at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was the morning light, it was the dawn, it was the sun was rising. Its light had finally pierced through the last and most fragile barrier of the Infinity Castle, this prison, and began to shine in, truly and unmistakably. Although the light filtering in at this moment was still very weak and thin, like residual light passing through thick frosted glass. For Terayuki, who possessed the special constitution of light and had near-infinite stamina and terrifying recovery power under direct sunlight, this was no less than the sweet dew dripping into the throat of someone dying of a long drought or the first breath of air taken by someone drowning. Ha, 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 ha. A hoarse, low laugh, heavy with the scent of blood, spilled uncontrollably from Terayuki's cracked and blood-stained throat. At first weak, it then grew louder and louder, filled with the ecstasy of surviving a desperate situation endless mockery, and a deeper determination to perish together with the enemy. Every one? His voice was still hoarse, like the pumping of an old bellows, but it was clear and carried a strange, uplifting power that could pierce through the haze of despair. It reached the ears of every companion who was losing consciousness or dying, like the evening drum and morning bell, ringing in the deepest part of their souls. Look up. He slowly raised his slightly trembling left hand, stained with his own and Musin's flesh and blood, and used all his strength to point at the golden crack above that was rapidly expanding, pointing at the increasingly clear and warm light of dawn. Every word seemed to be screamed with his soul. The sun has risen. He turned his head abruptly, his golden eyes, burning with the last flames of life, locked tightly onto the huge meatball that was inches away, which was emitting increasingly shrill and fearful screams as the sunlight penetrated, and was writhing and struggling even more wildly. He used the last breath in his chest to emit a final, earth-shattering battle roar. Everyone, those who can still breathe, those who can still move a single finger, get on him, entangle him, hold on to him, use your teeth, use your bones, use your blood that hasn't gone cold yet. Don't let him escape. Drag him, keep him in the sunlight. Burn this bastard to death. As if in response to his final shout and summons, issued with his life. Cracks rumble. At the top of the Infinity Castle, those skies that were already covered in cracks, as if unable to withstand the dual pressure of the violent energy inside and the rising morning sun outside, suddenly underwent a large-scale, chain reaction collapse. More clearer morning sunlight, like a golden waterfall or 10,000 arrows fired at once, carrying the warmth of new birth and endless purifying power, pierced through this eternal dark prison that had existed for who knows how many years without any obstruction. It was surging, like the light of judgment sent down by the gods, magnificent and irresistible, spilling onto this final battlefield soaked in blood and fire, filled with despair and wailing. Arg, sunlight. Musin let out the most shrill and fearful scream since the start of the battle. In those plum-red eyes, there was no longer any of the majesty and coldness belonging to the Demon King, only the extreme panic of a beast driven into a dead end. Sunlight was his only true natural enemy, innate and carved into the deepest part of his soul. No, I cannot die here. Musin was completely insane. He no longer cared about his injuries or consumption. His broken body erupted with its final and most terrifying power. Countless tentacles, bone spurs, and tides of blood, like an out-of-control volcano, bombarded indiscriminately in all directions. He wanted to clear everything around him and dig a path for his escape. The power of this death struggle counterattack was even more violent, chaotic, and deadly than any previous attack. Fdukrak bang. The others, Kyojuro, Jiyu, Jaiomai, Seinmi, Tenjin, Muakairo, Obanai, Mitsuri, Shinobu, Kanao, Inasuk, Tanjiro, who had barely mustered a sliver of spirit and even tried to struggle due to Teruyuki's words and the sunlight filtering in, were already on the verge of death. How could they withstand the final, chaotic, and crazy thrashing of this primordial beast? Like the last few withered leaves in a storm, they were once again violently swept and blown away by this terrifying energy frenzy, mixed with corrosion, impact, and tearing. Their already weak auras were instantly like candle flames extinguished by a gale. Blood sprayed from their mouths as if it were worthless, drawing shrill blood-red arcs in the air, before they crashed heavily into the ruins and pools of blood in the distance. After rolling a few times, they completely lost all movement, unable to even emit the faintest groan. As for Musin, after launching this devastating area attack, his remaining body no longer maintained a human form. Instead, like a mollusk under a fatal threat, he suddenly contracted and collapsed inward. Flesh and bones squirmed and squeezed madly, eventually turning into a disgusting, huge meatball several meters in diameter, with surfaces covered in constantly opening and closing mouthparts and eyes, dripping with corrosive mucus. This form could minimize the surface area, exposed to sunlight and enhance defense. At the same time, the bottom of the meatball split open, extending countless sharp bone spurs and tentacles, and began to dig downward madly, attempting to dig through and escape into the deeper, darker underground before the sunlight completely enveloped the place. "Stop him!" It was unknown who it was, but using the last bit of strength in their soul, they let out a shout that was so weak it was almost inaudible, like a mutter in a dream. But everyone lay on the ground like broken dolls, without even the strength to lift their eyelids. Their consciousnesses floated in severe pain and darkness, and they could only despairingly sense the violent vibrations coming from the meat tumor digging into the ground, sensing the sunlight getting warmer, yet also sensing that the source of evil was sinking rapidly, escaping this final judgment. The sunlight, it seemed, couldn't catch up to him. Chapter 116, The Sunshine That Arrived 1,000 Years Late. At this critical, make-or-break final moment, Ewa, a roar that seemed not to come from the throat, but from the deepest depths of the soul, hysterical, desperate, like the final cry of a wounded, dying ancient dragon, exploded forth, even drowning out the rumbling of Muzan Kibitsuji's digging and the sizzling sound of sunlight burning him. It was Terayuki. Under the continuous and increasing exposure to sunlight, the little bit of power that had recovered in his body, though not even a 10,000th of his prime, though his bones felt as if they had been dismantled and reassembled countless times, though his internal organs felt like they were burning in magma, though every cell was wailing and striking, it was enough. He didn't need to recover much, he only needed the strength to move. He only needed the strength to throw one punch. He only needed the strength to turn himself into the final nail. He simply clenched his fists, which were white-knuckled from excessive force, deformed, and with the webbing between his thumb and forefinger split open for who knew which time, deep enough to see bone. Compressing, condensing, and igniting every last bit of power of light that had just recovered in his body, along with the final burning radiance of the Slayer mark on his forehead, and all his boundless killing intent toward Muzan Kibitsuji, the culprit of this millennium of sin, into his right fist. That fist did not become huge, yet it faintly emitted an ominous, yet seemingly all-piercing, incandescent white light, its purity and danger even faintly surpassing the crimson of the previous bright red Nichiren sword. Then he moved. No breathing-style footwork, no intricate dodging, no follow-up techniques. Just the purest, most savage, most direct, and most resolute charge. Like a moth flying into a flame, or a meteor shooting back into hell, dragging that body that had just recovered a sliver of strength, but was still broken, blood-stained. And on the verge of falling apart, he transformed into a straight, resolute, unstoppable dark golden streak of light, ignoring the corrosive slime capable of melting steel and the frantically flailing bone spurs erupting around the tumor. Sizzle splat. Slime splashed onto him, instantly corroding through his already ragged clothes and leaving charred pits on his skin. Bone spurs grazed his waist, abdomen, and thighs, bringing up sprays of blood and flesh. But his speed did not decrease. His gaze was locked firmly onto the crevice at the base of the tumor that was frantically digging, and at the final moment before the tumor was about to burrow completely underground. He slammed hard into the side of the tumor, which was covered in mouthparts and eyeballs. At the same time, his right fist, which had condensed everything he had at this moment, like a red-hot iron nail driven into rotten wood or a meteorite crashing into the earth, slammed into and embedded itself firmly into the edge of a hideous mouthpart on the tumor that was constantly opening and closing, trying to bite. Stop right there. Bang! The immense impact made the tumor tremble violently, and its downward sinking momentum came to a sudden halt. Terayuki, like a human cannonball or the sturdiest wedge, used his right fist as a fulcrum, and with all his body weight, strength, and will, slammed the sinking tumor, along with himself, hard against the relatively thickest and sturdiest charred wall nearby that had not yet completely collapsed. Terayuki. The dying Kachu Shinobu seemed to have a burst of final energy, letting out a heart-rending, gut-wrenching cry. The tears accumulated in her purple eyes mixed with blood and gushed out like a broken dam. She struggled, reaching out, but couldn't move even an inch. Terayuki-san. Tanjiro and the others also had their eyes split with rage, their souls trembling, but their bodies felt as if frozen, and they could only watch helplessly. They saw Terayuki, in a posture nearly akin to martyrdom, embedded between the constantly writhing, struggling, ugly tumor that was emitting thick smoke under the sunlight, and the charred wall. His right fist was deeply embedded in the disgusting tissue of the tumor, which was constantly trying to bite and secreting corrosive fluid. His left arm was bent backward, his elbow pressed firmly against the rough, scorching wall, using his entire body's strength and skeletal support as a final shackle to nail the tumor transformed by Musen Kibitsuji firmly in place. Nailed under the increasingly gathering, warm and deadly golden sunlight. Sunlight was pouring down through the collapsed dome, without obstruction, like a waterfall onto him and the tumor. The surface of the tumor emitted an even denser, more intense sizzling burning sound, spewing thick, foul-smelling smoke. Countless mouthparts and eyeballs burst and carbonized one after another in the light, emitting shrill, inhuman, and increasingly weak shrieks. Terayuki raised his head. On his face, covered in blood, gore, and scorch marks, his muscles twisted from extreme pain, yet he forcibly pulled out a crazy, gratified, mixed with endless mockery and final relief, a truly hideous smile. He looked at the hideous mouthpart right in front of him on the tumor that was constantly opening and closing, trying to bite off his arm, but being rapidly burned and melted by the sunlight. Hoarsely and clearly, word by word, he smiled, his voice not loud, but seemingly carrying the chill and pleasure from the deepest hell. Musen Kibitsuji. It's dawn. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Hell is too cold, and the road to the afterlife is dark. Keep me company. Let's soak in the sun together. Roar. Forced into an absolute dead end, with his fear of sunlight reaching an unprecedented peak, Musen Kibitsuji completely, utterly, and unreservedly fell into a final, hysterical madness. The tumor suddenly writhed and expanded violently as never before, and a terminal giant mouth capable of swallowing half a room suddenly split open at the top. This mouth part was no longer for devouring or attacking, but existed purely for destruction, for mutual annihilation. With the resolve to annihilate everything, it bit down hard toward Terayuki, who was holding it back. This bite was not only to devour him, but to chew him and the surrounding space into pieces, to annihilate them completely. Terayuki. Kachu Shinobu's crying had almost lost its voice, changing pitch, filled with endless despair. She would rather die 1,000 times herself than see this scene. No. Tanjiro and the others also let out a scream, as if their souls were shattering, tears blurring their vision. Under the gaze of all his companions, whose despair had solidified, and whose hearts and souls were torn apart, Terayuki faced the dark giant mouth biting down, the hideous smile on his face becoming even more resolute. He did not let go, did not retreat, and even pushed his body forward more forcefully, using his shoulder blades, his chest, and his forehead to push firmly against the hot, writhing, foul-smelling tumor. He just clenched with all the remaining strength of his life, soul, and even his very existence, his right fist embedded in the tumor, injecting the incandescent, compressed to the limit light of purification from his fist into the core of the tumor, like a broken dam, like an exploding supernova, recklessly and unreservedly. Come on, you bastard. Let's see if you bite me to death first. Or if I send you to meet the real sun first. The ultimate dark giant mouth that devoured everything, and the boundless golden light of the rising sun that was magnificent and purified all things. The dying demon king's final frantic counterattack, and the final burning of an unyielding human who used his body as a wedge and his soul as a flame. At this moment, inches in front of Terayuki, on this dawn battlefield baptized by blood and fire, they collided with a boom. Time seemed to be infinitely stretched and frozen. Everyone saw Terayuki's blood-stained face, with its crazy gratification and final relief, gilded with a sacred and tragic golden edge under the increasingly intense sunlight. They saw his sculpture-like figure, which had been there since time immemorial and would never retreat, pressed firmly between the tumor and the wall. They also saw the terrifying giant mouth capable of swallowing both light and hope, like the embodiment of the deepest, most desperate nightmare, carrying the end of destruction, closing suddenly toward that golden figure. No. Kachu Shinobu's crying finally turned into a broken, hollow, desperate wail. The last light in her purple eyes extinguished, leaving only cold, deathly darkness. She couldn't even feel her own heartbeat, couldn't feel her breathing, couldn't feel her tears flowing. She just stared hollowly and rigidly at the place where the giant mouth closed, as if the whole world, along with the meaning of her life, had completely collapsed at that moment. Tanjiro, Kyojuro Rengoku, Jiu, Jayome, Seinmi, Tenjin, Muakairo, Obanai, Mitsuri, Kanao, Inasuk. Everyone's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks, then suddenly dilated, losing all vitality. Their hearts felt as if they had been gripped and crushed by the coldest hand of ice, stopping their beating, their blood seemingly freezing instantly. Boundless, indescribable despair and grief, like an ultimate cold wave, instantly swallowed their remaining consciousness. They opened their mouths wide, but could not make any sound. Even the trembling of their souls had ceased. Only hot tears, mixed with blood and endless despair, like broken beads or blood flowing from their hearts, slid silently and torrentially down their pale, cold cheeks. Deathly silence. All-devouring, absolute silence. But it was only for an instant. The next second, the true, complete, unreserved light of the morning sun, symbolizing rebirth and purification, like a golden torrent that had broken free from all shackles, finally completely broke through the last remnants of the Infinity Castle and the obstruction of the night, and descended magnificently and irresistibly upon this ravaged land. Sizzle. A burning sound 1,000 times more intense than before, like a hot iron pressed onto ice, mixed with inhuman, extremely painful shrieks that sounded as if souls were being thrown into a furnace to be roasted, erupted suddenly from inside the terrifying tumor that was about to close completely, but had already been completely enveloped by the sunlight. No, son, get away, get away. That was Muzan Kibitsuji's voice, but it was completely distorted and deformed, filled with extreme pain, boundless fear, and the deepest despair stemming from the source of his existence. The tumor twitched, convulsed, and withered frantically and violently under the sunlight. Countless mouthparts and eyeballs on its surface burst one after another like boiling bubbles, emitting thick black smoke that obscured the view, and a scorched, foul smell instantly filled the air. Sunlight, the absolute natural enemy of these demon creatures, was purifying, decomposing, and erasing this immortal millennium of sin at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's over. In the distance, the dying Kyojuro Rengoku watched the tumor struggling and shrinking violently in the sunlight, his blood-stained mouth corner twitching with difficulty. Namu, Amitabha. Jayome closed his tearful eyes and chanted in a low voice. Everyone held their breath, filled with endless exhaustion, pain, and a sliver of unbelievable, trembling hope, staring fixedly at the darkness, twisting and wailing in the golden light. However, at the very last moment, when the tumor had shrunk by more than half, and seemed about to turn into fly ash at any second. Inside the tumor, Muzan Kibitsuji's extremely painful shrieking suddenly and eerily ceased abruptly. Immediately after, a voice of extreme resentment, like a cold viper, slithered into Terayuki's ears. No, it rang directly in the depths of his consciousness. Sunlight, Terayuki. Do you think this is the end? Do you think you can take me down with you? No, absolutely not. I am eternal, I am immortal, I will never perish just like this. Since the sunlight wants to destroy me, since your ant-like body can withstand the sunlight and even control light, then I will give this body of yours, everything of mine, all my blood, my millennium of accumulation, all my perfection and imperfection. Go and endure it, go and fuse with it, go and evolve. Become a demon, become the ultimate creature that surpasses all demons, even surpasses me, fearless of sunlight, controlling the light. Use my blood, use my will, live on, and then replace me and rule over this world. Ha 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 ha. This crazy telepathic message, like a final vicious curse, exploded in Terayuki's consciousness, which was on the verge of collapse. The next second, Terayuki let out a scream of extreme pain, as if his soul had been torn apart. He felt a cold, viscous, and terrifying torrent of some twisted evolutionary desire, following his right fist that was deeply embedded in the tumor, rushing into his body in an extremely arrogant and destructive manner. That was not ordinary demon blood. That was Muzan Kibitsuji, at the last moment before he was completely purified by the sunlight, at the cost of burning his own source of existence, stripping away, condensing, and pouring in all his blood, all his power. This was not a gift, but the most vicious pollution and forced transformation. He wanted to drag Terayuki, this special existence who possessed the constitution of light and could bathe in sunlight, forcibly into the abyss of demons, and use all his blood and legacy to catalyze an unprecedented, strongest demon that he had dreamed of for a millennium but never achieved. One that did not fear sunlight and could even control sunlight. And outside, after Muzan Kibitsuji completed this final and greatest gift, the charred tumor, which had shrunk to less than 1/3 of its original size, seemed to have exhausted its last bit of strength and foundation of existence, letting out a final, barely audible, sigh-like sizzle, and then, whoosh! Under the magnificent morning sun, like a sandcastle blown away by the wind, it silently turned into a wisp of tiny ash. And then, this final ash also rapidly vaporized and dissipated in the sunlight, leaving no trace behind. The progenitor of demons who had ravaged for a millennium, bringing endless pain and death, Muzan Kibitsuji, here, under the sunlight, was completely reduced to ashes, his body and soul utterly destroyed. Chapter 117, The Ghost Who Tamed the Sunlight. However, the joy of victory did not arrive. Just at the moment Muzan Kibitsuji turned to ash, the charred wall, already buckling under the weight of relentless battles, energy shocks, and Terayuki's final impact, seemed to lose its last support. It let out a teeth-grinding groan and then rumbled. Before anyone could recover from the shock of Muzan Kibitsuji's total annihilation and the agonizing, final howl of Terayuki, the wall completely collapsed and crumbled. Heavy bricks, snapped beams, and rubble mixed with ash and blood fell like a collapsing mountain, instantly burying the small area where Terayuki had been, along with his final silhouette. Dust billowed into the sky, then slowly settled. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence. It was over. Muzan Kibitsuji was dead. The source of the demon plague that had ravaged the world for 1,000 years had been severed. The sun shone down, dispersing the final gloom. But no one cheered. No one celebrated. No one could even catch their breath. Everyone who still retained consciousness, Kyojuro Rengoku, Jiutomioka, Jaiomai Haimjima, Seimi Shinazugawa, Tenjin Yuzui Muakairo Takido, Iguro Obanai, Mitsuri Kenroji, Kachu Shinobu, Kanotsuyuri Kamado Tenjiro, Inasu Kashibira. Their eyes were fixed, frozen, locked onto that newly collapsed, silent ruin that had buried everything. The sunlight warmed their scarred bodies, yet it could not disperse the icy chill emanating from the depths of their marrow. Time seemed to have stalled in this moment. Only the fine dust, raised by the wind blowing through the ruins, danced slowly in the golden beams of light. It was unclear how much time had passed, perhaps an instant, perhaps a century. Cough, cough, Kachu Shinobu was the first to move. She did not check her own nearly fatal puncture wound, nor did she pay attention to the countless gashes on her body or her nearly exhausted strength. She simply used her blood-stained, slightly trembling hands to prop herself up from the ground, and then, using every ounce of her strength, moved her body bit by bit. Not walking but crawling. Toward that ruin, inch by inch, using her elbows and knees, dragging her broken, blood-stained body, she crawled forward, difficultly yet with unusual determination. Her purple eyes had lost their usual liveliness and gentleness, leaving only a hollow, stubborn light, staring fixedly ahead. Shinobu, sister. Kanotsuyuri, who was closest to her, was the first to react. She struggled to get up to support her, but her severely wounded body made her movements sluggish. When Kano finally staggered close and reached out a hand to support Kachu Shinobu silently, yet with unusual firmness, pushed Kano's hand away with her scarred arm. She did not look at Kano, nor did she make a sound. Her lips just moved slightly. Her gaze remained locked on the ruins, and she continued to use her hands, already raw with exposed flesh and torn fingernails, to dig through the small stones in front of her, moving forward bit by bit. That silent rejection was more heartbreaking than any wail. Kano's hand froze in midair, and her purple eyes were instantly filled with moisture. As if awakened by Kachu Shinobu's actions, the others also started to move, one after another. Kamado Tanjiro gritted his teeth and, using his only functional left hand, dragged his almost numb right side, crawling toward the ruins bit by bit. Jaiomai Haimjima chanted a Buddhist prayer, laboriously lifted his massive body from the ruins, and walked toward the rubble with heavy, mountain-like steps. Seinmi Shinazugawa spat out the blood in his mouth, used his broken blade to support his body, and stood up shakily. His bloodshot eyes stared at the ruins as he moved forward step by step. Kyojiro Rengoku, Gyutomi Oka, Tenjin Yuzui, Muakairo Takido, Iguro Obanai, Mitsuri Kenroji. Whether they were Hashira or members, as long as they had a sliver of strength left, no matter how badly wounded they were, they all struggled, supporting one another, crawling or walking, as if pulled by an invisible thread, silently and slowly regathering at the edge of the newly formed ruins. No one spoke. There was only heavy, suppressed breathing, occasionally interspersed with uncontrollable, faint sobbing, and the dull, harsh sound of Kachu Shinobu's hands digging through the rubble. She dug very slowly and with great difficulty. Every time she exerted force, her mangled palms left new bloody marks on the rough stones. The sharp edges of the stones tore at her skin, and dust mixed with blood covered her arms and cheeks. But she seemed unable to feel the pain. She just kept digging, stubbornly, over and over again. Her purple eyes did not blink, staring with near paranoia at the gaps in the rubble, as if she could see through them, as if she could dig that person out of hell. The sunlight shone quietly upon them, illuminating the bloodstains, tear tracks, and dust on their faces, as well as an unmistakable, deep grief that seemed to freeze their souls. There were no orders, no words, not even eye contact. There was only a silent, desperate, tacit understanding, and that last shred of hope, or rather, a struggle to refuse to accept reality. They began to dig. Using their remaining functional hands, broken blades, and any tools they could find, they used their last bit of strength to begin clearing the ruins. Kamado Tanjiro dug through the rubble with his left hand, tears flowing silently, mixing with the blood on his face. Jaiomai Haimjima used his massive hands, which could split mountains and shatter rocks, to carefully move away larger stones, as if afraid of disturbing something. Seinmi Shinazugawa irritably kicked away broken wood and stumbled as he aggravated his wounds, but he gritted his teeth and continued. Kyojiro Rengoku tried to help, but coughed up large mouthfuls of blood with the slightest exertion, so he could only lean to the side, staring fixedly at the progress of the clearing with his golden eyes, which burned with the flames of pain. Tenjin Yuzui, Muakairo Takido, Iguro Obanai, Mitsuri Kenroji. Everyone participated in this slow and desperate excavation in their own way. They dug very slowly and with great difficulty, because everyone was already at their limit. Every exertion could aggravate fatal wounds, and every breath was accompanied by blood foam. But no one stopped. No one gave up. It was as if as long as they didn't stop, as long as they were still digging, the final result hadn't arrived yet. As if that familiar figure might still appear from under the rubble, wearing his reassuring smile, and say to them, "Yo, is everyone okay?" Beneath the ruins, there was dead silence. There were only the dull sounds of stones being moved, heavy and suppressed breathing, and the increasingly heavy, increasingly cold sound of heartbeats. A suffocating, icy vine called despair began to spread, entwine, and tighten in everyone's hearts. Every time a stone was moved, there were only more rocks, ash, broken wood, and fragments of a Nichiren sword beneath it. No sound. No response. No trace of that person. Terayuki. Could it be that he really perished together with Muzan Kibutsuji, buried under these ruins? This thought, like the most poisonous ice thorn, pierced everyone's heart, bringing with it suffocating, excruciating pain. Kachu Shinobu's hands were already covered in blood, the skin on her fingertips torn and mixed with sand and stone, a shocking sight. But she seemed to have lost the ability to feel pain. She just kept digging, her purple eyes terrifyingly hollow yet frighteningly stubborn, staring fixedly at the gaps in the rubble. Terayuki, you said you would protect me. You said you wouldn't leave me behind and go first. You said when everything was over, you would tell me everything. Liar. Big liar. Answer me. I beg you, answer me, please. The silent scream in her heart formed the cruelest contrast with the cold, silent ruins before her. Aside from ash, rubble, broken wood, and those cold, sun-reflecting fragments of a Nichiren sword, there was nothing. Just as everyone was digging in despair, and the cold and silence were about to freeze the last shred of hope. Boom! Without warning, the center of the ruins, the area where they had dug the deepest and which was the most silent, suddenly exploded. The piled rubble was hit by an invisible giant hammer from within, instantly shooting into the sky. Dust and sand, like volcanic ash, obscured half the sky and came crashing down on everyone. Careful. Back away. Kachu Shinobu, Jaiomai Haimjima, Kamado Tenjiro, and the others, who were closest, instinctively dodged backward or used their broken arms to shield themselves from the incoming sand and stone. Dust filled the air, blurring their vision. In the dust, a figure could be vaguely seen, standing up slowly in the center of the explosion. The silhouette was somewhat blurred in the swirling dust, but the general outline, the posture of standing, carried a familiarity that was etched into their bones. Is it him? Kachu Shinobu's purple eyes erupted with unbelievable light in an instant. Almost without thinking, forgetting her severe injuries, forgetting her exhaustion, she used all her strength, struggling to pounce toward the figure in the dust. Terayuki. However, just as her body leaned forward, a scarred arm suddenly shot out from the side, tightly gripping her shoulder and forcefully holding her back. It was Iguro Obanai. His heterochromatic eyes were fixed on the blurry figure in the dust, his expression filled with unprecedented gravity and vigilance. Kaburamaru also raised its head from his neck, emitting a threatening hiss toward that direction. Shinobu, wait, look closely. Iguro Obanai's voice was hoarse and urgent, carrying an unquestionable warning. As if to confirm his words, a breeze blew by, and the swirling dust slowly dispersed, revealing the full appearance of the standing figure. This is. Everyone who saw the figure clearly fell into a deathly silence for an instant, then their pupils contracted violently. The sound of gasping echoed one after another. An intense shock and icy fear swept through everyone's hearts like a plague. The figure could barely be recognized as having the general human outline of Terasuke. But that was all. His entire body's skin presented an extremely strange, highly discomforting color. On a pale, corpse-like base, dark red patterns like dried blood spread like a spiderweb, interspersed with large areas of charred, carbonized marks as if burned by fierce flames. These three colors were not distinct. They were as if roughly, forcibly blended and twisted together, creating a terrifying visual effect like a living hell scroll. The skin surface was covered in deep, bone-visible cracks. These cracks were not static, they seemed to be slightly writhing. From the depths of the cracks, a strange, asphalt-like substance constantly seeped out. Upon contact with air and sunlight, these substances quickly solidified and hardened, emitting a nauseating odor of burnt matter mixed with sulfur. The white Haori and Demon Slayer Corps uniform that once fit him were long since shattered in the previous battle. The few remaining ragged cloth strips, like dilapidated burial shrouds, clung to his limbs, adding to the inhuman, eerie quality. His head hung low, and his disheveled hair covered most of his face, making it impossible to see his specific features or expression. But above his temples on both sides of his head, two short yet exceptionally sharp black bone horns had twistedly grown out. Where the roots of the bone horns connected to the scalp, the skin was hideously turned outward, and blood vessels coiled like writhing black earthworms. Through the cracks of his slightly parted lips, one could vaguely see not the neat teeth of a human, but 2 rows of staggered, sharp, pointed teeth. Between the teeth, viscous black saliva seemed to be slowly dripping. And the most soul-freezing thing was the sunlight. That warm, deadly, purifying morning light that had cleansed Muzan Kibitsuji was now shining without reservation upon the entire body of this monster. However, the expected burning, purification, and annihilation, none of it happened. The sunlight shone on its eerie, terrifying skin without causing smoke, without hissing sounds, and without even causing it to show the slightest pain or discomfort. On the contrary, those rays of sunlight seemed to have encountered the most compatible vessel, gently seeping and merging into its crack-filled shell. One could even vaguely see wisps of golden light, as if possessing life, slowly flowing and gathering between the dark red and charred black patterns under its skin, as if replenishing energy and repairing wounds. It not only did not fear the sun, it was even absorbing and utilizing the sunlight. Endless, icy fear, like the deepest cold wave, instantly engulfed everyone present. A demon who tamed the sun. This was even more terrifying than Muzan Kibitsuji, even more desperate. No matter how strong Muzan Kibitsuji was, he had the fatal weakness of sunlight. But this thing before them, it had no weaknesses. In the sunlight, it might even become stronger. Medicine, Kachu Shinobu's face instantly turned paler than paper, her purple eyes trembling violently. But the instinct of a physician and researcher made her think, in the midst of extreme fear, of that one possible, slim hope, the medicine that Tamyo and I developed, that can turn a demon back into a human. Yes, before the decisive battle in the Infinity Castle, they had successfully developed the medicine that could turn Nezuko back into a human. Although it was still in the experimental stage and effective on Nezuko, but no one knew whether this medicine could still work on this ultimate creature. Even if it works, Iguro Obanai stared fixedly at that terrifying figure, his heterochromatic eyes filled with cold determination. It also needs time. It needs him to cooperate. Do you think the him now will still cooperate with us? The answer was self-evident. Look at those twisted limbs, those devilish bone horns, those ghostly white sharp teeth, that eerie taming of the sunlight. The existence before them might still retain some of Terayuki's external features, but its inner being had likely long since been completely contaminated by Muzan Kibitsuji's crazy obsession and desire for evolution. We cannot let him leave. Jaiomai Haimjima's deep voice rang out, carrying a weight and compassion like bedrock, but also an unquestionable resolve. No matter who he once was, now he is a demon who has mastered the power of the sun. If the medicine is ineffective. Seinmi Shinizugawa gritted his teeth, his bloodshot eyes filled with only pure killing intent. He gripped his broken Nichiren sword tightly. Although the blade no longer had its crimson color, his fighting spirit ignited once again. Then we must, before he completely adapts and becomes stronger, kill him. We must never let a demon who has tamed the sun live in this world. The flames of pain and determination burned in Kyojuro Rengoku's golden eyes. He also slowly stood up, and although his body swayed, he once again assumed a fighting stance. Jiyu Tomioka nodded silently, Muakairo Takedo gripped his broken sword, Tenjin Yuzui took a deep breath, and Kamato Tenjiro struggled to stand up. Everyone understood. This familiar yet strange, terrifying existence that stood up from the ruins was an ultimate threat more dangerous and uncontrollable than Muzan Kibitsuji. And these survivors of the Demon Slayer Corps, who had just experienced a life-and-death battle with Muzan Kibitsuji, would have to face an even crueler, even more heartbreaking choice. To try and use that medicine of slim hope to save this monster. If they failed, then they must take advantage of the moment he had just been reborn, perhaps not yet fully adapted to this terrifying power. Risk everyone's lives and completely slay him here. Chapter 118 Joking. Just as everyone thought the worst-case scenario had come true, holding onto the remnants of their forces, their hearts filled with icy killing intent and heart-wrenching pain, the figure under the sunlight changed again. That figure standing in the sunlight seemed to have undergone a silent purification ritual. Those hideous traits belonging to a demon, the eerie, pale, dark red, charred skin, the cracked patterns, the oozing black viscous substance, The demonic bone horns, the ghastly sharp teeth, were like stains being washed away by the sunlight, rapidly fading, crumbling, and dissipating. It took less than a dozen breaths. When the last piece of substance, like a blood scab, peeled off his shoulder and turned into fly ash under the sun, the figure standing in the center of the ruins had shed all foreign matter that did not belong to Terayuki. Torn clothes, new and old scars covering his body, a face unusually pale from blood loss and exhaustion. Aside from these marks of a life-or-death battle, his appearance was almost identical to the light Hashira, Haitru Terayuki, whom everyone remembered as always wearing a gentle smile. This sudden, almost miraculous reversal caused everyone's tense nerves and gathered killing intent to freeze and falter for a moment. Could it be that the demonization just now was just some sort of intense rejection reaction? Could it be that Musen's final frantic infusion had failed? Could it be that Terayuki had really relied on his own will and some unknown power to forcibly reverse the demonization and regain control of his body? A spark of hope, so faint it was almost non-existent, cautiously and tremblingly reignited in the deepest part of everyone's hearts. Kachu Shinobu's purple eyes stared fixedly at that face, familiar to the point of heartbreak. Her lips trembled slightly, but she dared not make a sound, fearing to disturb this illusion as fragile as a soap bubble. Kamado Tanjiro's nose twitched hard, attempting to discern from that body the warm, reliable scent of sunlight that belonged to Mr. Terayuki, even if only a trace. Kyojiro Rengoku's hand, holding his Nichiren sword, loosened slightly. The flames in his golden eyes were still burning, but they now carried a trace of imperceptible anticipation. The others also held their breath, their gazes focused complexly on that figure. Just then, in the center of the ruins, Terayuki, who had returned to his human form, slowly opened his eyes. It was still those familiar golden pupils. However, there was not a shred of emotion in those eyes. No relief from surviving a disaster, no warmth from seeing his companions, no pain, no fatigue, not even a trace of the gentleness that belonged to the personality of Terayuki. There was only coldness, indifference, like 10,000-year-old black ice, and an emptiness that looked down upon ants from on high. He slowly turned his neck, and his golden eyes, like the most precise scanning instrument, emotionlessly scanned the companions who were staring fixedly at him. Then, his mouth slowly stretched to both sides, curling into a smile with a huge arc. A smile that was completely out of place with his original appearance and temperament, filled with a certain twisted sense of pleasure. That smile on Terayuki's face was chillingly incongruous. Immediately after, a voice rang out. It was Terayuki's voice, the tone he usually spoke with. But the intonation, the tone, the flavor contained in every syllable were completely different. It was a measured, playful, and undisguisedly arrogant tone, as if he were admiring the futile struggles of a group of trapped beasts, or playing with a new, interesting toy. Is this the body of the glowing brat? Hattie. Truly. Amazing. He said the last two words very softly, but they were like two poison-tipped ice picks, stabbing fiercely into everyone's hearts, instantly freezing, crushing, and turning into powder the fragile spark of hope that had just been ignited. It was Musen. It was Musen Kibutsuji's tone. It was his nauseating arrogance that viewed all things as ants. Musen. Kyojiro Rengoku's roar exploded like an ignited gunpowder keg. In his golden red eyes, the last trace of hesitation and anticipation completely vanished, replaced by a violent rage and killing intent, hotter than magma and darker than the abyss. He felt his sanity, his soul, being ignited and burned by this extreme desecration and betrayal at this moment. Impossible, he was clearly, by the sun. Tenjin Yuzui's face turned livid, his voice trembling from extreme anger and a deeper fear. He had seen with his own eyes Musen turn into fly ash, but now, he isn't dead, he has taken over Mr. Terayuki's body. Kamado Tanjiro's eyes were bloodshot. An intense rage and indescribable sorrow engulfed him like a tsunami. He could smell it. What was emanating from Terayuki right now was the suffocatingly thick scent of Musen Kibitsuji. That scent almost completely masked the warm, pure, and reassuring scent of light that belonged to Mr. Terayuki. Musen. Seinmi Shinazugawa's roar was like that of a wounded, dying beast. The violent currents of wind breathing rose up recklessly again. With the desperate killing intent of someone ready to die together, he stared fixedly at that face, familiar yet incredibly strange. Every word seemed to be squeezed from the depths of his soul. Get out of Terayuki's body. Give Mr. Terayuki back to us. Even the gentlest Mitsuri Kenroji let out a cry of grief and indignation, mixed with endless heartbreak and killing intent. Tears gushed from her emerald eyes, and the soft Nichiren sword in her hand trembled violently due to her agitation. Jaiomai Haimjima slowly closed his eyes, 2 streams of muddy tears sliding down silently, then he suddenly opened them. There was no more compassion in his dark golden eyes, only pure, earth-toppling murderous and destructive will. His deep voice seemed to come from ancient judgment. Namu, Amitabutsu, evil demon, desecrating the hero's soul, occupying the sacred body. The crime is unforgivable. Today, even if my body is shattered and my soul scattered, I will definitely strip you from this body, crush you, and destroy your body and soul. Jiu Tomioka's Nichiren sword had already silently unsheathed by half an inch, the blade reflecting the cold sunlight. The aura around him completely settled, like the deepest ocean abyss before a storm. Beneath that calm lay an extreme killing intent that could freeze the soul. Muakairo Takedo's figure became even more blurred, as if he could merge into the sunlight and shadows at any moment. The killing intent of mist breathing condensed to the apex. Iguro Obanai, Kano Tsuyuri, Inasu Kashibira. Everyone who still had a shred of fighting strength left had entered combat mode once again. This time, they were not facing a companion who might have turned into a demon, but the ultimate enemy who had occupied the body of one of their most important companions. Facing this palpable, monstrous killing intent, and the gazes of his companions who wished they could tear him limb from limb, Terayuki, or rather, Musen, who had occupied Terayuki's body. The weird and malicious smile on his face widened and twisted even further, even carrying a kind of manic, cat-and-mouse playfulness. He tilted his head with interest, using Terayuki's pale, yet handsome face to make an extremely incongruous, irony-filled expression of confusion, as if he truly didn't understand why this group of ants was so agitated. Emu. His voice suddenly changed back to the voice everyone was extremely familiar with, but the tone remained that nauseating mockery. It's me, the light Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Haitru Terayuki. It's your fellow, your trusted comrade, your companion you would die to protect. He deliberately emphasized the word companion, filled with endless malice. Then, in the eyes of everyone who was almost spitting fire, he slowly opened his arms, making a seemingly defenseless posture. While his face still wore that chilling, weird smile, and his golden eyes swept indifferently over everyone pointing their blades at him, as if examining items. Are you going to kill me? Shameless. Tanjiro roared, tears mixed with fury rolling down his cheeks. Musen, do not wear Terayuki's face and speak to us with his voice. Get out of Terayuki's body. Strike, we must not let him live any longer. Along with this defiled body, Seinmi Shinazugawa could no longer hold back, and a form of wind breathing was about to be unleashed. However, at this critical moment, as everyone's reason was about to be consumed by fury and grief, and they were on the verge of launching an all-out attack, Kachu Shinobu, who had been staring fixedly at Terayuki with a violent storm of emotions churning in her purple eyes, suddenly spoke. Her voice was not loud, but it carried a strange, penetrative power that caused everyone to pause. Oh, wait. Her gaze was locked firmly onto Terayuki's face. No, more accurately, locked onto his eyes, the corners of his eyes. Then, amidst the shocked and bewildered gazes of everyone, Kachu Shinobu walked slowly, step by step, toward that figure exuding a dangerous aura. Shinobu, don't go over there, Jiu Tomioka barked. Miss Shinobu, it's dangerous, Mitsuri Kenroji exclaimed. But Kachu Shinobu acted as if she hadn't heard. She walked very slowly and steadily, her purple eyes fixed unblinkingly on Terayuki's eyes. As she approached, the eerie smile on Terayuki's face seemed to stiffen for an instant, and deep within his cold golden eyes, a fleeting, almost imperceptible ripple flashed by. He did not attack. He made no threatening movements. He simply stood there, using that cold, icy gaze belonging to Muzan, staring blankly as Kachu Shinobu walked step by step until she was right in front of him, within arm's reach. Kachu Shinobu stopped at a distance of just 1 step away from him. She tilted her face up, looking at this face that was both familiar and strange, looking at the nauseatingly eerie smile on his face. Then, under the gaze of everyone who was holding their breath, their hearts almost stopped, she slowly raised her hand. It was not to draw her sword, nor to attack. Instead, she extended her palm and with a light but firm touch, slapped Terayuki's cheek. Slap, the crisp sound was exceptionally clear on the silent battlefield. Immediately after, Kachu Shinobu's voice, as gentle as water yet seemingly tempered with 10,000 years of ice, rang out, clearly reaching everyone's ears, as well as Terayuki's ears. "Terayuki, sir." She narrowed her purple eyes. There was no fear in them, only an insight that had seen through everything, accompanied by a bone-chilling killing intent. If you keep pretending, she tilted her head slightly, a smile even appearing on her face, one that was somewhat similar to Terayuki's usual teasing expression, yet devoid of any warmth. "We will genuinely cut off your head." After all, a demon that has conquered the sun sounds truly dangerous, doesn't it? Pretending, he was pretending. What was Shinobu saying? That was clearly Muzan's tone. That gaze. The eerie, crazed sneer on Terayuki's face instantly froze. Immediately, like melting snow, the indifference and evil belonging to Muzan in those cold golden eyes receded like the tide, replaced by a trace of confusion, a hint of shock, and then quickly superseded by an extremely familiar sense of embarrassment and guilt, as if caught red-handed doing something wrong. He blinked. The uncomfortable, eerie expression on his face vanished, returning to the smile everyone was familiar with. Although still pale, his eyes had regained their warmth and the liveliness belonging to Haitru Terayuki. As the surrounding killing intent was about to transform into tangible care, Terayuki seemed to suddenly remember something. He abruptly raised his hand in a pause gesture. Although this could not stop the group who were ready to throw hands, he couldn't help but look at Kachu Shinobu, whose purple eyes still held lingering coldness, and asked the question in his mind. Wait a second. "Shinobu, tell me first, how on earth did you figure it out?" He pointed to his own eyes, looking incredulous. I even mimicked the tone. Even Tanjiro's nose didn't smell any flaws. Kachu Shinobu watched him quietly, the coldness in her purple eyes fading slightly, replaced by a sense of as I thought certainty and a hint of helplessness. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze landing precisely on the corner of Terayuki's right eye. "It's very simple, Terayuki." Her voice was calm and waveless, yet carried an indifference that saw through everything, because every time you want to do something bad, or are plotting some mischief in your heart. Her fingertip pointed vaguely toward the corner of Terayuki's eye. This place always smiles before your mouth does. Even if you are serious on the face, and your eyes are earnest, there will be a tiny bit of hidden amusement there that even you might not have noticed. She paused, watching Terayuki freeze instantly and subconsciously reach up to touch the corner of his eye, and continued. "It was the same just now. You really did a good job pretending. Your gaze was terrifyingly cold, and your tone was sufficiently annoying. However, when you looked at me at the end, even if just for a split second, that damn corner of your eye, it twitched. That wasn't a look Muzan would have. That was the look you have when you're about to watch someone get riled up. I've seen it too many times." Terayuki was completely stunned. He hadn't realized at all that he had this kind of instinctive reaction. This was simply the greatest Waterloo of his acting career. So, he opened his mouth, taking a long time to find his voice. "You just relied on this, and dared to walk over." He recalled the scene where Shinobu walked toward his possessed self without hesitation, and he still felt some lingering fear. Shinobu did not answer immediately, just watched him quietly for 2 seconds, her gaze seemingly saying what else. Then she curled the corners of her lips slightly, her tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible teasing. "What else? Wait for you to actually get cut down as Muzan?" Although, there were indeed people who really wanted to do that just now. Her gaze swept meaningfully over the surrounding crowd, who were eyeing him like tigers watching their prey. He touched his cheek that had just been slapped by Shinobu. It seemed a bit red still. He laughed awkwardly, his voice reverting completely to its original state, carrying a bit of hoarseness and the weakness of someone who had just survived a disaster. Caught me? Haha, just a joke to lighten the mood. Look at how nervous everyone was just now. His voice grew quieter and quieter, because the moment he said the words "just a joke," the expressions of everyone around him had shifted from extreme shock and anger to another kind of extreme emotion, a violent killing intent that was almost condensing into something tangible. Veins popped out on Seinmi Shinizugawa's forehead, and his teeth gnashed together with a clatter. You boz, tard. Kyojuro Rengoku took a deep breath and then erupted into a deafening roar. Terayuki, how dare you? Jiyu Tomioka silently sheathed his sword, but the look he gave Terayuki was cold enough to freeze someone to death. Jaiomai Haimejima's fingers, which had been twisting his prayer beads, stopped. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, "Mischievous." Tanjiro's mouth hung wide open, the tear streaks on his face still wet, his expression dazed. Mitsuri Kenroji clutched her chest, crying and laughing at the same time. Thank goodness. It's Terayuki, but, that is too much. Inasu Kashibira's bore mask tilted, as if he hadn't fully understood what happened, but he instinctively felt that he had been played just now and immediately roared. How dare you mess with the great Inasuk? Duel. Tenjin Yuzui covered his forehead, looking helpless, truly. A joke that is not flashy at all and scares people to death. Muakairo Takedo silently sheathed his sword and glanced at Terayuki. That look seemed to say boring. And Kachu Shinobu, who was standing in front of Terayuki, slowly withdrew the cold killing intent from her face, but the fire in her purple eyes burned even more intensely. She said nothing, just stared at him quietly with a gaze that made the hair on the back of Terayuki's neck stand up. Terayuki looked at the circle of companions around him who wished they could swallow him whole, then looked at Kachu Shinobu in front of him, whose gentle gaze could kill, and gave two dry laughs attempting to explain. I didn't mean to. Really, I had just mastered the body and was still a bit not used to it and wanted to see everyone's reaction. Chapter 119, The Sun of the Second Day. His explanation seemed pale and powerless under the increasingly cold gazes of the group. Kachu Shinobu finally spoke, her voice as soft as a feather, yet it made Terayuki shiver. Terayuki, is the joke over yet? It's over. Terayuki stood at attention subconsciously. Has your body fully recovered? Is Musen's consciousness definitely completely purged? Shinobu continued to ask gently. Purged, I promise. That was just the last bit of lingering influence. I've suppressed it, really. Terayuki hurriedly swore, cold sweat breaking out instantly. Just now, in order to act the part, he had indeed stirred up the chaotic aura belonging to Musen within his body. And now, being questioned by Shinobu, he felt a lingering fear. Very good. Kachu Shinobu nodded, then turned to face all their companions, who were rolling up their sleeves and glaring with fiery eyes, and revealed a smile as bright as spring flowers, one that made Terayuki's soul fly away in terror. Then next, shouldn't we let our light Hashira properly explain this atmosphere-lightening joke? As soon as she finished speaking, Yumai, well said. A flashy lesson is necessary. Terayuki, die. Amitabha, a small punishment is a warning. Terayuki, this time it really went too far. Boss White, take this. Terayuki watched his companions slowly closing in from all directions with kind smiles on their faces, especially Jiyu Tomioka, who was slowly drawing his Nichiren sword with an expressionless face, and Seinmi Shinizugawa, who was clenching his fists until his knuckles cracked. The smile on his face froze completely, and a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Wait, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Listen to my explanation. I just came back from the gates of hell. My body is still weak. I need rest. Don't hit the face. Shinobu, I was wrong. Jiyu, don't draw the sword. Seinmi, have mercy. Tanjiro, help me. After the horseplay, upon hearing Terayuki's familiar laughter and tone, Shinobu's body, which had been tense to the limit, seemed to have all its strength drained away, and she swayed slightly. but she steadied herself immediately, only for the tears she had held back for so long to finally gush out like a bursting levee in those purple eyes. She looked at that guy who was laughing heartlessly in the sunlight, yet appeared exceptionally fragile due to his wounds, and the string named reason in her heart snapped completely. Mixed with ecstasy, lingering fear, anger, and the massive shock of having him back, she couldn't say a word for a moment, just biting her lower lip hard and letting the tears flow. Terayuki had had enough fun and coughed a few times before looking at Shinobu, meeting those teary purple eyes that were still glaring at him fixedly. The smile on his face faded a little, and a flash of guilt, apology, and a deeper, almost overflowing tenderness swept across his golden eyes. "I'm sorry, Shinobu." He rubbed his nose, his voice softening. "Just woke up. My brain is still a bit scrambled. That old bastard Musen's last bit of lingering thought and blood made me feel all wrong. Seeing you all acting like you were facing a great enemy, wishing you could tear me into pieces, I just couldn't help it. I wanted to scare you." He paused, watching Shinobu still crying but walking toward him step by step, his voice even softer, carrying a hint of imperceptible pleading. "Don't be angry, okay? I promise next time I won't." Ah. Before he could finish, Shinobu had already reached him. She didn't punch or slash him as he had expected, but instead reached out her arms and hugged him fiercely, tightly. She buried her tear-stained cheeks deep into his neck, which was covered in blood and dust. "You idiot." The suppressed, choked-up scolding came muffled from beside his neck, accompanied by hot tears that soaked his skin. "Big idiot. Super big idiot." Terayuki's body stiffened for a moment, then completely relaxed. He carefully hugged Shinobu's trembling body, resting his chin on the top of her head, which smelled of medicine and blood, closed his eyes, and whispered, "Yeah, I'm an idiot. I'm sorry for making you worry." However, he opened his eyes slightly, his golden eyes shining in the sunlight, carrying the relief of having survived and a hint of mischief, as he looked at the companions around him and said lightly, in a voice everyone could hear, "That old bastard Musen is really dead for good this time. Even his last scheme to turn me into a demon and possess my body was burned away by the sun." The sunlight completely dispelled all the gloom, warmly shining on the two embracing in the ruins, and all the battle-scarred warriors around them who could finally show genuine smiles. The relief of surviving and the mix of laughter and tears brought by Terayuki's resurrection prank filled the ruins with an atmosphere that was exhausted, yet lighthearted. Kyojiro Rengoku was loudly talking about holding an extremely flashy victory banquet, and although Seinmi Shinizugawa was cursing, he had already started counting the usable supplies on the ground. Tenjin Yuzui was trying to use the remaining cloth to bandage himself into a flashy look. Supported by Tanjiro and Kanao Tsuyuri, Mitsuri Kenroji was whispering about how hungry she was. Inasu Kashibira was trying to dig some spoils of war out of the ruins. Jiu Tomioka was sitting silently on a rock, checking his own injuries. Muakairo Takedo was looking at the sky quietly, seemingly not yet fully recovered from the fierce battle. Obanai, Iguro, and Kaburamaru were vigilantly patrolling the surroundings, confirming there were no more threats. Kachu Shinobu was still hugging Terayuki tightly, as if he would disappear if she let go. Her tears gradually stopped, leaving only low sobs and the exhaustion that comes after feeling relieved. Terayuki let her hold him, his golden eyes filled with a gentle smile as he swept his gaze over every companion, his heart full of unprecedented stability and peace. However, this ease did not last long. The observant Terayuki soon noticed that the figure who was like a mountain, always standing at the very front of the group, Jaiomai Haimjima, had not joined in this brief relaxation. At some point, he had silently retreated to a relatively clean corner on the edge of the battlefield and sat down slowly. He lowered his head, his hands still pressed together, but the heavy prayer beads were hanging quietly on his knees, no longer being turned. An ominous premonition, like a cold snake, quietly crawled into Terayuki's heart. He recalled Jaiomai Haimjima's resolute and compassionate expression, remembered how he had tried to dissuade him, and also remembered the ancient record that those with the Slayer mark do not live past 25. Jaiomai Haimjima, had long since passed that limit. Jaiomai Haimjima? Terayuki gently patted Shinobu's back to signal her to let go, then endured the sharp pain in his body, stood up, and stumbled toward Jaiomai Haimjima. His movements drew the attention of the others. The laughter and chatter gradually died down, and everyone's eyes followed Terayuki, landing on Jaiomai Haimjima in the corner. When they saw Jaiomai Haimjima's unusually calm, even peaceful posture, a familiar premonition gripped everyone's hearts once again. Jaiomai Haimjima, Kyojiro Rengoku also reined in his smile, frowning. Terayuki walked up to Jaiomai Haimjima, crouched down, and his gaze landed on his tear-stained but unusually calm face, as well as the slayer mark on his forehead that had long since dimmed, leaving only faint traces. Terayuki's heart sank abruptly. Jaiomai Haimjima? Terayuki's voice was somewhat dry. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch Jaiomai Haimjima's arm, but stopped in midair and finally just asked in a low voice, "Has it come to this step after all?" Hearing Terayuki's voice, Jaiomai Haimjima slowly, extremely slowly, lifted his head. His eyes, unable to see, seemed to look toward Terayuki and toward the group gathering around. His face still bore that expression of compassion for all living beings, but at this moment, there was more relief and satisfaction in that compassion. Amitabha, Jaiomai Haimjima's voice was low and calm, as if stating a fact that had long been destined. Terayuki, everyone. No need for this. My decrepit body has lived until now. Other than killing demons, I have no other skills and no other requests. Now, to be able to witness the demons being vanquished with my own eyes, to see the dawn arrive, and to have fought side by side with you all until now, I have no regrets. He paused, seemingly a bit tired, breathed slightly, and continued. I am advanced in age. Activating this power of the Slayer mark was going against the heavens, overdrawing my remaining life. To be able to use this remaining heat at the end of my life to protect you all is already the Buddha's mercy, and I die content. Jaiomai Haimjima, don't say that. Mitsuri Kinroji couldn't help but cry out, "You will be fine. We'll go find a doctor right now. Butterfly Mansion. Yes, back to the Butterfly Mansion." Jaiomai Haimjima, hang in there, Kyojiro Rengoku said urgently. Jiu Tomioka looked at Jaiomai Haimjima silently, clenching his fists. Jaiomai Haimjima, however, slowly shook his head, a faint but incredibly peaceful smile appearing on his face. You are all in the prime of youth with boundless futures. Do not grieve too much for my decrepit body that is about to decay. There are still many beautiful things in this world waiting for you to experience and protect. I will take my leave first. He gasped a few more times, his breathing clearly becoming weaker. He turned his head slightly, as if looking toward Terayuki, and said slowly, using his last clearer tone. Terayuki, this time you were wrong. You said that once the Slayer mark is activated, one cannot see the next day's sun. But the compassionate and satisfied smile on Jaiomai Haimjima's face widened a little, as if carrying a trace of childlike pride. I saw it. This light of dawn is very warm. After saying this, he seemed to have exhausted his last bit of strength, and those eyes that had been slightly open finally closed slowly. His hands, which had been pressed together, also fell limply to his sides. That head, which had always been bowed and full of wisdom and compassion, also tilted slightly to one side, resting against the cold wall. The entire corner fell into a dead silence. The sunlight was still shining, but it seemed to have lost all its warmth in an instant. Jaiomai Haimjima, Terayuki's voice trembled, and he reached out his hand to gently touch Jaiomai Haimjima's shoulder. There was no reaction. He tremblingly reached his fingers toward under Jaiomai Haimjima's nose. His breath seemed so weak it was almost imperceptible. Immense grief swept over everyone like a tsunami. The bit of joy that had just risen due to the victory and Terayuki's resurrection was instantly shattered by this cruel reality. No, Jaiomai Haimjima. Tanjiro let out a cry of sorrow and threw himself in front of Jaiomai Haimjima, tears streaming from his eyes. Jaiomai Haimjima, Kyojiro Rengoku said with tears in his tiger-like eyes, kneeling on one knee. Sorrowful crying and shouting rang out again. Kachu Shinobu covered her mouth, tears sliding down silently. Tenjin Yuzui, Muakairo Takido, Obanai Aguro, Mitsuri Kenroji, Kanotsuyuri, Inasu Kashabira. Everyone was gathered around Jaiomai Haimjima, their faces filled with unbelievable sorrow and pain. They had just lost a respectable companion, an elder as steady and reliable as a father. Teruyuki knelt in front of Jaiomai Haimjima, head lowered, his hair falling down to cover his expression. Only his clenched fists and slightly trembling shoulders betrayed the massive turmoil in his heart. However, just when this pervasive sorrow was about to swallow everyone, Tanjiro, who had been kneeling beside Jaiomai Haimjima and crying the hardest, suddenly stiffened. He stopped crying abruptly, lifted his head, widened his red, swollen eyes, and stared intensely at Jaiomai Haimjima's chest. His ears, due to the lingering perception of the transparent world, were sharper than ordinary people's. "Wait, everyone, quiet." Tanjiro's voice became sharp with excitement and disbelief. He practically roared it out. The crying and shouting of the group stopped abruptly, and everyone looked at Tanjiro in astonishment. Tanjiro didn't bother to explain. He leaned down, carefully pressed his ear against Jaiomai Haimjima's chest, held his breath, and listened with full concentration. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the dead silence, Tanjiro's ears caught that extremely weak, slow, yet incredibly clear and firm. Sampe. 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 It was a heartbeat. Although slow, although weak, it was indeed still beating. And the rhythm was steady, not the chaotic rhythm of a dying person. A heartbeat, Jaiomai Haimjima still has a heartbeat. Tanjiro lifted his head abruptly, tears still on his face, but his eyes erupted with unbelievable ecstasy. He shouted, almost screaming, "He is still alive. Jaiomai Haimjima is still alive." What? Everyone was stunned, almost unable to believe their ears. Really, Tanjiro, you didn't hear wrong. Kyojiro Rengoku rushed over first, not caring about etiquette, and placed his palm against the carotid artery of Jaiomai Haimjima's neck. A moment later, his heroic face also revealed an expression of ecstasy. It's real, there is a pulse. Although it's weak, it's definitely there. Jiu Tomioka also quickly stepped forward to investigate, confirming calmly. Breathing is weak, but even heartbeat is steady. It is. A state of deep sleep, or rather, extreme exhaustion and coma. That's great, that's great. Mitsuri Kenroji cried out again, this time tears of joy. Amitabha, Buddha bless. Tenjin Yuzui let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest. Obanai Aguro and Kaburamaru also visibly relaxed. Kachu Shinobu wiped away her tears, hope reigniting in her purple eyes. She immediately began to check Jaiomai Haimjima's physical condition. Excessive blood loss, multiple fractures and internal injuries, physical and mental energy severely overdrawn. But his vital signs have indeed stabilized. We need to perform emergency treatment and blood transfusion immediately. But, at least, he is still alive. The massive reversal caught everyone off guard, but immediately after, there was even purer relief and joy. Jaiomai Haimjima is still alive. This respectable stone Hashira has pulled through. Cheers rang out again, louder than before and even more heartfelt. Chapter 120 ending. A few days later, at the Yubayashiki estate, the courtyard was deep and serene. It was late spring. Sunlight filtered through the layers of well-manicured ancient trees and fresh leaves, casting dappled and swaying spots of light. The air held the elegant, lingering scent of wisteria that had yet to fully fade, along with the moist aroma of earth and new grass. After several days of emergency treatment and rest, the remaining main forces of the Demon Slayer Corps finally held their final Hashira meeting here. Kaguya Yubayashiki sat in the primary seat on the porch. Although his face was still somewhat pale after his illness, his eyes, inherited from his family and always filled with wisdom and compassion, were now clear and bright, radiating a long-lost vitality and peace. The curse that had plagued the family for 1,000 years seemed to truly begin to loosen with the complete demise of Muzan Kibitsuji. Lady Amine sat quietly kneeling beside him, her posture dignified, her eyes filled with the same relief and tenderness. In the courtyard, survivors of the battle gathered, either sitting or standing. Jaiomai Haimjima's massive frame leaned against the shadow of the furthest porch pillar, carefully watched over by a member of the Kakashi. His eyes were slightly closed, and his breathing was long and weak, as if he had entered the deepest slumber. Lady Amin would occasionally go over to whisper a few questions, but Jaume only slightly shook or nodded his head. His overexhausted flame of life had not been extinguished, but everyone understood that few embers remained. To be able to bathe so peacefully in the post-victory sunlight was already a miracle. Kachu Shinobu had changed into a clean purple butterfly-patterned Haori, her long hair carefully pinned up to reveal her fair neck, though her face still bore a faint weariness from blood loss and an imperceptible shadow under her eyes. She was holding a teacup, sipping slowly, her gaze calmly sweeping across the courtyard. Terayuki sat down beside her unceremoniously. He was wrapped in many fresh bandages, and his face was a few shades paler than Shinobu's, but his spirit was exceptionally high. His golden eyes shone brilliantly in the sunlight, and he was currently trying to sneak a piece of yakin from the small plate by Shinobu's hand. Without even lifting her eyelids, Shinobu flipped her wrist and lightly tapped the back of his hand with a bamboo skewer. "Patients should not eat sweets," she said softly but firmly. "Just one piece." Terayuki, not giving up, reached out with his fingertips again. Shinobu's purple eyes tilted slightly as she glanced at him. That look clearly said, "You can try." Terayuki withdrew his hand sheepishly, rubbed his nose, and instead picked up the bland cup of barley tea in front of him, taking a disgruntled sip, which drew snickers from several young members nearby. The master's gentle voice rang out, opening this informal, yet deeply significant meeting. First, he expressed his deepest and most sincere gratitude to everyone present and to all the members who had given their lives for this war. There were no impassioned declarations or lengthy summaries, only simple and earnest words, yet they caused many in the courtyard to tear up. 1,000 years of darkness and endless sacrifice had finally come to a halt in this generation. Everyone, Kaguya Yubayashiki's gaze slowly swept across every familiar face before finally resting on the void, as if seeing the souls of countless ancestors. The mission of the Demon Slayer Corps is different starting today. The swords that slay demons may rest for a while, but I hope the heart of protection will remain with you always. He announced the preliminary vision for the future of the Demon Slayer Corps, transitioning from a combat organization to one focused on intelligence integration, handling subsequent demon-related issues, improving the treatment system for the injured, and providing compensation and reconstruction support for victims. At the same time, the decision for any member to stay or leave would be entirely up to their personal will. As the serious topics concluded, the atmosphere in the courtyard noticeably relaxed. Mitsuri Kenroji and Kanao Tsuyuri sat close together, whispering girl talk and occasionally letting out low giggles. Jiwoo Tomioka sat alone under an old plum tree, eyes closed and resting. He seemed somewhat detached from the liveliness, yet he was strangely integrated into it. Tenjin Yuzui was trying to gesture to a Kakashi member, wanting some materials to flamboyantly repair his damaged forehead protector. Muakairo Takedo leaned against a porch pillar, watching the drifting clouds in the sky, lost in thought. Iguro Obanai, with Kaburamaru, paced quietly in a corner of the courtyard to ensure security. Someone with a relaxed smile brought up that darkest and most heart-wrenching time before the final battle, when Lord Yubayashiki was critically ill and Terayuki made that categorical prophecy by the sickbed. "Kill Muzin, and the master will surely recover." Hearing this, Kaguya Yubayashiki showed a gentle and slightly helpless smile. He shook his head slightly and looked at Terayuki. "Speaking of that, Terayuki, you were so certain that day, your tone was beyond doubt. It really made me both anxious and unable to stop feeling infinite hope. I was in such agony for a long time." There was no blame in his words, only the reflection and a hint of teasing after surviving the catastrophe. Terayuki, who was attempting another sneak attack on the yakin, but failed and instead picked up a piece of rice cake, froze. He nearly choked, quickly gulping down some barley tea to wash it down. His face showed a mix of embarrassment and an expression of "I knew I'd be held accountable eventually." He gave a dry laugh, rubbed the back of his head, and his eyes darted around. "That, Lord Master, please understand. Actually, My main and core purpose for saying that back then was to strengthen your confidence so you wouldn't, go through with that intense and not very cost-effective plan. He carefully chose his words, avoiding ominous terms like self-detonation. As for whether you could actually recover, his voice dropped, sounding a bit embarrassed. I also deduced it based on the correlation between the characteristics of Muzin's curse and the onset of your illness. Once Muzin dies, the source of the curse is cut off, and the lesions dependent on the curse should logically weaken or even disappear. But that was just a theoretical deduction. Actually, I wasn't 100% sure, and it wasn't some kind of premonition at all. He said the last part very quickly, trying to gloss over it. The courtyard instantly fell silent, so quiet that a needle drop could be heard. Huh. Seinmi Shinazugawa was the first to explode. He stood up abruptly, pointing his finger directly at Terayuki, his face a mix of shock, realization, and the irritation of being played. A guess? You brat, you said it like it was real back then. This premonition is especially clear. You'll definitely get better. Trust me, you had us all fooled. Even the Lord Master was inspired by you to feel hope again. Kyojiro Rengoku also widened his bright golden red eyes, his loud voice full of disbelief. Terayuki, this is a bit bad. How could you do such a thing? Terayuki-kun, how could you be like that? Mitsuri Kenroji also puffed out her cheeks, her emerald eyes filled with disapproval. We were all so worried about the Lord Master back then. Lying again, Jiu Tomioka opened his eyes at some point and added a dry remark. His tone was calm and emotionless, yet it stabbed precisely at Terayuki's conscience. Jihomai Haimjima moved slightly in the corner, chanting a Buddhist prayer in a low voice and slowly shaking his head. However, a very faint, almost indulgent smile appeared on his weathered face, as if saying the nature of a mischievous child. Tenjin Yuzui put his hand to his forehead and let out an exaggerated sigh. I knew it. At such a critical moment, we actually relied on a flamboyant lie to boost morale. Although the result was perfect, the process was too unflamboyant. Muakairo Takedo blinked, shifting his gaze from the clouds to Terayuki, seemingly reevaluating the reliability of this senior. Iguro Obanai gave a cold snort, and Kaburamaru on his shoulder hissed in cooperation, his golden snake eyes full of I knew it disdain. And Kachu Shinobu. She was holding that cup of tea, taking another elegant sip. When she set the cup down, her violet eyes curved into two beautiful crescents, and her face wore a flawless, extremely gentle smile that seemed capable of forgiving any mistake. She tilted her head slightly, looking enthusiastic and purely enjoying the sight of Terayuki being besieged by everyone. She had no intention of speaking up to bail him out. That look clearly said, "See, I told you long ago, you'd eventually dig a hole for yourself. You deserve it." Amidst everyone's chatter, filled with kindness yet relentless denunciation and low laughter, Terayuki turned red in the face and scratched his head. He finally managed to gloss over the deadly topic, swearing never to do it again, and quickly shifted the conversation to the reports of demon-related issues and the placement of the injured across various regions. Once these trivial matters were mostly settled, the atmosphere relaxed completely. The conversation naturally turned to everyone's plans for the future. When the master smilingly asked the Hashira-level combatants about their wishes, various voices rang out in the courtyard. Kyojuru's voice was like a resonant bell as he stated he wanted to go home to see his father and Senjuro. Seinmi Shinazugawa muttered, "Whatever, call me if there are demons to kill," but his eyes unconsciously drifted toward Genya, who was talking to a Kakashi member in the distance. Jiu Tomioka was brief, returning to Mount Sajiri. Tenjin Yuzui planned to travel around with his 3 wives, spreading the flamboyance of the god of festivals. Muakairo Takedo tilted his head and thought for a moment, saying, "I don't know, I'll stay with the Lord Master for now." Iguro Obanai stated he would continue patrolling with Kaburamaru to ensure no one slipped through the net. Mitsuri Kenroji blushed and whispered that she wanted to open a dessert shop, then quickly added, "I'll also keep training." Kano Tsuyuri quietly stated she would remain at the Butterfly Mansion to assist Sister Shinobu. Finally, everyone's gaze, filled with understanding, blessings, and deep curiosity, fell upon the pair that was Terayuki and Shinobu. Terayuki felt the focused gazes, especially the one beside him that seemed gentle, but hidden within was a threat. He cleared his throat and sat up straighter, completely ignoring the warning kick that Shinobu lightly delivered under the table. He grinned, showing his white teeth. His golden eyes sparkled in the spots of light filtering through the leaves. In a clear, pleasant tone filled with obvious boasting and the sense of a future blueprint, he announced loudly, "Shinobu and I have already discussed it." He intentionally drew out his words, satisfied to see the tips of Shinobu's ears turn slightly red and her purple eyes narrow with an even stronger warning. Feeling his other foot also being stepped on, neither too hard nor too light, he instead laughed even more happily. In a volume loud enough for every corner of the courtyard to hear, he continued brightly. "We're going to open a new, very, very big butterfly mansion. The location will be quiet amidst the bustle with convenient transportation. It will have plenty of sunlight and well-ventilated wards, as well as an independent research lab and a medicinal garden. At that time, we won't just take in the injured. We'll also promote preventive medicine and public health, and compile the research left by Lady Tamyo and our own insights. If anyone has a headache, fever, or old injuries in the future, you can come to us. The prices will be fair, and we won't cheat anyone. Shinobu and I will be there in person." Part Gemini 3-1 flashlight. He spoke with increasing enthusiasm, as if that magnificent butterfly mansion were already rising before his eyes, and he even began assigning rooms. "Kyoyujuru, you can bring Senjuro to check on his old injuries. Seinmi, your temper is short and you're prone to getting worked up, so you should come by often too. Jiwu, perhaps a few needles could even treat that silence is golden habit of yours. Mitsuri, your dessert shop could open right next to our butterfly mansion. Both patients and their families need sweets for comfort. Tenjin, when you return from your travels, remember to bring back rare medicinal herbs from different places. Muakairo can come be our mascot. Our special advisor. Obanai and Kaburamaru will be in charge of security. Tanjiro, you guys can come play anytime, meals included. Jayome is our treasure of the house. We have to revere him. Ouch." As he gestured vividly, painting a blueprint for a utopian future community. A soft, calm voice, yet one that felt like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing his endless enthusiasm and bringing all the smiling listeners in the courtyard to a sudden halt, slowly drifted into the air. When exactly did I agree to that? Kachu Shinobu still wore that impeccable, gentle smile like a spring breeze, her purple eyes curved into crescents, gently gazing at Terayuki. Yet deep within those eyes, there was a clear flicker of try saying one more word, and there's a limit to talking to yourself, along with a hint of embarrassment at being so clearly arranged in front of everyone. Terayuki's endless stream of words stuck in his throat. He blinked, looking at Kachu in some bewilderment, trying to convey a strong message with his eyes. "Didn't we agree on this? And you didn't object later." Kachu's smile didn't change in the slightest. It even became more tender. She elegantly set down the teacup she had been holding, picked up the teapot, and unhurriedly poured herself half a cup, her movements fluid and natural. Only then did she gently poke the last piece of yakin on the plate with a bamboo pick, as if contemplating where to take a bite, while speaking in a soft, whispering voice, loud enough for only those nearby to hear clearly, but enough for the whole courtyard to grasp the implication, full of confusion. "Open a butterfly mansion, and it needs to be very, very big, a new one." She tilted her head slightly, the teasing and scrutiny in her purple eyes deepening as she swept her gaze over Terayuki's face, as if sizing up a child with wild fantasies. "Mr. Terayuki, have you even inquired about the land prices or the feng shui before you started assigning rooms and planning the future for everyone?" She paused, picked up that piece of yakin, took a small bite, swallowed it slowly, and continued in that soft yet crystal clear tone. "And agreed on. I don't recall ever discussing these specific details with you formally and in detail." She counted on her fingers, and with each point she made, Terayuki's expression stiffened. "Have you gone through the government approval process for establishing a large-scale comprehensive medical institution? Have you seen a sample of the contract for purchasing or leasing land? Do you know how much documentation needs to be prepared and how many hurdles must be cleared for the filing and licensing of new drug development and clinical trials? Have you drafted the salary budgets and management regulations for hiring physicians, pharmacists, and nursing staff? And she sighed softly, put down the bamboo pick, and looked at Terayuki with purple eyes full of helplessness and the expression of "you are still too naive." The most critical point is, what about the money? Mr. Terayuki, is your salary as the light Hashira enough to buy a plot of land big enough to build a very, very big butterfly mansion? Or are you planning to go busking on the street, performing, breaking a boulder on your chest to raise funds? But Terayuki was a bit dazed by her barrage of realistic questions. Ignoring the stifled laughter and the amused gazes of the growing crowd around him, he leaned in closer, lowering his voice, his tone filled with a touch of grievance and urgency. "You clearly promised to believe in me, and didn't we agree that after everything is over, we would do something together, go to Tokyo, or go anywhere else? You clearly..." He wanted to bring up that hug, that promise made under the sun. Before he could finish, Kachu suddenly raised her hand, a movement that seemed to be nothing more than casually tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, smooth and natural. However, in the instant her arm swept through the air, her elbow, with lightning speed, nudged Terayuki's flank, not too heavy, but precisely, right on the spot where his ribs had just healed and a large, severe bruise still remained underneath. Terayuki was caught off guard. A stifled groan of pain escaped his lips, and he curled up dramatically, grimacing, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Kachu, you are murdering your future most important partner, investor, and laborer." He clutched his side, looking at her with accusation. His golden eyes were filled with how could you strike so hard, and what happened to being gentle and considerate. "Serves you right." A flush of red, as moving as the evening glow, spread across Kachu's face, unable to be hidden any longer, extending from her earlobes all the way down to her neck. But she forced herself to remain calm, even lifting her chin slightly, glancing at him triumphantly with her purple eyes. She muttered in a voice only the two of them could hear, her tone full of embarrassment and the satisfaction of getting back at him. "Who told you to talk nonsense in front of everyone, making decisions on your own, planning so enthusiastically? As if I were already your..." The last few words were too low to be heard, dissipating on her lips. Her appearance, saying one thing while meaning another, clearly incredibly shy, but insisting on maintaining her composure, suppressing him with realistic questions, and finally being unable to resist taking action, combined with Terayuki's exaggerated performance of pain and aggrieved expression, instantly ignited the joy of the entire crowd, and the long-suppressed laughter finally erupted. "Tahaha," Tenjin was the first to slap his thigh, laughing so hard he swayed back and forth, tears almost streaming out. A magnificent blueprint, a magnificent reality check, a magnificent beating. "Terayuki, this future outlook press conference of yours was truly spectacular." Kachu, well done." Kyoijiru's booming laughter shook the leaves, making them rustle. He slapped Jiwoo's shoulder hard. "You can't be polite to a kid like Terayuki. You have to make him realize reality. However," he stroked his chin, his golden eyes gleaming, "opening a butterfly mansion does sound really nice. If you need help, just say the word." "Deserved," Sanemi commented concisely, though the corners of his mouth twitched upward uncontrollably, his gaze toward Terayuki filled with schadenfreude. Jiwoo silently picked up his already cold tea and took a sip. A hint of a smile clearly flashed across his icy blue eyes, and he said indifferently, "Foundation." Everyone paused, then immediately understood he was picking up on Kachu's point, saying Terayuki didn't even have a foundation. Another burst of laughter erupted. In the corner, Jayomai Haimjima chanted a low Buddhist prayer. The wrinkles on his weather-beaten face smoothed out, revealing a genuine smile. He slowly shook his head, as if watching his own mischievous juniors bickering. Mitsuri and Kanao were already hugging each other in laughter. Kanao was still somewhat reserved, just with curved brows and eyes, while Mitsuri completely disregarded her image, wiping away the tears that had come from laughing. Muakiro looked at the lively scene before him, light reflecting in his pale purple eyes. The corners of his mouth also lifted in a small, almost invisible arc as he whispered to himself, Interesting. Iguro stood with his arms crossed, leaning against a pillar. Although he didn't laugh out loud, his tense mouth was noticeably relaxed, and Kaburamaru on his shoulder was coiled lazily, no longer flicking its tongue. Even Kaguya Yubayashiki and his wife, Amin, who were sitting in the main seats, couldn't help but cover their mouths with their sleeves, their eyes filled with warm smiles. The courtyard was completely filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Even the sunlight seemed to dance more joyfully. Terayuki rubbed his flank, which was indeed still aching faintly. He watched as Kachu, despite her flushed face, deliberately turned her head away to avoid looking at him, pretending to admire the courtyard scenery. But her jade-like earlobes were translucently red, and there was a mischievous arc at the corner of her mouth that she couldn't suppress, no matter how hard she tried. And occasionally, when she shot a quick glance at him, the soft luster flowing in her eyes, not at all a true rejection, and a hint of heartache made the insignificant grievance he felt from making a fool of himself in public vanish instantly, leaving only a heart full of sweetness and certainty that was about to overflow. He knew she didn't truly object. She was just shy, just caught off guard by his grand, almost forcing her hand declaration. She could only use the method she was best at, calmly listing the difficulties, plus a little physical reminder, to regain her ground and maintain the dignity of the insect Hashira. But those questions, rather than a refusal, were more like helping him clarify his thoughts, another form of participation and planning. He finished rubbing his flank and raised his hand quite naturally. Before Kachu could react, he quickly ruffled the top of her meticulously styled hair, making her soft purple locks slightly messy. Hey, Kachu immediately turned back, her purple eyes wide, raising her hand to swat away his paw, the flush on her face deepening. Terayuki nimbly pulled his hand back. Facing the crowd whose laughter was gradually subsiding, he didn't blush or skip a beat, even wearing a look of planned successful triumph, and announced loudly, his voice even louder and more righteous than before. In any case, everyone, the new comprehensive medical butterfly mansion project officially enters the preparation stage starting today. Kachu is the general manager, chief physician, and the supreme decision-maker. And I, Haitru Terayuki. He patted his chest, which tugged at his wound and made him grimace, but his smile remained radiant. I'm the general manager's personal assistant, #1 investor, and potentially the future chief test subject. The land, funding, approvals, leave all these realistic problems for me to worry about. Everyone must come and show your support when the time comes. On opening day, meals will be provided and medicine. The medicine will depend on the situation. Who wants you as an assistant? And I definitely don't want you testing drugs. Kachu finally couldn't help it, glaring at him with a red face, her voice raised in embarrassment and annoyance. But amidst the even louder good-natured teasing, whistling, and well-wishes from the crowd, this glare had no deterrent effect, only making her look like a peach blossom, her eyes like autumn water, charming and alluring. It settled then. Terayuki struck while the iron was hot, sealing the deal. He then quickly grabbed the piece of yakin in front of Kachu that she had taken a small bite of, stuffed it into his own mouth, chewed twice, and said vaguely, advance payment, I've accepted it. Kachu was speechless with anger. Watching him with bulging cheeks and a triumphant look, then looking at the companions around her who were laughing until they swayed, she finally couldn't hold it in either. She let out a ft and burst into laughter, a smile like wisteria flowers blooming, bright and breathtakingly beautiful. She shook her head, picked up her teacup, and under the cover of the swirling steam, hid the increasing softness and unspoken acquiescence in her eyes. The spring light was just right, passing through the depths of the courtyard and spilling onto everyone's smiling faces, warm and pleasant. Ruins and blood had become things of the past. The scroll of the future, filled with the mundane warmth of life and trivial happiness, was slowly unfolding before them. Chapter 121 is finished. Hooray! First of all, I am truly grateful to every friend who has read up to this point. Your companionship, discussions, and even your doubts have made this story, and the character of Terayuki, feel more real and vivid in my heart. I also have some things I feel compelled to say regarding certain plot points and character choices in the story. Regarding Terayuki's forgiveness and guilt, many friends have expressed confusion as to why Terayuki could so easily let things go after being questioned in public, feeling that he was too much of a saint or that he had been wronged. This is completely understandable. If viewed from the perspective of a pure victim, it does indeed seem overly tolerant. But in my heart, Terayuki never was and never placed himself in the position of a pure victim. From the very beginning of the story, even from the moment the personality of Haitru Terayuki was born, a profound sense of guilt, one that was almost etched into his soul, followed him like a shadow. He knew clearly what his greatest original sin was. It was a lie. A massive lie about being a transmigrator with an omniscient perspective, a lie that could not be explained or confessed, yet ran through the entire story. Regardless of the purpose behind this lie, and regardless of how many benefits it brought in Terayuki's value system, a lie itself is a stain on trust. He was facing a group of comrades who entrusted their backs and their lives to him. Rengoku's passionate openness, Jiyuu's silent guardianship, Seinmi's care beneath his irritable exterior, and Jiaomei's mountain-like trust. All of them were exchanges of genuine heart for genuine heart. And Kachu Shinobu, that intelligent, sensitive woman who hid all her gentleness beneath a poisonous sting, had given him a level of trust and affection far beyond the ordinary. Yet what could he give back? Aside from risking his life to protect them in battle, in daily life, and in conversation, he could only use more seemingly absurd, offhand premonitions and jokes to cover up and evade. Every time he used a premonition to explain his foresight, every time he used banter to bypass deep communication, he could see the flash of scrutiny in Shinobu's eyes, a trace of doubt beneath Rengoku's hearty smile, and that slight distance created by the barrier between them. He believed that it was he who had first used an invisible wall to separate himself from everyone. He could not provide equal, unreserved honesty, so he felt he did not deserve to demand unreserved trust from others. When the lie of the prophetic dream was exposed in public and everyone reacted fiercely, Terayuki's first feeling was not anger or grievance, but a sense of relief, a just as I thought, and it has finally come, as well as an even deeper sense of guilt. Look, because of my lack of sincerity, I have forced everyone to such a point of suspicion and pain. I don't blame them. This was by no means just polite rhetoric, but his genuine thought. He believed that the root of this trust crisis lay within himself. Everyone's anger, questioning, and even their momentary brandishing of swords against him were reasonable reactions. They were the fruit born from the seeds of the lie he had planted. He stood firm while taking the beating because he felt that, to a certain extent, this beating was something he deserved. His kindness and tolerance were not unprincipled weakness, but were built upon profound self-reflection and understanding of others. He understood his comrades' fear, anger, and the care behind it. This understanding dissolved any resentment he might have felt. Of course, this does not mean that those doubts and attacks did not hurt him. It is just that for him, his guilt toward his comrades, his responsibility for the greater good, and his desire not to make things difficult for Shinobu outweighed the grievances he personally suffered. He chose to move on quickly and use his actions to bridge the rift again, because there were more important things to do, and because he cherished these people far more than he cherished his own rightness or face. Regarding the relationship between Terayuki and Shinobu, a late-blooming flower, some friends feel that the development of their romantic arc was slow burn, or even a bit frustrating. Indeed, in the intervals between life and death struggles in the main plot, their relationship was more like an undercurrent than a roaring flame. This is exactly what I wanted to present. Terayuki and Shinobu are, first and foremost, Hashira. They are warriors who carry the lives of hundreds of subordinates on their shoulders, bear 1,000-year-old blood feud, and for whom every mission could be a final farewell. Death is a part of their daily lives. Against such a backdrop, talking wantonly about love or planning for the future is almost a luxury, or even irresponsible toward one another. Terayuki knew very well the ending for Shinobu in the original work. Even though his arrival changed many things, the battles of the Demon Slayer Corps remained cruel, and sacrifice was everywhere. He could not guarantee that he would survive until the end, and he feared giving Shinobu hope only to let her fall into despair. Therefore, he restrained himself, hiding his care in daily bickering, silent guardianship, and those unserious jokes. Shinobu was the same. Her sister's passing was her eternal pain. She had long buried her personal feelings deep down, arming herself with poison and smiles. She sensed Terayuki's uniqueness and was attracted to him, but she was also afraid. She feared losing again after investing her feelings, feared becoming a weakness for the other person, and feared that this turbulent era simply did not deserve a stable future. Therefore, she also restrained herself, using words like annoying or idiot to mask her feelings, and using the calmness of a physician to maintain distance. Their feelings are the trust accumulated through fighting side by side and sharing life and death experiences. The tacit understanding of a cup of hot tea and silent companionship in the laboratory late at night, and the dependency that quietly grew during Terayuki's severe injuries, amidst Shinobu's undisguisable panic and her all-night vigil. This is a form of love between adults in an extreme environment, full of restraint and a sense of responsibility. It is not flamboyant, but it goes deep into the marrow. It wasn't until the decisive battle in the Infinity Castle, until the massive emotional shock of Terayuki rising from the dead, that all their mental defenses were finally broken down, allowing that deeply planted emotion to break through the soil, making it impossible to avoid any longer. Therefore, it was not slow burn, but rather profound. Their love has been through suspicion, guilt, life and death, and finally understanding and acceptance. It is like a quenched blade, seemingly silent, yet incredibly resilient. Regarding characters and creation, Terayuki chose Shinobu himself. Some friends have asked, why Shinobu and not other excellent female characters? To be honest, at the beginning of writing, I wasn't entirely sure myself. Mitsuri Kanroji's cuteness and strength were also extremely charming. But as I kept writing, I discovered that the right to choose didn't seem to be entirely in my hands anymore. The character of Terayuki gradually gained his own life and inclinations. He would naturally be attracted to Shinobu. What attracted him was not just her beautiful appearance, but the contradictory unity of her fragility and strength. On the surface, she was a poisonous sting, but deep inside, she hid immense gentleness and pain. As a physician who needed to be calm, she bore the most intense fire of vengeance. Terayuki himself was a pretender, so he could better understand the scars beneath Shinobu's perfect smile, and he wanted all the more to protect the softness beneath those scars. He wanted to be the person who could see through her smile, catch her fragility, understand her obsession, and tell her, you don't have to be strong all the time. And perhaps Shinobu, too, found unprecedented security and resonance in the qualities of Terayuki, qualities that seemed cynical, but were actually more serious and reliable than anyone else's, and which always allowed him to precisely and carefully touch the truest side of her heart. This was not a pairing I arranged. It was more like two lonely, complex, and mutually understanding souls, driven by fate, naturally drawing closer, warming each other, and finally confirming that the other was the right person. They were each other's sole complement and salvation. Finally, regarding the original intention of creating Terayuki, opposing cynicism. When conceiving Terayuki, I encountered an argument that characters like Tanjiro were too saintly and only liked by children, and used this as a benchmark for maturity. When we mock kindness as being saintly and sneer at ideals as being naive, are we not inadvertently fostering a certain atmosphere of cynicism? Is simplifying complex human nature to human nature is inherently evil, and equating recognizing reality with giving up on goodness, not a lazier way of thinking. I created Haitru Terayuki because I wanted to mold an ideal form of goodness. His is not an ignorant goodness. He has experienced deception and betrayal, witnessed the deepest darkness, and he is decisive in killing and merciless toward enemies. But his underlying nature is always gentle, tolerant, cherishing of his comrades, and believing in hope. His strength lies not only in power, but in his ability to still choose to embrace the light after having seen the darkness, to still be willing to be the first to extend a hand of reconciliation after being hurt and misunderstood, and to use his power for protection rather than plunder after possessing it. He is handsome, powerful, and possesses beautiful love and friendship. These are not Dragon Yashin-style fantasies, but what I want to express. A kind, sincere, and responsible person deserves to possess beautiful things and rightfully deserves to be happy. This should not be mocked, but expected. This world is indeed imperfect, and human hearts are complex. But precisely because of this, we need the Terayuki in the story even more. We need Tanjiro. We need those fools who know the road ahead is treacherous but still choose to lift their torches and illuminate a corner. They remind us that kindness is not a weakness, tolerance is not stupidity, and holding onto one's bottom line and cherishing emotions are the highest metals of a person's character. Thank you, Terayuki, for accompanying me on this journey. And thank you all for being willing to read his story. May we all be able to protect that small Terayuki within our hearts in this complex world, the one willing to believe in the light and striving to become light. The story comes to a temporary pause, but the new life under the sun has only just begun. If there are any side stories, they should be about the development of the relationship between Terayuki and Shinobu. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.